Futures trying to get back to the upside here this morning, coming off a pretty positive week last week for all three U.S. markets, heading into arguably the most important week of the year coming up here with mega cap tech earnings on deck. We get the Fed on Wednesday. It is going to be jam-packed today, however, a little bit quiet. Nothing significant as far as economic data to be aware of today or big-time earnings. We get SoFi before the open here this morning. That's really the biggest name out so far as earnings are concerned. A lot of attention, however, back on the EV sector. Tesla already pushing towards session highs here, coming off a very positive week last week. We'll talk about Lucid after what happened on Friday as well. Obviously, the entire EV group with a huge move off of this Lucid move. A little bit of a short squeeze, to say the least, coming off that news that the Saudi PIF fund considering a bid to maybe take it entirely private. It is Monday, January 30th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. And there we go. Look at where we're at right now. Yeah, back to just 1% here for the NASDAQ. It has been tech and the NASDAQ leading the way to the downside so far this morning. 0.5% for the Dow. Remember, it was a little bit relatively weak all week last week, but we are coming off 6 straight, in fact, positive sessions for the Dow. Pretty impressive. All 3 of these were positive on the week last week as well. So nice look going into this very important week. 0.4 for crude oil, Bitcoin, Ethereum kind of chopping around, not really doing anything. Just seeing a note here on Ford cutting the price of the Mach-E. I'm actually seeing more and more of these around Toronto anyways. Sharif here is always, following everyone else, I guess, cutting prices here for Ford.
Absolutely. And you saw a GM downgrade today as well, probably as a result of the margins that are going to get squeezed. But Brendo, I've got my eye on some AI plays today and some EV plays. Kind of pumped for that. Yeah,
a ton to look at. Speaking of, I just saw an NIO here pop up. Downside move actually on NIO on volume here back to 2%. Was trying to get back to positive at one point this morning, trading up here where we were on Friday. But what a week we are setting up for here, guys, ahead of the Fed, ahead of, pick a tech name. It seems like they're reporting all of them this week, outside of NVIDIA, the only one.
Yeah, we got to wait till next month, which isn't that long for NVIDIA. But hey, we get Apple, we get Amazon, we get the big boys, and it's going to be a heck of a lot of fun to trade them. The EV names are going to be in play because you guys saw what happened. If you weren't paying attention on Friday, then maybe that's the only way you could have missed what happened with Lucid, and it was down the line. That rumor, Lucid basically doubled up and then came back, and it's done, over 10 million shares pre-market already. So Rivian's going to be in play, probably some Polestar. You had SoFi on some earnings. I'm long SoFi now in front of that 620 level. We've seen what happened before when they have good numbers. Sometimes they follow that through. A lot of times day 2 is maybe even better than day 1. So that's going to be worth watching. You get a bit of everything because you got the Fed as well this week. So this is going to be a wild one to be sure. Right now, blame it on Intel. Market's down 1%. I kind of feel like them leading the way, or whatever you want to call it, on Friday with an awful report, not the best sign because I see Nvidia is relatively weak, so that's going to come in play today. A couple of stocks around the 100 level, one resisting it, Google, one hopefully bouncing off it, at least I'm hoping, Amazon. So there's a lot to watch. I enjoyed watching some football this weekend, and all I got to say is it's less stressful when your team is not in there. That's for sure, because if I had to deal with how that game ended, for KC over the wall. For
Bengals are losing anyway. Like Mahomes is getting that ball. And
no. Don't get me wrong. It's an awful way. Yeah. That last play, it's an awful way to sort of see it come.
But honestly, like if he didn't commit that penalty,
they probably
they would have lost anyways. No. But that's the NFL for you these days. Welcome guys. Should be a great day. We're gonna be looking at everything. You guys saw what we did on Tesla on Friday. It was a great trade. For me personally, I hope it was for you guys as well. And we'll look to make the same kind of moves again here today. I don't think Lucid goes, obviously, like that unless we get, more confirmation of that news. We're going to try to play it off $12. I'm in nothing yet. We're going to be as specific as we can here today. I was going to buy some Tesla here, but it's trying to dip down a little bit right now. Let's wait to see where Tesla goes against this 77 I was looking at right here. Looks like that might come in pretty quick. So, yeah, we're going to be ready to rock and roll here. Market down 1% into a very, very big week. We're really, really excited here right now. Yeah, let's get ready to rock and roll. That interesting news about Ford sent it down a little bit, but we'll see. I don't know if that's what's happening right now to Tesla, but Ford is starting to go down just a little bit here, 1288 now from 1320 on that Mach E news. So I don't know, how, like Brandon said, I'm not sure how much they're selling, how many units are selling of the Mach E, but a little bit of a move down there on the price cut, so we'll see. And I don't know, that seems to be affecting Tesla a little bit, but Tesla's moving around a lot today anyways, 5.4 million shares, so we'll see if it continues to bounce off this 177 area.
Yeah, I was reading more about that note. They're quote unquote significantly increasing production and also cutting the cost of the Mach E. We were just talking off camera there. I wouldn't buy one still, regardless of the price.
No, I don't like the way they look, and I'm not a big champion of Ford. Brendo, they're looking to increase from 78,000 to 130,000 units annually. So, you know, they're not in Tesla range, and the price cut is from 600 to 5,900, so kind of a far range.
It's amazing to think about it when you compare one-to-one on production with Tesla. It's just amazing. Let's get into a few things to note here this morning. Obviously, as I mentioned to start things off here, it could be a little bit of a wait-and-see type of a day here for the overall market, although as the guys were mentioning there, we are downside so far. The NASDAQ, the S&P and Dow all negative, but all eyes towards Wednesday. The two-day meeting from the Fed gets going here. Tomorrow, we'll wrap up Wednesday afternoon with a quarter-point hike, 99.2 on the Fed funds tool, last time I checked, as far as what we're going to get on Wednesday. But it's going to be more important, or the comments that come after and the press conference that come after, going to be more important as to how they see things playing out over not only the remainder of Q1, but into the second half of this year. So a few things to note here as far as individual stocks. Apple, Amazon, and Google, guys, the biggest of the big coming this week.
The biggest of the big. It's so true. Like, this is this is sort of the earnings week that you look for. It just so happens that we also get the Fed, but it is worth mentioning. I sort of talked about that 100 number for a couple of stocks. Amazon was very strong sort of on Friday, and look, there's a lot of names that showed you a little bit of strength, but that's in particular sort of breaking that psychological level of 100. You know, the way I see it going into these earnings, if you anticipate that maybe you don't get too much crazy action before they report later on this week, I don't know if I buy into that. I think support can be pretty good. I like this 100. If it breaks 100, then I want to be sort of dip buying at 100 and finding support there. And even if it were to go through that, I think the 97 level looks pretty interesting. There are some current concerns, of course, about how they'll sort of fare versus in the retail space, because some of those names have had, realistically, retail's probably had a bad go of it the last couple of weeks. Maybe not always with price action, but certainly with the reports that we've seen recently. So there is some cause for concern there. But when you break out and then you get back to support levels, I'm always going to be considering that support first as a first go of it. The position board is on. I was about to say, we have the sponsor down there, but hey, we're rotating it now so you guys can see. I have one position. I'm long SoFi here. I did swing and miss 3 times on Lucid. I think it's going to be a scalper's play today on Lucid, just to get that one sort of out of the way. I wanted to show you guys. It is doing heavy volume. There was a break early on. It took like 1350. Was able to scalp some 1450s into 15, then reloaded 1450s at loss, and then took a shot off 14 even as well. If you remember the afternoon plays, $12 was pretty big. I think 13's coming into play, which is where we closed. Let's see if it can bounce off of that. It just feels like it's going to do hundreds of millions in volume today, or at least over 100 million. So there's definitely going to be scalp opportunities, but it's already starting to press down into support levels. That's what I'm hoping for Amazon. That I anticipate can be something, if it holds 100, you hold it all day. Whereas Lucid, I expect will be more of an in and out type of trade.
Yo, what's up? I know Neil's taken 3 cracks already. I'm not in anything yet, but we will. Like if the opportunity's there right now here today. It's funny because I always call this week the Super Bowl of earnings weeks, and this week it's pretty close. Almost is the Super Bowl of earning week. This is what I look for every single month, man. Every single earnings quarter, we look for this week, this month, where you get all these names coming out like crazy, and it's just going to be tons of trading opportunities. So I'm going to go back to the well again here today. I'm looking at Tesla off 177.50. I mean, the Lucid, I don't think our trade will be there from Friday, but you know, the Lucid trade, we actually, it was so amazing to be able to sit here and trade this name. Like we had it right down here, and then we had it again at 12, and then we had it again at 12 right here, and got it out at 13.8, 13.20 there in the afternoon. So it was an absolutely wild ride there on Friday, and so much fun. The number one stock there for me on Friday, and we'll look to see if we can do that again. Lucid right now, no swing and misses yet, but we will swing, and we'll probably have a couple misses at some point here. But I'm going to wait until $12 comes in for Lucid, and or 13 again, something on the low side of this until we get some more confirmation of all of this. I mean, it went up to 18 bucks there. Even if they are taking it all out, I mean, at some point, I don't know. Again, the short float is there. It's, what is it, 11 or 12% there on the short float. So we'll have to see for Lucid here. 15 could get a breaking point. I'm just going to wait because I know 12 is a level. So if you're going to play, little kind of shares and you want to play inside here, I think it's probably worth, just like Neil said, to scalp back and forth. But I really don't have too much confidence until we get down to 12, at which point I think that's when you put on that one good trade. So let's wait until it gets down there and make that trade. Or we've paid for shorts. I'm not going to short this name, but I think like a 14.50 area, if you were long and it comes up into this area, I think that's a good out. Like if we can get 12s and I still have something on board and it's at this 14.50 area, I think that's going to be a good little level. So right now you're just playing inside. We can literally just draw these lines, like one there, one here. And since all the chaos, go back to 2 o'clock there on Friday, and you really just have a $2 range on a $12 stock. So it's not, it's not insane. It's not trading insanely or anything like that. $2 range on a $14 stock, I think, is reasonable. Let's see what happens with Lucid here today. Tesla's on my mind, though. That bid is $77.50 right now. So I'm about ready to get long here on Tesla real early, guys. And then we'll play it probably down to 175. So 177.50 coming in for Tesla. We'll be long soon.
All right, first segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, once again, where traders can get a funded traded account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetradr.com/TTV. Use the promo code TTV. You can see on screen there. Get 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader once again. We were just talking a little bit about Lucid as well, in the sense that a couple of things of note, if we can jump to my screen there. 65% already owned by this Saudi PIF fund, and the whole story, if you missed it back on Friday, that they're considering just taking out the entire thing. This is according to S3 Partners, okay? 37% of the float is shorted currently, versus 3.5%. They just did a comparison of Lucid versus Tesla versus 3.5% of Tesla's entire float. If you translate that into a dollar figure, it's 1.6 billion versus 15 billion. Value dramatically different here, but it's an interesting story when you think about it. 37% short, and that had anything else, it seemed, on Friday with a short float above 10% trying to go as well.
Yeah, don't tell Bill Gates that. He might pack on some more shorts there on Tesla. But interesting, Brendel, they're dealing with a $600 billion, the Saudi Public Investment Fund, $600 billion in net cash at the moment that they can deploy into these type of projects. So doesn't seem like a big, huge purchase for them, but one that's more a little bit maybe politically motivated. Definitely.
At this point, we'll see how it plays out this morning, guys. I did notice that Rivian also very high on relative volume so far here in the pre-market. I wanted to talk about this as well, BBAI. So we also saw anything AI related going back on Friday. It was C3AI that seemed to lead this group, but BBAI, the most active here, I wasn't able to find anything significant on this, but again, these also have that 10 to kind of 15% short interest on them as well. So we have AIs to look at along with these EVs today.
Yeah, get your. You got to have Flow Checker loaded up today, that's for sure, because I just had to check Big Bear because I realized I hadn't even looked at it. What I like about this resource, by the way, and we're not affiliated with Flow Checker, it's just I like the resource because these are all estimates when you look at the short float anyways. So from anywhere from 15% to 5%, you know what can be a catalyst. You know if you drop the yada, yada, yada AI, you're going to be up. Like everything, all the Chinese ADRs are down today with the exception of, and we'll talk about Baidu, because that's been a pretty big one. It's actually trading up. It's got a 140 breakout. But someone had asked me about this in the chat right before we came on, and I said, well, it's doing that thing where you already gapped up, and then the second like retail could come in, you were sort of selling it off a little bit off that 350 level. I was just zooming out so you can kind of see the last time it got here. It did bust 350 and got to like 380, but it rejected it, fell into $2. The real question becomes, does it have the legs to hold a higher low here? So it broke out off this 75 to 80. It's already bounced off $3 once. Maybe it's got a shot to bounce off that again. The volume is okay, but there's higher volume in GNS. GNS is going a little bit more nuts today than this thing. Obviously, there's lots of volume in Lucid as well. The aforementioned C3 AI, just want to load up here. You know what, I paid for shorts on Friday and it never got to $20. It kind of felt like it was on its way to getting to that 20 level, and then Lucid happened and maybe it took the wind out of its sails a little bit there. But either way, like that 20 level is kind of where I thought that was sort of a more obvious place if it were to get to that I would short it. I'll probably lean into that same notion today, but there's not a heck of a lot of volume with this. Until there's something substantial, like an actual piece of news specific to these companies where something is changing, then I feel it's a little bit difficult to chase some of these types of moves. This is already almost a double up before any of this happened. Like this was going, you know, when ChatGPT started getting a little bit more hyped, this was already going. So it's approaching a double. And when you start buying some of those tops without anything concrete happening, I feel like you can get yourself into a little trouble. All that said, I mean, the stock is down, what, like 100%, I don't know, whatever ridiculous percent it is off of its highs. I'll be fading 20 if we see it this week.
All right, so we'll wake everyone up here a little bit with Tesla. Tesla's now in the account here. Let's see if it comes down. We were waiting actually at 177.50 exactly, and now we had to pay up a little bit. We got 63s. I'm going to hold this back to 175. Like I said, if it breaks it, man, and that's it. And we'll get out of that for that 175. So here this morning, we bounced around 175 before eventually taking it and heading all the way up to 180 where we bounced. And this was a great trade on Friday where 180 was our short. We actually had this short rate here. What was that, 180? Yeah, right there, 178.50. And then we got a 174 print. So stupid how sometimes our trades show up and sometimes they don't, but right there on Tesla not showing up there from Friday. But here it is right now, immediately 50 cents in the money. So so far so good here on Tesla as it's starting to go back up to the upside. I am trying to get out a little bit here. North side of 178. We'll probably get out of half, see if we could put 50 cents in our pocket and start the day off right here with Tesla. And I just tweeted out as well, I just remembering it, like thinking about some of the things that we were talking about here. Just remember how amazing both Rivian and Lucid were on Friday. Those were amazing. And I actually didn't even think about, you know, I made more money on Rivian than I actually did on Lucid because we were just very, very patient with it and hit it right here on this move up. And we had this move short where we were taking $1.50 by the time the market eventually closed all the way down there. And there it is right there. Wow. I mean, we're already on one there already for Tesla. That's a smooth, like, I don't know, where's my fill there? So that's set 62 to 20 right there. So that's 60 cents right there to start the day with Tesla. So not horrible buy right there off the sticky note, 177.50. Talked about that right here. So there it is right now. $1 in the money right here. We'll ring it a little early for you right now. There you go, Sharif, the professor in the building. As right now, there's Tesla, $1 now in the money on Tesla. So, hey, we're starting it off pretty good. Stressla, maybe, but not too much stress right now on this play right there, Sharif.
Little one, guys, just popping up here. Hellbiz had some news earlier, gapping to the downside on funding announcement this morning. We'll talk about that. But here we go, back to positive and then some, 8% to the upside. Guess what? They're also going to adopt ChatGPT here for Hellbiz seems to be the keywords lately.
Ride that bandwagon, Brendo. So they're looking to automate the majority of their standard tickets with personalized, human-like handling, driving the increase of customer satisfaction. Let's see how that works out. But anybody that touches AI right now, their stock's flying, Brendo.
Yeah, I mean, you guys mentioned Baidu. We'll get into that. They're going to release their own chat GPT-like software coming up here. Here's Hellbiz now up 8%.
Yeah, just another one. Look, you're going to probably see a lot of this. We saw it with blockchain years ago, and to a smaller extent, cannabis. And this is going to be par for the course. Just watch out. It's just a lot of these can turn into fades when they start getting to not bag holder levels, but start to run into resistance, where people like to take this little bit of a pop and walk away. Just remember, BuzzFeed actually, BuzzFeed ended up a heck of a lot stronger last week when it had a similar announcement in terms of holding it up. So I'm going to be looking for longs off this. At least, obviously above 28. I shouldn't say obviously, but means 3 days, for 3 days in a row, you had support around 28. So if it dips off there, that's kind of one easy place to look for that long, maybe give it to 27. If it breaks 35, 36, I think that's how you get a bigger move. But I'm going to start dipping into it. I actually, just matter of fact, just got some now. If it can start holding some of these lows, I think there's a chance at a second salvo in there on Hellbiz. And just to give you an idea, it was BuzzFeed last week. Like, BuzzFeed was a good one. Load up, load up, load up. It ended up holding highs, breaking higher lows all the way through. And it was stronger than I anticipated. I think I actually had a couple of shorts in BuzzFeed last week. But, Hellbiz just added to the list of these AI names. And really, I didn't give BuzzFeed enough credit last week. It's actually down now. But when they made the announcement, it was able to put in some higher lows and trend up for the majority of the day.
Yeah, I'm not, I'll just continue to trade the Microsofts of the world and stuff like that. I mean, this whole chat GPT and all this crap is just, it's unbelievable. Like, all of a sudden now, because this website is, people are talking about it and it's free and all this, we're acting kind of like this is something that's overly new. I agree with Neil. Anything that's going to have AI mentioned in it right now is going to go insane. But I mean, even just this name I'm looking at, Tesla, like, there's so many names out there that use AI every single day. And I just feel like any of these companies can come out and say, we use AI. We use AI here. Everybody tends to use this thing, and I just think it's going to get more and more popular. So that's where I look at a name, like a C3 AI, and just say, you know what? Excuse me. If you want to buy something, buy a C3 AI, buy a Microsoft, buy something. Even a Google, like, these guys all have it. Meta, like, everything is now AI based, right? BuzzFeed, some of these other ones continue to go, and I think that when you release something, you're better off to say that you have some AI involvement right now. Like, what about J&J and all these Eli Lilly, like Moderna, Pfizer, like, these are all companies that have some sort of an aspect. SoFi, they all use it. It's just a matter of tweeting about it and making sure that everybody knows that you do. So I expect these stocks to really slow down here. I feel like this is a huge bump up on news that is nothing new. It's just now we're talking about it. So I think if you're going to trade any of these companies for real, they're great for swing trades, but ultimately you always want to wait to see what earnings brings, and until they bring something. It's like EV. EV's great, right? I mean, EV's here to save the world. If you invested in any EV names over the last 2-3 years, par some solar names, EVs. Let's stick with EV then. Forget about just electricity. You're down right now. I don't know. There's not too many games. Maybe Boyd, BYD maybe might be up there a little bit. But other than that, I don't. It's been or BYD, not Boyd, but it's been very, very tough to make money in EV. So let's see if anyone can actually make money in AI. Great to trade for sure, but a tough one to invest in, I feel like.
Let's get some analyst moves for you here this morning. Interesting names on this list. Once again, this Goldman note on the retail space in general. Very, very positive. They specifically point out Macy's as the best setup, I guess, going through to the new year here in the retail space, talking about 20% upside possible for Macy's, DoorDash, Lockheed Martin, Colgate, Palmolive, then GM over here today after that Ford note that we saw, Lulu to the downside, and Kohl's as well.
A little bit weak on the back end of last week. It's interesting to see Macy's on that right side. GM's not looking all that fantastic this morning, and you saw the note from Ford raising prices there. And quite frankly, it's not been the best looking chart overall for them. How many names have you seen that have bounced off lows and given you like 50%, 70%, or whatever it might be? GM double bottomed off 30. And just today, well, technically on Friday, it rejected the 50 period. The 200 period is also being rejected. That's kind of a tight cluster in there. And it's not a good sign when the market's trying to make a break, or you get one of these bear rallies and you're not getting any strength out of a name which has been depressed. So it's going to be difficult not to be thinking about this one for a short trade. It was Ford that had the news, and I would like to see more volume on GM, but I can't ignore when I see us fade that, that 200 period, the 50 period as well. That gives you 37.5, that gives you 38 as some obvious areas to go short in front of. That's probably the one on that board that's the most interesting to me. I mean, Ford just rejected rejected both the same things there, that 50 and that 200 period. So with Tesla looking as strong as it is, it almost feels like you either got squeeze names or you got best of the bunch in EV, and then some of the legacy ones looking under trouble. Oh, the other thing too is, I mean, Toyota's apparently kicking everybody's butt. That note I was reading this weekend, that can't be helping with these two prints either, how well Toyota's been doing. And just to differentiate themselves, Toyota passes GM as top selling in the US last year. Well, one of those two pays a 3% dividend and the other one pays bupkis. So not another good thing for GM there in the comparison. Just want to go back to Helbiz because that bounce, find yourself some support at 28, it bounces, gives 29, gives 30, gives 31s. So at this point, I'm just looking to see, can it start holding some higher lows? 30 would make sense. I think 35 it could get to. This is a pure momentum style play, like more than anything else here. It's a penny stock for a reason. So make sure you pay yourself out on these because as quickly as they go up, they can come down.
Yes, exactly. I'm going to stay with the with Tesla today, Tesla, Lucid, and Rivian as far as EVs, and I'm going to stay away from Ford and GM. Just kind of staying where we were able to make a living there on Friday. So I think we'll just stick with those names as far as EV is, or as far as automotive is concerned. Just making sure that if we do touch this 180 level, we see what kind of action is here on Tesla around 180. So that's something that I'm looking at right now, and we do have a pretty good watch list to go through today, so we can get to that ASAP. I do like Macy's. We've been shorting Amazon a bit up to that $100 level. Obviously, it's broken through now. So my mind now on the short side is going to be on Google. So we'll continue to watch out for Google. And of course, Palantir, which we've been talking about forever, and I know a lot of people in the chat there talking about Palantir. Yeah, I mean, as far as AI and data centers and things like that, and the use of information, yeah, Palantir's there as well. I mean, I think there's a lot of great names that we could be looking at. Snowflake is another one that's sort of in that data area. So let's continue to watch a lot of these names, as I think there's going to be some upgrades coming, just generally speaking, in that sector. But again, we got to wait for earnings.
Big move down in oil right now, guys. Now down more than 2%. OPEC coming through just saying they're going to keep policy steady at the February 1st meeting. So a meeting coming up on Wednesday. I just pulled up XOM here, but if I grab a chart of, where did it go? Oil itself, you'll see there it is. Big move down, 2%. Straight southbound, 79 down to 78 here for crude. So worth noting some of these energy stocks anyways, but very, very light on volume is XOM so far this morning versus what oil is actually doing, selling on heavy volume to the downside.
Yeah, that's the thing about XOM. So I wanted XOM to maintain that breakout at 115 last week. So I felt like it was more exciting, and you knew oil was going to be the story. Like it actually had to hold support. I thought it would be more exciting if you came in this week and you were still above the 115 and you were continuing to break out. I mean, CVX, yeah, I guess it wasn't quite great enough for the market in terms of how those earnings were and that gigantic buyback. But man, that 115 level was an absolute wall. I like it above that. I mean, above that price, I think you have like some potential to get a real rally. But otherwise, you end up closing below there, and it's just another failed breakout. Ooh, there's that day when the New York kind of messed things up at the open. Yeah, so that 115 was kind of my line in the sand. If it starts holding above there, like if we get through the open and are above 115 on XOM, and then oil futures are somehow looking strong, maybe I'd go back to the well for the long trade that we had last week off that 115 area. But I don't like seeing oil down a couple points and XOM failing that level. That doesn't give me a trade unless I was looking to short it, which I'm not quite there yet.
Yeah, Oxy bouncing off 68-ish on the daily chart here. So there's Oxy right here, just trying to get going. Remember, we do have Warren Buffett and crew involved with this name, and it's been an absolute monster to the upside. I mean, the talk of Warren Buffett being involved in this, was well back in 2022, and then straight up to the upside. Not sure the current status of that, but right up to here, $75, $76 for Oxy looks like a decent little level there. If you get back up, I don't know, but I think I like the long if we can break above 68. You're still above the 50 period there, the VWAP and the 50 period. So this is a daily chart, so this would be the 200 and this should be the 50. So you're just hovering around it right now. I still think if you get any sort of dip buys in here with oil being down now, down 1.5, almost 2% right now for oil. So here's crude oil right now down 2%, trying to hold 78. So we'll see if XOM, you just talked about XOM. If Oxy can get down near that $62, $63 level, this is a level that I think we could buy here on the daily chart. So let's see how bad it gets here today. It's not going to get down there, so I probably won't look at it today, but definitely if we come in tomorrow or if we get there today, $63, $62 down here, I think it's worth trying to look at. On the 20-minute chart, you can see we were just there, I guess, 2 or 3 days ago, and we resisted it, right? So support down there. Rate comes in. Let's see if it makes a move. That hit 63 up to 68, $5 straight up. So again, I feel like there's something here. That's 63.50 here for Oxy. If there's any levels that you want to look at, I would stay in this area there, or look at XOM. Chevron had such a major week last week that that stock is one. Again, we can look at it. I think it was 177 or so. Yeah. So right now 178, 177. It didn't break let me see, get this chart going. It didn't break 180, I don't think, last week, or it came close enough to it right there. 180, 181 was the highest we got there. And then on their, again, off of earnings and that dividend, we got pretty high up. But look at it just drip down there. There's that 181 from Friday. So I think that's something that you're going to look at too for CVX. But oil's going the other way. So I'd look at a move off of 180 for this name.
Just seeing this ELSE, there's a news pending halt. It hasn't even traded this morning, but ELSE, electro sensors, halted for news pending. So just a heads up on that one. Arun is off today, so we'll have a look at the overall market here. Sharif is going to take a look at the future.
Yeah, guys, let's have a look quickly here at the SPX. This is not the ES March contract. This is the SPX. So it's worth noting here that we're breaking through a major trend line and we're closing above it. So just to keep in context where we are for the move. But now let's have a look at the actual 15-minute chart for the ES March contract. So this was the rally that we made on Friday here. And then look at this. We broke through 4,100, but right at that, I want to say 3:30 time slot on Friday, we got that huge move down and we ended up closing below 4,100. I wonder if that was foreshadowing anything. So 4,100 to the top side is definitely going to be a level. Having a look to the bottom side here, we're looking maybe at that, I want to say that 40-30 area. We should find an interesting area of support. We're not too far away from that at the moment, but 4,100 to the top side, 40-30 to the downside, Brendo.
Good stuff. Let's jump into everything else you need to know heading towards the open here this morning. That's a link to the watch list, guys. If you haven't done so already, grab that every single day. All you have to do is hit the link, put your email address in, and then it just shows up in your inbox for free every single day. We'd be amiss if we didn't talk about some of these EV stocks to kick things off this morning. I mentioned Rivian actually a little bit higher than expected here on volume so far. Back to some key levels as well. That's not Rivian. RIVN on the NASDAQ, 960,000 right now, in fact, back at these key levels from late in the day on Friday after anything in this group made a huge move to the upside on that note. If you missed it again, the Saudi PIF fund looking to possibly take out Lucid entirely, take them private. So big squeeze to the upside, still 37% short interest on Lucid. So we have to be on top of these once again today.
All right, we're going to, I'm just paying for more short here on Rivian. I mean, we absolutely destroyed Rivian on Friday, like we talked about that over and over again. As Tesla's coming back in a little bit, only 40 cents, and just trying to see, it's nothing. It's like, wow. Okay, almost nothing, like $3 for 1,000 shares. Absolutely nothing there for, actually less than that, $1.03? crazy how low does we have to pay for shorts on Rivian, but excuse me, Rivian there on Friday, huge, man. I mean, it's like I wish my trades were in here so I could show you, because we did make a couple swing and misses here for like 20-cent hits when it was going up, because we were waiting for Lucid to pull back. So as you can see here, as of 1 o'clock, 1:30, it just started to fall down, and we really hit this short, man. Like we got, as soon as Lucid started falling, I'll show you the Lucid chart in a minute. I mean, overlaying them, I don't even know if that works, but you know, major move down here for Rivian. And again, as it was going up, just because someone's buying out Lucid doesn't mean that they're buying out Rivian. I mean, the Saudis brought Lucid to market, so it would make sense to me anyways, with the poor performance of these stocks, that they would want to come in, and who knows what their average price is, right? So why not come in and buy the stock up $10, $11, $12 for Lucid? What's the reason to buy up Rivian? I mean, if we hear some Amazon news or some Ford news, names that we already know might sort of be in Rivian still to some extent. But for me, it still remains a short of this name. I'll watch it. If Lucid starts to go ham again, then we'll go right over to Lucid. If Lucid goes crazy, then we'll go right over to Rivian, and we'll be able to watch that one for a short as well. So as this name just kept halting and halting and halting, you're seeing the turnaround rate here. What about 130, 145, right? It's the exact same turnaround time. And you could do this for everything. I think Fisker got started a little bit earlier, but there's Rivian right there, same time. When Lucid turned around, so did Rivian. So like I said, if you're looking to trade EV names and trying to make a little bit of money, I think you've probably found the right spot. We trade this pretty actively. And like I said, on Friday, Lucid might have been my #1 stock, and then Rivian was #2. So they're right behind each other, back to back. We traded a lot of names really well on Friday, but I do want to focus on the ones that are moving. So Rivian already 1 million shares, and Lucid 15.7 million. So yeah, these names are bouncing around right now. No trades yet for me. I told you what we're waiting for. We're going to be as patient as we can and try to put on some decent shares down here near 12. That's sort of the dropout spot for me if we wind up taking 12.
Yeah, so one thing to note, I actually did just test this feature because we can do a bit of an overlay on our charts here. You're already in some senses, you're already relatively weak when it comes to Rivian. I have my black chart up because this is the one I use up there, so I wanted to be able to show you guys this. But as you were just in the morning sort of breaking out it was about 14.5 or so that we got up to, but breaking through resistance levels on Lucid, you weren't getting the same thing breaking afternoon resistance on Rivian. So you kind of held beneath afternoon resistance on Rivian as Lucid was going this pre-market. And then, Lucid is pretty much already at afternoon bottoms when you're holding higher lows over there on Lucid. Sorry, I mean Rivian is. So I think you've got some relative weakness baked into Rivian on any kind of a pop. Sean just reminded me that I have to go pay for locates on Rivian because we can't do it for free. But any major drop in Lucid, the first place I want to go is to Rivian, maybe even like a Polestar or something like that. Look, I want to take multiple legs at this. I think there can be a secondary push. 12 was a level. 13 wasn't one. 14 was. That's had that support in there. And I'm not sleeping on if it absolutely collapses. I said on Friday, if it got to $10, I think I don't want to say that's an obvious long if we see $10 on Lucid, but if you think about where this was, at the $10 was already a big level. It's a 50-period moving average. Any dip into that, I gotta assume there's going to be a lot of buyers in front of that level, and that is we get a halt into that level to the downside, and that's what I was looking for on Friday to sort of load up. I doubt we see it. 12 will come first.
All right, brand new week, guys. Brand new sponsor for the Rundown, bringing you the Rundown not only in the morning but afternoon. Shout out to Trade Ideas. Get 20% off right now. Use that promo code. Use the QR code on screen. The Rundown, a comprehensive stock scanner used by active traders to quickly and effectively identify trading opportunities in the stock market. The platform features a wide range of powerful tools like innovative stock races that you see on the show every single day that help traders identify and act on potential trades in the market. Shout out to Trade Ideas as always. TraderTV.20 will get you 20% off. Trade Ideas. Here's the note on the chip makers this morning. There is a upgrade on AMD separate from this, but all eyes on the Fed coming up here on Wednesday. What are you looking at as far as chips?
Yeah, I'm looking to see how AMD reports tomorrow. They are slated to report, and analysts are looking for an EPS win of 67 cents per share. It's important to note, Brendo, they missed last time, followed by a very small drop in the stock, 1.73%. So let's see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot of eyes will be on that coming off what happened to Intel last week.
Something happened to Intel last week? What? No. Intel, look, Intel got its you-know-what handed to it. However, if you look at what happened at the open, it really was just a buy at the open, probably because of how far it was to the downside. I'm on the offer. I want to short 28 to 28 quarter. You had previous support in Intel. It was not a good quarter for them. I mean, you swing. They projected an adjusted loss. That's what they guided for an adjusted loss. Adjusted. That's why you're supposed to do your fancy accounting so that you can make money, or at least say you're making money. But everything looking bad for the margins under concern. The enterprise is definitely looking incredibly weak right now. So there's a lot of things not to like about that report. If we get back up to 28 to 28 quarter, I want to be fading Intel. Above there, I suppose it could do a second jailbreak. I don't know. I'd be a little bit surprised if it did. But hey, if it did, I'd probably just short it again at 29 even. There's no way around that. NVIDIA's been, I think, better poised here for a bit of a rally. It was great on Friday, super strong. You could not, this stock was just running over everybody. It was running over souls. It broke 200, it broke 205 very briefly. I'm looking right back in at two levels here on NVIDIA, 198. More importantly, I think that 193 level, that's been great. It's been a great level in terms of both resistance and then support for a couple of days here. So if we do get a bit of a flush at the open, that 93 definitely stands out for me on NVIDIA. Those are the two that I'll be watching. We'll see. I mean, AMD has got some pretty clicks. 77 and 72 are great levels back and forth. I just find the longs on NVIDIA have been so explosive that if I go long, I almost want it. It has to be NVIDIA how strong it was Friday.
Yeah, you guys know NVIDIA's been a top stock for me over the last couple of days, so I feel like we'll do the same thing again here today. We marked down 195 when it was down here, and we had this long, which was a good one. So, again, up to 206, I was just too distracted on Friday trading those EV names, but wow, I didn't even realize this got as high as 206. So nicely done, back down to 200 here. I think it's ready to go again, man. I mean, what about this 198 level there for NVIDIA? So I didn't even really have it on my radar because I was looking at other things. But then now that I realized that we actually got this high, now we're being able to buy it for even cheaper right now, back down into this level, 198. I really like this level. So we'll see. It does have huge possibilities here off the open. That was 194 off the open on Friday. Before it was 950, you're up $6 up to $200 again. So I remember we did have this long. We'll see if we can put something on again for NVIDIA. There's so many names to watch right now. We got Lucid, Tesla, SoFi, Google, all names that I'm looking at here as well. So Apple, I mean, I don't know, man. There's so much to do again here today. We are going to go over SoFi in a minute, but I'm waiting for that one to get a little bit lower. I don't know if it's going to. It's still staying up pretty high right now. That 620 level has been pretty good, down here to 6. We'll see about SoFi, but Tesla also dancing around. That's another name that I had. We've already taken 60 cents. It was $1 in the money, and then it's $1.25 in the money, and then it stopped here at 179. So I'm just hoping that Tesla can sort of hold above this 177, 176 area here into the open so we can actually see what's going down. Here are the imbalances real quick. Yeah, not much that we're looking at here again today. APE.
It's up today, and I don't know why.
I haven't even looked at AMC or anything today. Alibaba's down. We don't really know why that's down, but that's down 6% here. It can't be anything to do with AI. It doesn't make any sense. But Alibaba right now down 6. What's NEO down? I mean, maybe it's just a Chinese. I know we have, what was it, Baidu said something, AI, yada, yada. So that's down 2% there. Let's just check out on PDD. Of course, that's the one NASDAQ name. What's that down as a percentage today? 5 again. So I don't know, Brendan, any news on why all these Chinese names are down?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything outside of Baidu, as we'll talk about here in a minute, to the upside on that AI note. Really nothing in the way of negative news anyways. For some of these Chinese ADRs, let's go on to SoFi first, and then we'll touch on some of the Chinese ADRs, as we mentioned there. Q4 numbers right across the board, pretty good here. We were just discussing, Sharif and I were just discussing some of these additions. I mean, 480,000 net additions as far as accounts opened better than expected.
Yeah, interesting little tidbit here. Looking at some of the student loan data that they did, they're down 70% year over year over that. But with respect to their personal loans, they're up 50% year over year. Brendan and I were just speculating with respect to why that's the case. We're thinking maybe, well, I'm thinking maybe that, obviously the student loans are down because of the student loan forgiveness by the Biden administration, and credit card debt is up in the States. So people looking to consolidate those at lower rates. At least that's my take on it, Brendo.
Yeah, we'll have to see how things open up here. But so far, so good. I can't. Sean, that one's yours for SoFi.
Huh?
Yeah.
So what's so bad about that?
No, he's trying to. It's funny because
Just own it.
no, it's like a dad joke. That's
But
the
that's
thing.
fine.
He's giving it to us, the two dads here. So it's funny, like Sharif and Brendan just chilling over there. The two guys at the desk don't have anything to worry about. We're over here having to. I saw you had a good weekend with the daughter there. You finally went tobogganing. We had a crazy weekend. I mean, every weekend is just so.
How was the
nuts.
birthday party?
Great. Yeah, we went to this VR place. I tweeted it out. It was great. Check out my Instagram and all that. It's so much fun. And then, oh man, curling yesterday, more hockey, more outside, everything skating. Absolutely fantastic. But thanks, Brendan, for the dad joke there. But
It was a good one. I thought it was.
so I'm going to say SoFi, not so good. I'm not in this stock right now, but it has been a good day so far for anybody in SoFi. And, I don't know. There's the 200 period here on the 1 minute. That's all the way back down to 625. I know what Neil's going to say, and he's already sort of said it this morning. We always see these moves on earnings day for SoFi, and it always winds up getting faded, and then it comes right back down in to some areas, and then you always wonder why you're caught up here. I don't know if today's going to be different or not. I actually didn't even read the report. I don't care. It doesn't, it's like you read that JP Morgan report on the day that they reported, it was down, and then it was down, 3 or 4%, then just ripped up like $10 as soon as the market opened up. So I don't want to confuse myself by reading, they got more members now, they got more this, more that. I don't know. I don't think anybody trading the stock actually cares about the fundamentals of SoFi. So I don't either. So we'll just wait to see what happens. If it can take out this 675, I think we just punch long right here on the daily chart. It's been completely beat down for a very, very long time, but it's held these bottoms, $4 or $5. I mean, you could say that of any of these stocks, right? So let's just see what's happening. You're now taking out the 200. You're above the 50. To me, this is a rally spot right now. Good earnings. I mean, I looked over the report, but I'm saying I don't know if it's worth digging into anything right now. Whether or not you get to $8 or not today, I'm not sure. So we'll wait to see. 8's going to be ridiculous if we can get to that. But that would be the only area to me, 750 maybe, right here where we could stop on any kind of a move. So I just think, just like Lucid and everything like that, I think you sit here on SoFi and you just wait for the momentum. If the momentum's there to the downside, wait for it to stop. I put the RSI up on here on the 3 minute as well. So we'll do a little dance with some RSI today as well. But that's kind of what we're looking at right now. And we're just going to see where SoFi wants to go. Play the momentum. I'm here. I don't have a big bid until $6. And that's because if it does come down, I sort of was thinking this 590 area where we barcoded on Friday could be something. So I'm going to put on one big trade down here at 605, 610 if it comes through. Probably start the bidding, though, around 620, and then just get long around there. So SoFi, we'll see about it. I think it's going to be a good stock today to trade. Needless to say, it's 10 million shares. It's moving. It's 10%. This is one of those in-stock plays that you want to focus on, especially if you have a lower account, because lower valued account there with your buying power, as it's only 650. I think it's going to provide a lot of opportunities to trade today. I'd be looking at SoFi if I had a smaller account.
And just go back to last year, like this day here on the daily, you can see volume spike, there's earnings, tried to break out, and then it flushed. A week later, it ends up making the same break, and then it ends up with a double top. So last earnings, you basically found a resistance level. That's 650. The lower high is 6.25. And then you go right into like it falling off a cliff at that $6 level. So I came in today, and when I looked at it bouncing off of 620, like, okay, well, that was pretty significant last time they reported. every single time at the open, like Sean said, I don't think we've seen them have a good report or gap up on positive news without fading at the open. So I'm actually almost out of everything on that dip that we had in front of 620. I'll hold on to a little bit just to see if it holds that 20 again at the open. Maybe you can get to that high of the day. But I came in thinking early move on SoFi, because if you buying it on the dip at the open has required a lot of patience and sometimes even breaking that pre-market low. We closed at 594, so that puts a 6 in play to be sure for SoFi. But I've fallen into that trap. I almost want to see it bounce somewhere before I pick up a bid again. And if it gets to $7, fantastic. I'd rather play dips than I would play breakouts on SoFi. That's what last earnings or the last 2 earnings have told me.
All right, let's go on to Baidu. As mentioned, some AI-related headlines coming through for Baidu specifically, the only one of these Chinese ADRs higher. There was this note this morning, guys, from a higher perspective, I guess, more macro-related, U.S.-China relations back kind of tense, I guess, after in Q4. I mean, I thought we got to a point where this was much, much better and everyone was friends once again. But there was this note this morning suggesting a little bit more tensions arising between the U.S. government and Chinese regulators once again. But this came through for Baidu specifically, ChatGPT style bot in the works and apparently set to be launched by Baidu in March.
So
Check Google.
that tension why across the board some of the Chinese ADRs are down. But let's take this out for a second and maybe just don't throw away the AI thing, but just look at the chart of Baidu right now. And this was before this news dropped that they're going to have their own version or whatever launching next month. It was already just a beast. I mean, sort of consolidating, trying to break 140 here, 140. You had a double top on Friday. Like if there was just replace the catalyst, I'd be telling you, okay, buy the dip off 140. Like it's just a clean breakout on the daily chart on a strong name. It had a great run on Friday. Look at it dip right into previous resistance, and then that had turned into support, bounce into 140. Okay, well, can history repeat itself? Can it dip at the open into 140 and just play a bounce play there? Fine. It's almost not like, sure, the catalyst is yada, yada, yada AI, but this was a strong stock before that. So I really don't mind going over to it and looking to buy that dip at the open 140s here. I think it looks good technically. It's a strong looking trend that the stock has been on. It's an unbroken trend just yet. I feel like it's probably going to have some kind of a pullback day in it, but that would involve breaking 140 anyway. So I'm on the dip at the open in front of 140 on Baidu.
All right, we'll talk about a little bit of Google here because I don't see that on the board. All right, so Google's been really weak lately. It did have a nice day, obviously, on Friday. I mean, a lot of stocks did. It finished the day near its top there of $100, but we did still fail at 100. So for me, I want to short this name. We talked about it. If it gets anywhere near 99, we'd like to short that. That's where the 200 period is. So for me, for Google, this is going to be another name that we're just going to look to try to get short. This is what it looked like on Friday, just with the 1 minute chart. Excuse me, nice little bump up there from this level that we're looking to take out right now, 97. If the markets get into the downside, this is a name that I want to get short. Google right now down 1.4%. Obviously, the market's down as well. So we'll wait to see some weakness. This name's been pretty weak. Since we're talking AI, I feel like it's getting bumped up because of some of the AI news here, as Google's going to be a major player and already is a major player in artificial intelligence. So that's 98.50, 99. Either way, I'm looking to get short this name. If we do get the short, let's see how high it gets going. You know, a break of 99, I won't be happy if it breaks 99. So I know we're going to be the wrong way if that does happen. So again, more aggressive than the market, a big name right there. Another name that we always like to short too, Amazon. Again, another name that uses AI. What a surprise. They're stronger than the market though today and above 100. So this is almost the other way around. Watch for dips into 100 for Amazon. So there's a few good trades here today that I think are going to, pan out for themselves. I want to give this market a rest for a bit. Let's let it settle down here off the open. We do have the imbalances coming out for the NASDAQ in just under 2 minutes right now. And yeah, I'm excited for them. Apple, again, I got some bad wicks here. So did you put those things in your charts? No? I was going to say, because I got one in here. I don't know if they work in the pre-market, but they work afterwards. 148 right there for Apple. And we're still, we're at 145. This is what I mean. And we're still at some nice levels now where are we going to hold Friday's open? So that's really what I want to see here off the open. And also, I did mark down, since we talked a little bit about futures, we nailed them on Friday and Thursday when we talked about this 11,900 as a bottom right there for the NASDAQ. That came into play. And right now, it looks like you want to come back in here to test 12,000 on the NASDAQ. So you're only at 12,080 right now. You can easily drop 80 points in the first 30 seconds or so of this market, at which point I think it's worth testing longs. Anywhere near that 12,000 mark, find your strongest name. Maybe it's a Microsoft, maybe it's an NVIDIA, and buy the dip in those names if the market does come down. So I still got Lucid on my mind. I got Google over here and a few other names that we're watching. But for longs, it's Lucid and Tesla are the names I'm looking for, and SoFi off that bottom.
Yeah, we're just talking about EVs a little bit. Let's talk Tesla here to wrap things up. An upgrade coming through, yet another one, after 3 straight days to the upside last week. There's nothing in the way of significant headlines on Tesla today outside of that 420 funding secured tweet trial still underway for Elon, but I mean, the stock just did not care about that last week.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Come to my chart, Fahad, because I want to show basically the smiley face pattern that's forming here. Michael Noss spoke about this on Friday in his analysis, so I sent him a picture of the smiley face. I said smiley face question mark, and I think he liked. But there are obviously other factors to take into consideration. But the technicals look good on Tesla. The thing that I'm most interested in is BYD, Tesla's biggest global competitor, is pumping out cars, and they're also pumping out profits. It looks like their profit for 2022 is going to be 5 times higher than their profit for 2021. They're still behind Tesla, though, guys. 400,000 fully electric vehicles a year is how much they trail by.
Yeah, pretty impressive. 33% on the week last week for Tesla shares.
Is that all? That's not too bad. It's not too bad. A little 33% move. We'll take it. Look, Tesla was super strong. Look, I like 174, 175. Just show me where it dipped in. Actually, 75 was the only short that I had. I took the 70. Oh, sorry, it was 78 short into 75, and then it made this bottom right here off 74. So that's the area I want to dip by in Tesla. Super strong name. But by the way, Carvana is making a bit of a move here. I just see, and on Friday it was a lot of squeeze names, for lack of a better term, that were strong. This one's starting to break out there, up like 8%, and continuing to go. You can kind of see here just how depressed it is. This one could be pretty strong. If it holds that 8 at the open, certainly worthy of, I guess, the squeeze play of the day. Just going to point something out without naming any names in the chat, guys. First of all, if you want to enjoy our chat, you actually have to be a subscriber. So take a second to hit the subscribe. We're going to give you our trading ideas, what we see in the markets or whatnot. But of course, trade your own book, and don't just buy something because somebody said buy it. That's a dangerous thing to do, obviously. Do your own diligence out there, and we appreciate everyone's opinion in the chat. We'd like to hear ideas and try to learn from each other. But yeah, you never want to be buying something just because somebody said so.
So right here, we tweeted this out. Thanks, Brendan, for that one. Yeah, we tweeted this out on Friday here with the mic drop, 33% in 1 week. But again, the stock's been getting crushed. So, be careful with Tesla. Here was that VR place here. It was pretty cool. Different booths with different VR setups. It was really cool coming through there. Here's some kids running around like maniacs as we go. But let's go back over now and look at that. Brendan wrote down 15%. Oh, yeah, it doesn't. Depends where you want to go. I saw 59% for Carvana on the short side of things. So either way, man, it's definitely big time shorted there. Tesla, for me, continues to be the name that we'll wind up trading more today. We're in the money right now, $1.80 on this name. I want to buy this off this 177, 175. Let's give it back to 175. It had a problem with 180 there on Friday, so I could see that sort of being an issue again there here today. So let's just see if it takes it out. We're going to be out of this name just as fast as we're in it if it does take this 175. So we'll average it into 175. Let's see if it continues to go upside right now for Tesla. That's about that, man. I mean, this Carvana, we were looking at $9 before. This was a big one. This was given the death kiss by, I think it was Morgan Stanley, which means you just have to buy it. When they downgraded this thing to $1 a while ago. It dropped off pretty good, and now you're seeing it nicely done here. Up one, actually it's only 1.3 million, so it's not huge. What does it look like on the imbalance locator? Maybe there's a Carvana here. NY, no, I don't see anything on here. Oh, there it is right there. So it's a buy, 200,000 to buy. Not big for them. There's Helbiz there a little bit as a sell. XPEV Neo. So right now it's pretty mixed with, I would say, a bias to the sell side here with only a minute and a bit to go up. So here we go, getting ready. I feel like there's going to be more short squeezes happening today. Lucid's just jumping around. There's Helbiz right there. Lucid's just jumping around 13 bucks. So not much happening. Mullen's on there as well that I see that you guys have. I don't really trade sub-dollar stocks. I haven't really been able to, see too much money for myself being made there. So we'll wait on those names. But for right now, I've got the picks in, and we're looking at Tesla for sure.
Yeah, Tesla for sure. We'll see if Lucid can end up holding that 12 even level. Got a couple of things so far, Helbiz already. I'm looking at, we didn't talk about Microsoft or Apple. Apologies for that. If we get to 250 on Microsoft, that's an obvious short, but it's got this 246 lower high that got put in last week. I think it could be one name that if it rejects that, we could take the market to said downside. Apple pretty strong as well, but I think I want to lean toward that 50 level and shorting some pops there. We're going to get the countdown on. I think Sharif is going to ring the bell. So, but I don't know if Sharif rang the bell in a little bit here, but in 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it, Sharif.
All right, as per usual, yeah, go ahead. We are now open here, and we're going to watch it here. The market's dancing around a little bit. Here comes Lucid to the downside, just a little bit, 1280, 1290. We'll see if that's going to play. Tesla's not playing around, hovering around here, and not doing too much. And there goes the market, trying to take out some of these pre-market highs of 12.1. That'd be pretty cool if we get to 12.1, which we just touched. So here we go, taking out another key level in the market. But here comes Tesla back down. So although the market's strong right now, Tesla a little weak into this. So Lucid also coming down here.
Yeah, and right now challenging that 140 is going to be Baidu. I want to check out on NIO. We forgot to talk about some of the Chinese EV names, but did get that Baidu off that 140 level. Let's see if it can hold up a little bit. It did have a big level of support there, or at least resistance turning into support. And I'll get some out if it wants to go that first dollar. Always say, if you're going to take profit, you actually have to get an order out there. So if it bounces to 141, we'll take a leg out there. I know it's a weird thing, but you actually have to put orders out to make profits. SoFi's starting to bounce here. It's back up to 660. I kind of feel like every time I trade this thing off after earnings, it fades. So if it gets to the high of the day, I'm very likely to take my profit and run. That'll be up around that 670 area. We'll see what happens. And Amazon rapidly approaching that 100 level as well.
Yeah, we're multiple dollars. Well, we were just multiple dollars in the money here on our Tesla trade. It just went right to 179.35 there, creating a big winner. And here it goes again, man. This is going to be a good one for us as we just hold on to one stock. And like I said, you don't need a whole bunch to make this. So here we go. Nice little upside move here for Tesla as it's now $1.50, $1.70, $1.80 now in the money for Tesla right there. So it's sticky note nation time again here today. Let's hopefully you guys are able to take a little bit of profit on this play as I'm still holding it out. So I want to see what happens at 180, guys. Like Neil said, pick your poison, trade your own book. But we're going to do that right now with Tesla, watching it near 180 and still climbing goes Tesla.
So I'm now out of two things. We'll slap the face for Baidu. Dip bought that one. But I'm out of SoFi because SoFi just broke the high of the day. SoFi just took out 675. I'm not chasing this one to the upside. I fell for that trap before, so I'm not buying highs in here. If I buy, it's going to be on the dip. All the dips were good all the way up to this pre-market top, and at this point, I want to be a little bit patient. If I get something to the sell side, I want market strength to give me some Intel. Oh, give me a break. Intel just missed me by 5 cents. Seriously, Intel? So Intel did spike at the open. Looks like it got to 28.10 or so. I'm going to take the next pop to the upside into 28. That's where we wanted to get the shorts on for Intel. It's the only name I knew for sure. I was going to sit on the offer regardless at a key price level. If we get any strength, I want to be there. And then NVIDIA would have been for some longs. Now, forget about 193. It looks like it wants to be breaking out once again. That 200 level. If we bounce off 200, I'll look for longs off that 200 to 199 area here for NVIDIA. But Intel is a short in the chip game.
All right, yeah, we'll look to put on something else here eventually. Let's just check out what Meta's doing here as we're looking for that one. I was looking for a 150, 150. I'm going to cancel
Lucid's
that.
at 12
right now. Yeah, Lucid's come back in, so okay, perfect. So this is a level now that we're trying to get interested in Lucid. I'm waiting a little bit lower for this name. Let's see if it can come in. Here it comes right now. Again, a break back down below 12, and we will get out of Lucid. So I think right now we can start it. We'll buy some 21s here. I was waiting a little bit lower for this name, so let's wait in the teens here. Yeah, okay, so we bought a small amount there at 21. Okay, here. I was actually waiting at 16, so if that winds up being the bottom there, then I would have paid a little bit too much, getting a little too anxious for it. But here it comes right back in now. All right, it looks like 16 might have been the bottom, so let's buy some 15s here. Not enough,
Wow,
darn it. We were literally waiting there. Oh, no, Sean. That's bad, because we were waiting at that level 16, and I canceled it to wait a little bit lower. But we'll take an out right there. Hey, man, we're going to ring the register. Getting that long and taking a piece out at 29, we'll do that. Here it comes back in right now. Tesla, though, just turned around, bounced off that 180. So, yeah, this is good. It looks like it wants to get lower now, Tesla. That's all good. We were waiting for that. Let's put in another average here as it's come down to 175.
So I am now short Intel because obviously I'm going to be short Intel. I just got some at 98s. I want to get more because look at NVIDIA start to head to the downside. Does not hold that 200 level even by a little bit. It's breaking down. I knew where I wanted the shorts to be, but that's going to put the market coming back in as well. That's going to put some pressure on Lucid here. I've got my longs in front of 12 and we're going to Brennan.
Not a lot of volume yet, but Boeing popping up here, guys. Just awarded a U.S. Air Force contract for tankers. So I just saw some volume coming in through 210 there. Not doing much, though, for Boeing.
All right, we're getting close right here now as a lot of these names are just falling down. We should have... It's too bad that Google never really gave us that short that we kind of wanted right now, but we're long Tesla at 176. It looks like it is going to take down this 175. So when that does happen, man, we're not going to be in this for very long, like I said. There, we tried it. It did go up to that 180. You know, I just thought it was going to break there, so now it comes back into 175. So we took a 175.50. Our average price is 176. So there it goes. Once it breaks 175, we're out. So we'll flush ourselves down the toilet for that play. Didn't work out. Kind of, I'm fine with it. I did think it was going to bounce off that 180. We didn't take it out. There was a key spot there. So fine, we took that shot. It's going to be an L right there right now. And more importantly, though, we're looking at Lucid right now as that could be a bigger L than Tesla for sure, because that's now taking down 12 as well. So there goes Lucid. All these EV names right now, not really participating in the way that we thought they would. Is that bacon or something? That we're smelling over there,
Smells
Sharif.
way too damn good
right now. But eating like a dinner over here to my left. So there it is. Let's watch out for Lucid. It's right at that 12 spot. We're long already. We're long at 12.15. Looks like we'll take a haircut here if it continues.
Yeah, I just got stopped out of Lucid. I rang the register on Intel and then got stopped out of Lucid there. But I got a bad trigger on Tesla. Tesla actually held this 174 area, so I don't want to be out of this. 174 is where I want the long in front. If it can start holding, and I'm not going to race back in. I'm getting all kinds of dark pool prints here. I'm not going to race back in. I want to see it actually hold a level, maybe get a little bit back above that 74 area, and then look for a dip, because the longs have been getting crushed so far this morning. Like, that's Lucid. We're in front of 12. We're out. It doesn't really make any kind of a significant bounce. And if you're looking for signs of strength, you're not going to see a heck of a lot of them. We kind of forgot about the Chinese EV names. NIO sort of flushing very close to the $12 level, just coming back. 12 was a monster level on Friday. Didn't think we'd be here this soon. Double bottom at the open. I think that's probably worth at least a little bit of a scalp trade. But be careful shorting some of these names. Tesla now down to 173.
Yeah, oh yeah.
If you're looking for, maybe it's just one of the days where it's only squeeze names that show you strength. Because right now I'm seeing CVNA actually holding up pretty nicely. That's a bit of a buy the dip situation. I think we have a shot there. SoFi, which I got out of at 75, got all the way to 690, and then a bit of a wick top. So this is where I would expect, if it's going to pull back in and give a shot to 620s, 630s, it would be this wick high that takes us down there. So I'm kind of waiting for it to get back down into the 620. Very, very patient with the longs here today, because you get stopped out pretty quickly at 9:30, and you want to see signs of strength before you jump back into it. Speaking of signs of strength, hit enter twice, and then see Apple. So Apple is actually stronger than the NASDAQ. It's holding pre-market lows. For now, I might have this in the bucket of things we can go for the dip buy, but I want to see us level off a little bit. I got to find some more shorts in here because it looks like we missed a couple. Brendo.
A few people mentioning this one. GMVD halts to the upside at day highs here, 124% on this note. They got a patent for a medical device that the company makes. So GMVD halted right now upside.
All right, what do we think here? NVIDIA did make a bottom there at well, let's see if it made a bottom at 198. I want to test this bottom, so we'll see if it breaks it. If it breaks it, we're going to get out just as fast as we get in, of course, like I always say. So we're going to test that one a little bit more to the downside if it does come in just a little bit there, but there it is. Nice little win for us here as the market's starting to bounce. Strong. We also have Lucid long. Let's just take a piece out of NVIDIA right now. That was a great little price that we just got down there. We got 60s. We'll see if we can get it out there. There it is. Nice little win backside as we're making some money back big time now. There goes Lucid as well. We got out and bought back in after it was sort of holding that 1180 area, which is where we wanted it. But again, I didn't want to hold too much. I wanted to see it make a bottom, so it did do that. So let's go. So right now we're $1 in the money on NVIDIA on that buy and 20 cents in the money on Lucid on that. So far so good here. We'll look to get a little bit more of NVIDIA if it does come back down. But for right now, we're cruising with that one.
Yeah, just going to get some Meta here if we can, because Meta is relatively strong. Actually does not, it shows a higher low pre-market, back above the 150 level. It's going to do the work for you here. Bouncing off here, 149. That was good support in the afternoon. On Friday, if we can bounce off that again, I like the longs in front of 149. Just looking for some relative strength at this point as the market trying to get back upside. Brendo.
Notable here for Microsoft, not really doing much, but they've completed, guys. We talked about this when it came out. They've completed this purchase of 4.2% ownership in the LSE as of this morning. So not really doing much here for Softy, though.
All right. All right, so yeah, I'll look at Softy in a minute right now. I mean, obviously, I'm right now $1 in the money here on this name. We'll see if NVIDIA gets back upside. I think we could take out this 201. Again, the market's going to have to rally. This is exactly what happens in the morning, which is why it's tough, right? Huge downside move, and then now right back to where we opened again. So we're right sort of in the middle now. We actually opened a little bit lower, made a nice move up, breaking that 12.1, and now you're right back to 12.1 after testing 112.50, right? So, we'll see if it dances around like this. It'll be a tough trade today, but, we find some bottoms on some of these names. Lucid, again, we got stopped out there, and then it bottomed at 1180, so I said, let's try it one more time. You never know what can happen with this name. Obviously, we saw that on Friday, so let's try to hold a little bit here. We're 25 cents in the money on it, and we're going to hopefully be positive soon if it goes back up, because this hit was about 20 cents. So we need a little bit more to go here on the upside as I'm trying to hold it, and by trying, I mean I am. So right now we are holding that one, and then just to check back in on Tesla, wow. Again, in and out pretty quick. It was about $1 hit net, but yeah, right back in after resisting that drop through 173. Here comes NVIDIA, right back down again, so we'll see if we can buy a little bit more. Good thing we took a little bit out there, trying to get a bigger position right now in the 30s for NVIDIA.
Yeah, and NVIDIA looking like it's going to hold that 98, at least for now. Intel got some on the way back at 98. I'm going to get bids all the way down to the 70 level. I did pick up Neta, so that's a new position for me. Just looking for something relatively strong, because when I see what's going on in the market here, you got to be poised. Like, what was actually holding up pretty well? What's making some higher lows, at least for now? There's the ES sort of trying to break back in to set upside. This is why I was favoring Meta, sort of an obvious play breaking through that 150 level. I haven't taken anything out yet, but I want to do so very quickly. We didn't talk Alibaba very much. It just put in a pretty significant break of 110 on big volume at the open and is trying to wick higher. So if this starts going to the upside, we know what can happen with Alibaba. It can start making those big runs. I do want to make sure it's not absolutely capitulating when I go long on NEO in front of 12. I'm going to sit on the bid now. I actually thought I've got my bid in there before, but I'm just going long in front of that even one on NEO. I might have missed a chance at 05s, 06s there, and it's already bounced to VWAP. If it comes down there again, I want to be able to pick this one up to said long side. SoFi is still trying to pull back. I thought we'd go a little bit deeper on a pullback here, maybe into the 625 where we got it before, but it actually bounces at 635. I don't want to chase this just yet, but I do favor buying the dips in front of 620 on SoFi. I think that's still going to be in play for me. Just a little bit further, I'd like to see it come down.
Yeah, I'm still waiting. I didn't even look at that. It's a good call there. We'll have to look at some SoFi in a sec. Okay, so just in case you were wondering, we did not get that reload because we were at 30 for NVIDIA, and it went to 38, and then it ripped right back to the upside right now. So yeah, not a great execution there for me on NVIDIA, as we missed it by 4 cents the long. But we're going to sit in here again. There it is. We just took a 50 right there on NVIDIA. I'm going to try to give it to 198. We talked about that. If it breaks lower, it breaks lower. The market's trying to figure out what it wants to do, but I know that if it breaks higher, the market, then I'm in a good name here with NVIDIA. But we just stopped at 199.50, so I'm going to put an order around there, see if we can take a piece out. If it does go back up, I don't know. I'm sort of just chilling out right now, waiting for Lucid to go. So we've just taken some more out here. It's 30 cents in the money right now, as we just taken some out on the high side. I am waiting at 25, and then I'm waiting at 40. So after that, we're just going to wait to see. It is having a problem here going, for sure. I feel like I'm just trading this now. There it is. Yes, sir. Oh my God, right there. That's a good one right now for Lucid, as it's come right back up here. But that was a good fill there. 28s. Wow. Okay, good fill. Sorry, 25s. It went to 28. So far, so good on that one. Why I'm holding this is just for the dream. Let's see if these guys want to come back in, put out another press release or something about a possible price or what they're thinking about the Saudi fund there. We'll see if it continues to go upside as we sit in Lucid and hold it. I can't believe I'm about to get, maybe I might get a 40 right now. Carvana ripping as well.
$9 on Carvana right now.
NVIDIA, we just took $1 on NVIDIA right now as well. There goes Lucid. Holy shit. We are now really spinning this thing, guys. Let's go. Big day alert over here, guys.
Yeah, I have some Lucid off the bid right now, 12s as well, but Carvana just got to $9 even, up 15% now. Looks like it's trying to make a secondary break. If it dips to 650, I'm going to buy whatever that dip. If it gets to 850, I'm probably going to get 860s in here. But I almost want it to reject 9, get down here and pick me up, because I think this one could go on a secondary push. I'm going to take the 9 break as a scalp trade. I definitely like that breakout for sure. Wow, it was a huge refresher. I was just convinced it was going to break, but someone just keeps on refreshing at 9. It looks like it's just broken out, so I have some 01s to the long side. Always want to scalp a little bit out on that initial move. If you're not paying attention, this is just one of those squeeze type names. I don't think we had a specific story here that I'm aware of. It's been on the break, and it's a huge level, breaking that 8 from last week. Now Carvana continuing to go to the upside. We'll ring the register here, but just understand, you usually want to pay yourself out. Is it going to go into a... No, bit of a refresher here at 9.15. I'm going to take a couple of legs out here. It might be going into a halt off 9.15. I don't understand why it would halt at this price, but if it does, I only want to hold half as the market bouncing to the upside, the long starting to pay off. Brendo.
Zoom, guys, popping up here 2 days in a row. If you remember, this thing was really strong back on Friday. They announced some board changes back on Friday, but nothing really significant today. Just took out 75 there on volume for ZM.
Man, we are just absolutely banking right now on Lucid, man. 1260, are you kidding me right now? This is what we're talking about. Like, you know, I was a little lackadaisical going over some of those watch list names because it didn't matter to me. You got to look for key ideas, right? Key names to trade. NVIDIA, like we just took, that was $1.50 there on NVIDIA back up to the upside, right? As we wait for key levels to come in, we strike them, and we strike them with fury, and that's that. So like right there, Lucid as well, comes into 12 bucks. Unfortunately, we did start that a little bit too early, and we did get stopped out, but we didn't get stopped out of it all. We actually indeed bought more, and right there, right up to the 50 period, 75, we took some outs at 60 and then at 66 there. Now it's starting to fall back in. We'll take another piece. We'll take a 37 right there, whatever we got there, 37, and I'll put another order here. And this is the thing, when you have enough shares, this is what you're able to do. We talked about Lucid possibly being a scalp today, so that's what we're doing right now, scalping Lucid and watching this name continue to go. Obviously, Tesla's going to be bought back up right now. SoFi's back to 670 again. Should have bought some dips there in SoFi, I guess. Wasn't paying attention to that name as that came right back in. So lots of stuff bumping around here in what is going to be, looks like, another good market day, as we now just took out the pre-market top of 12 again. So there it goes, continuing to run upside. Good thing we cashed out of some of that Lucid. Don't be afraid to get out when it comes back down. Like, if this takes this down again, we will get out of Lucid. So watch out for the downside here as it's come right back into 12. We'll try a small reload here, but it's not going to be huge. The stock is just nuts. All the way up to 1280 there. Watch out for that again. Oh, And how's $3 right now for NVIDIA to the upside? So same day, same trader, different stocks. Let's keep this money going.
Yes, sir, let's do it. I'm going to get a reload on Lucid probably one more time. I don't know if you wanted a third time, fourth time, I should say. Carvana is halted. I actually didn't think it was this crossed the halt band, but it is 9:15 at halt price, and it's currently indicating a 9:15 open. So for what it's worth, I don't think that was big enough move for a liquidity halt or a volatility halt, but whatever, that's where we're at right now. Meta's back up to 150.50. Actually didn't take anything out the last time it came up here. So these are the highs, 150.75. I know these wicks are up there, but this is the actual high. I'm going to get some out in front of that, look to buy dips off 149.5, 150s, and then see if we can't rinse and repeat off that name. Microsoft was a name that if we got to 250, we'd say we'd short it. More wicks here, but not really breaking out the top there on Microsoft, unfortunately. And then Amazon, I don't think we actually saw it get to that 100 level. Got to 122. Could have started that one a bit early and picked up the dip at 100 on Amazon. Unfortunately, I didn't. NIO 12s. We're still kind of bouncing away from the 12 level on NIO. I'll go ahead and take a shot at that if it does come back down. But that's strongly trending into the downside. And as I mentioned here, Lucid bounces to VWAP. It feels like it did break that stop one time. It then held wick bottoms. I think it's worth it off of this level. And if it does flush 12, Rivian here gets interesting. Rivian on the 19 break, if Lucid takes it out, that's a good sympathy short there. I do like that. But Carvana is on my mind because it'll be open in a couple of minutes here. Could see $10 on the stock. It wouldn't surprise me. But I'm going to be locked and loaded. If it opens and fails 9, I'm out and looking for an 860 dip or 850 dip.
Yeah, we're trying to do the... I mean, I'm sort of looking at Carvana, Lucid, all these kind of names as the same, right? I mean, they're all busting out here. You got to be very, very patient with a lot of these plays. We don't really have any idea, where they're going to stop. And you got to look at the short interest for a lot of these names as well, obviously. And you traders know that. So I'm taking a couple pieces out here of Lucid, even as it's a little on the low side here. Does it still have, we still have enough shares, obviously, that if it pops, we're able to do some damage here. But, not really hoping for that pop. Hoping for it, yes, but not trading around it, right? So it's like if we can get back up to 1240 here, I have an offer sitting there to see if we can get something out in that range. And every sort of little pop up, I feel like you got to be a little prudent to get something out here of Lucid. So watch out for those names. Let's check out on Bed Bath & Beyond, another one here, 270. I saw this was moving a little bit earlier, but doesn't seem, okay, it's still going. So still going to the high side as the chart finally loads up there. Bed Bath & Beyond, a nice take upside rate there. Yeah, 275. We'll wait to see around a $3 mark. Let's check this out in a couple minutes and see where we are on this name. And then, of course, NVIDIA, by the way, like I said, like we're sort of just doing everything here, but NVIDIA just went $2+ in the money, and I didn't do a heck of a lot about it. Up to 201 there, the high again. So there goes Carvana. Still going, it looks like?
Yeah, so it just took out the high there. I actually added to it. I'm going to make sure my stop in. My stop is good. So I just wanted to make sure I had my stop up there because I added to this on the break of the high off that open. So my average price now like 920s. Wasn't able to get anything at 950. I threw my order out there to try and grab some 50s. Wasn't able to catch it. We'll see if we can get it a second time through. If this can't hold 9, I just want to get out. So I'm risking about 25 cents plus slippage. We'll see how far this bad boy can go. I just reloaded Lucid, by the way, but this one absolutely running to the upside. Maybe we see 10s. I want to make sure I pay myself out on the way up to it, so we'll get some 975s. 9 is my out. I'm giving it a couple of pennies below that, and we're going to go to Brennan in a quick second here, but Lucid just retested 12 even. If this busts down, I got to try to get some Rivian shorts. Brendo?
Big move back higher here, guys, for Bed Bath & Beyond after what happened last week, if you remember. Not enough money over here to pay current debt responsibilities. Just testing this high from Friday's session here for BBBY.
I don't think I paid for
right. Yeah, big move there for Carvana. Big move for Bed Bath & Beyond, which we just talked about. Thanks for that, Brendo, on that one as well for Bed Bath & Beyond. Look, a lot of stocks moving right now, so let's stay focused on what names you guys have, and that's sort of the key for me lately is try not to look absolutely everywhere. Just stay in your pocket, and if you're trading something, do that, and to that extent, That's why we just reloaded Rivian Lucid again right down there at 12 bucks. We've been watching this name. I like it. We're giving it a shot here down near 12. So let's see if it can hold that level. But right now, Lucid starting to go back to the downside. I still think there's some nice upside moves there to happen. And then talk about a name that we may want to short again. What about if Tesla gets back up to 180? So another couple ideas there that I'm looking at.
Yeah, absolutely. One that just got to resistance is Intel. So I haven't taken anything out whenever it dips, but it looks like it wants to try to break out again. It's just gone green, by the way. So somebody likes this report, to be sure. My stop out is right here. You'll see it automatically just sort of get out. I don't want to be long Intel. It might work, but even if it does work, I'm just going to get out flat. I don't want the long at this level. As a matter of fact, if it rejects this 28.25, I probably want to jump back into some shorts. Just to go back to the other three names that I'm in here, we'll go to the 3-minute so you can see Meta now breaking out again. I'm going to look to buy the dips. Hopefully 150s again. If I get 149.5 off that 149 level, then we'll continue this sort of train ride to the upside on Meta. That one's going to be working. Lucid is once again trying to bounce off 12s. That is not a very aggressive bounce off 12. Looks like it went 15 pennies up to 12.25 there. I have 05s as a long. I might just get a little more aggressive getting some out on the way to VWAP. This is trending in the wrong way, Lucid here. CVNA, which we just jumped into a couple of times. Hit enter twice. There you go. A couple of times. It's now trying to make a bit of a dip. I like the fact that 9 is holding. Very key that it holds this 9-10 area here. So as you get that big dip in, the original breakout was 9 even. I added to it up here to give myself a 9.20 price. I'm risking about 25 cents plus slippage, looking for a push into that $10 level. And one more for you guys. Oh, you already talked about Tesla. That NEO, starting to come back, but holding higher lows. I still want 12s, but if this starts breaking out, I might have to get involved a little bit higher. Tesla's strength might be dragging NEO up here a little bit, even if I see some of the Chinese names look weak.
Yeah, I'm just trying to watch out for Google here as well, possibly looking for another weak name. So Google just bounced off 98. So I was thinking about this name here. We did want this more near 99. That didn't come in ever today. So we're going to watch out for Google here today. We have RSI on here. These are 30 and 70 bands. So we'll see if those can come into play for anything. But right now okay, so by the way, let's go. We got some big time wins happening right now on the board. Look at NVIDIA. I didn't even realize we got this long back here in NVIDIA. So all my other trades be damned. We got some big ones on right now, including Lucid, man. Did we load up down there or what? Well, you don't know if I did or not, but I'm telling you I did. Down there at 12 bucks. That's the thing about the show, man. We're going to give you the goods as we have it. So right there, a nice little load up backside on Lucid. It doesn't look that good on the down, but there it is right there. Double outs and then nice outs again. Like I said, we got on enough shares here that we can, sort of take it out as it goes back up. There's another 36, so I'm sort of littered here. Let's put something in the 40s, like 45, in case it really does rip up, back up to the upside as there it goes. And then there goes NVIDIA as well. Look where this name is. Tell me I don't have any offers. I have 199.80 right now on NVIDIA. It just went to 77. I was going to say, don't tell me it just missed me, but here it comes back up. There's a Lucid fill. Holy crap, man. What an awesome day. I just tweeted out I love Mondays, baby. And now Monday's back in the business one more time. Bang, right there, another one for you on NVIDIA, $1.50 on NVIDIA, 50 cents on Lucid. And right now we watch out for Google because that one's going the other way for me. But we'll take some profits out here as we're ripping it up. We already spun the money, so let's wait to see what happens now with Google.
Yeah, I mean, the shorts are not looking terribly good right now. I mean, the market's still going to be to the downside, but the shorts looking not too great. I haven't found anything that I like new, but SoFi is rejecting any chance of getting below. This is the strongest I've seen it after earnings. I'm looking at this higher low and saying, hey, if it's the dip buy I'm going to get, this is the dip buy that I'm going to have to take. 650 looks like a good level. We had quarters early. I don't want to completely miss out on this party. 7 is still in play for SoFi. But I'm going to jump in the bid here because everything that we've got the dips on so far has worked out pretty nicely. I'm going to go back over to Amazon just quickly. To Amazon here for you guys. Amazon is relatively weak. It's putting in some lower highs. Still haven't had a chance to get that 100 on the dip. And Carvana is doing a dance here off of this. So it halted to the upside. You guys remember it halted at 9.15. It's doing a bit of a dance. It's bounced off 9 a couple of times. It tried to wipe out and shake everybody out. I'm giving it past 9 even, and I'm really not offering until 9.75. I'm going to change that, get one offer out in front of 9.50. Just so if it plays this range over and over, I can buy 9s, get out 30s and 40s, and hold a core position into 10. That's what we're kind of doing with Lucid, try to hold a core position as it tries to grind higher, but the market's screaming to set upside, and we got to find some opportunities for some shorts in there somewhere. I know one of them is likely to be Amazon. It's just a matter of it getting a little bit closer to this 102 level. And Meta, Meta really only got about $1 in the money, and I'm still looking for those dips. These wicks, not really sure what we can do about those. Eventually, at some point, I'll get those cleaned up for you if I can. 150 looking for the dip buy on Meta. That's been good so far. Going to hold on to these 3 longs. I'm not going to force anything to the short side as the market looks pretty strong.
All right, let's go. Yeah, market strong today for sure. We did short Google, but got ripped up there as that was nothing, and that was a short. We put it on. It was really back here to 98, so you could see it did take that out. As now we're approaching these highs right now. It looks like Google does want to continue to make a move higher right now. So I'm actually, I don't know. Obviously, we didn't wait enough. We should have waited $4.99 in order to get short there. But what a good take on 98. So kind of thinking about maybe going long here if it does come back in, as that name continues to work out for us as well. Not for us, but for anybody that was long through 98 continuing to work out. Okay, Lucid, let's just do our damn thing here. Like I said, my #1 stock today, Lucid, and we sort of called that before the day even started that we'd be all over this name, and that's exactly what we have been. Over 30 fills so far on Lucid. We only got dropped out right there, but we bought it right back in. So far so good here for the day on LCID. And then of course, look at this NVIDIA long. This came in, we bought it. Now let's hold it in case this market does go. I really like a Meta break of this high, 25, but it's got to come in right now, back up to that level. It doesn't look like it wants to do that. So we probably just stay trading what we're doing, Lucid and NVIDIA to the high side. I don't know, Apple.
Hit this one, man.
Yeah.
So I'm glad, actually, look at your charts for Meta there. CVNA did just get to 974, so that's close enough to 75 that I got some out at 70. I did take another leg out there at 940. At this point, I'm just going to move my... You know what, I'm actually not going to trail this any. I'm giving it all, I'm just going to go for it. So I think giving it back to 9 even makes some sense. If it breaks 10, I'd move my stop. We haven't gotten to 10 just yet. This one's screaming to the upside. The squeeze names have been strong, so sometimes you just got to join them. Brendo, what's happening now?
Hey guys, market's trying to hold on to key levels here, but still basically a red board top to bottom to have a look at here at 10 o'clock. 0.4 basically for the S&P, 0.38, 0.36 now, heading in the right direction as I mentioned. Look at the Dow, already green, trying to lead things back to the upside. Was faring a little bit better all pre-market long. The Russell weak today, specifically the 2000 tech off the lows as well, NASDAQ composite and the 100, 0.82, 0.88. If you were with us early on this morning, we got you caught up on Lucid, Tesla, and SoFi beating expectations with their earnings. Yeah, nice look. 13%, just made a day high, but hard rejection there at day highs for SoFi. Tesla as well, kind of chopping around here between 175 and 178. Held that pre-market low, though, eventually off the open, guys.
So I think I found something that I'm probably going to short. And Bed Bath & Beyond is going parabolic. Relatively parabolic. It's at $3, and I remember $3 on this stock. And $3 was a pretty good level. I know 340 is even bigger. If we get up here into this channel, 320 to 340, look, I'm going to try and get this one to the south side. It's less than a cent a share for us to be able to get locates on this. They're going bankrupt. There's going to be a limit to any run, and I don't want to be chasing it. The difference is not SoFi, the difference is CVNA, which could be going as well. I just think it's clearing out to the upside, whereas this is running into resistance. And if something is clearing into new territory, it means new people under pressure, as opposed to getting to levels that people are begging to get out. So I'm going to see if we can't get 10s. I actually did just get 990 here, and if CVNA breaks 10, I'm going to move my stop higher and see how far it goes. But Bed Bath & Beyond, yeah, if I get run over, I'm looking for this at like 325, 340. It just almost has to be a short for me. It's hard for me to want that long when you're like, look at the chart, right? It's hard for me to want that long unless you get above 360, 370.
Yeah, great looking trade there on Carvana. And yeah, guys, stick with the names. And we even talked about Carvana earlier as well. The only name that we didn't stick with so far is Tesla. It's not really bouncing around. It's bouncing around a little bit too much is what I was going to get at. We haven't been to 180 since the open, and we had that long, and we didn't hold it. We didn't get out, sorry. We did hold it, and then it dropped out there. So still looking to do something here on Tesla as it's kind of in the middle. We just took out 2 more outs here on Lucid. We got 12 longs, man, and now we're getting out at 12.50. Thanks to Adam and you guys in the chat there that were watching us trade this on Friday, and you know, we're just adding to the sort of the net that we've already had on this name. NVIDIA doing the same thing. Let's check out here on Ford, maybe a new name that we haven't looked at yet. So I also want to look at Palantir a little bit, but Ford right now down that 1%, but well off the bottoms on the day. So that news came out about them dropping the price of the Mach-E, and it looks like it's sort of absorbed it pretty good, right back to where we were sort of when this news came out, right back above 13, 13.11, 13.12, looking to take this level out. I don't know. I'm guessing it's a long if we can break through 13.20 where we started. So let's see if it can get back up there. That's something that definitely we want to look at right now. Google, I'm going to stay away. Google, unfortunately, I lost too much on it. Like, I just should have just waited for it. It is bouncing around that 200 period right now, so that could be something to go short against. But trying to learn our lesson a little bit from that, and it just didn't work. So that 98.20, 98.30, I still don't mind it, but we're long NVIDIA and we're long Lucid, so technically I'd love this market to rip right now. I don't know if Lucid needs the market, but we know NVIDIA does. So that's something to always take and consider on. But I'll probably put on one more short right now against this 98.30. Google, again, weak against the market, and I could see heading into earnings this week that the market might just sort of sit around here and reward yourself by picking the right stocks. And I don't know if Google is the right one, but this level right here seems to be absorbing a little bit. So let's try to get short and see if we get back to the 50 period of 80.85. So I'm going to put on a little short here for Google.
Yeah, and we'll go to the upside through 10. It's getting close to baseball season. We can use that one. So Carvana is now through 10 even. I've got a trailing stop on it. I'm giving it back into 950. I want to see how far it can go. Even if I get stopped out, I'll probably be looking for an opportunity at that 9 even area as well. Unfortunately, Meta is starting to slow down a little bit. I don't know about unfortunately, but it's at 150.50. And just see this higher low. That's a good sign if you're holding a higher low. But it's not giving me a dip. It's not breaking that 151. A little bit disappointing. Lucid has been absolutely fine. Sean's been covering it, so there's not much reason to go over it. But if we get through, look, if we get through VWAP here and Lucid starts claiming the 13 area, this has every chance to get going as well. As far as looking for short opportunities, I do feel like we're going to get one incoming on Amazon here as it's getting close to this 102 top. I'm just going to show you. Yeah, we never got the 100 chance, but we closed at 102, and you had this 102 quarter to 30 area in the afternoon on Amazon. I'm looking for that to be resistance, but I want to make sure I get my price and only my price. I'm not going to get short too early. I think that's too crazy. Bed Bath & Beyond is still churning. It just got into that pocket a little bit, so it broke 3. It did not quite get into that quarter range where I'm looking for the fade here on Bed Bath & Beyond. If you're going to stand in front of a moving freight train, at least know where you're going to be wrong. And if I want to have a stop in and around 340, I can't be shorting it till it gets at least above that 325 area. So massaging our 3 longs in here today, they're starting to work. The one we got run over on was Intel, but I kind of told myself if I was going to lose short something today, it better at least be Intel. And it's actually beneath that 28.25, but I'm not going to jump at this one just yet. I think I'll have an opportunity to get back into the short, but I'm not at that point just yet.
All right, Google's trying to fall back in a little bit here as it just bounced off O's off the short. So, yeah, we just bounced. Oh, no, we went to 96 there on Google. I don't know. Did we actually go that low? Why wasn't I paying attention? I was looking at Meta there. Yes, it did. It went down there. Okay. So let's put another bid down there in case it does go one more time. We'll put something near O's, 03 or so to take about a dime there. Okay, here it comes in now. Let's see if it does break 98. So the last time it broke it, it stopped at 96. So that was a good short that we just put on, I feel like, but I don't like that we just made a little bottom tail there at 98 bucks. So yeah, maybe there's something about this trade that I don't see here for Google. I don't know. No, there's nothing wrong. The charts are fine. Everything's fine. It's just I don't know why I just got bought up through 98 there. So let's wait to see. We are above the 50 and the VWAP there. So this is not the perfect setup by any stretch of the imagination. Oh, and we just took some more out rate. Oh, no, same outs. We put a 58 out there. We just missed it, actually. Went to 59. Don't know how we missed that, but we're up here at 60. But now you're seeing Lucid pulling back in as well. NVIDIA still hovering around. Some of these positions could easily fall out, though. Watch out here. The market is turning around a little bit. We do have the short on. Let's go back over to Brendan.
Another highly shorted name just popping up here through day highs, guys. Upstart up 4% so far today. Big volume spike at 20 there for UPST. No news on that one.
So apparently you just go long anything that has a good short interest today. Sometimes that's how it is. I just went short Bed Bath & Beyond, so we'll see what happens here. I got 23s because I wanted to see it break 25. It got through 25, went a whole 3 cents, and then rejected that level. So that was in the pocket 25 to 40, where we did like to go for that top. So I got in there at 23s. I took some out when I took a 10 cent, and then we'll get some more out in front of 3 even. I do expect, because it didn't really press too far into those levels, into that channel at least, that you could find a bid at 3. So I'm going to get pretty aggressive getting out in front of that $3 level. I'll hold some just in case it goes further. Carvana's starting to pull back here. That could bode well for the Bed Bath & Beyond short. You had a wick top through 10. It's rejecting that right now. I have my stop at 950. I'll get out just to make sure we're preserving some profit. I was long initially at 9, but we did add to it. At least I added to it through 935 here. So I got some 38s. I don't want that add to turn negative. And if it goes all the way to 9, that's holding it a little bit too far back into the downside. I never got Amazon short, which is kind of disappointing. Didn't really grab that one. Looks like it didn't go quite far enough. And I will be a little bit disappointed. Yeah, like Tesla, this is me getting stopped. I like that 94 level on Tesla. And I got wicked out here and didn't re-enter that Tesla trade. So if we do get back down to that 94 area, I might go for the dip buy again. That's just a case of maybe having too tight of a stop there on Tesla, but that level looks pretty good. I don't want to get too crazy and too far away from it. I don't want to ignore GNS. I know some people have been watching this stock. It looked interesting if it could have held a break above 6 even. Right now, it's got a bit of a flat bottom at $5. If that breaks on GNS, this has some room to head back into the downside, so keep an eye on that $5 level. Just looking for some places to go short here if I get an opportunity. And Meta, very close to the dip buy. So Meta, we've been holding out. We like it above 149. I'm just sitting right in front of 150 to reload this trade to the upside. Let's see if we can't get that long in Meta. It's about 10 pennies in the money from where we first got in, but I want to make sure that I'm buying only in this range, 49 into that 50 area. So we'll wait for the dip and then get that one.
Yeah, we got a little excited there and got Meta a little early. So our average price is right here, actually. Same thing, 38. So we actually have Meta right now long at this 38 level. Let's see if it continues to make a little bit of sense here to take this name long. That's Meta. So we'll wait to see if it breaks 150. I have too many shares. I'm not going to hold it. Breaking through 150 probably do have too many shares. So we'll wait to see what happens with Meta here. Down 1%. And now that I look at this, it's down more than the market. So, this sort of obsession with trying to trade Meta here, for me too. I love Meta. I think it's a great trade, but we'll wait to see here as it's below, right now it's below VWAP and the 50 period, but trying to hold out on this 200, which is right where 150 is. So we have a huge opportunity to make a lot of money right now on Meta, but it's got to hold 150. And so here it comes in right now. It doesn't look like it wants to do that. So we will have to step away from this name if it doesn't hold 150. So that, of course, is Meta, and that's what we're looking at right now for that name. So that's that. Meta holding 150, new position. NVIDIA still the same old, and then Google was actually a pretty good one, so we'll go alert on that as we just got some decent buys on this name, 95s and a 91, so that's where we are right now. As the market falls down, obviously it's better for our Google, but not better for our Meta. Lucid, nice little drop. I think we can take another fill there if it comes. I'm just going to put it right now because I see it at like 45, 46 there, right where the 50 period is. So we're, as I said, just kind of massaging a lot of these trades. All right, Google, back into the 80s again. This is a good spot for me. Let's put a bid out. There it is right there. My next bid, 75. Hopefully we can even get lower than that. And that is Google right now trying to go lower.
Yeah, and come on, Bed Bath & Beyond, I'm right on the bid here. Maybe I should just move it to 18. I have a 17 bid. I reloaded it at 25. This is pretty strong. You know, it actually rejected that 25 the first time, snapped back down into 310, and now you're getting a lot of volume holding it up here. It just needs to stop. I just got some 17s. Now can it push back into 3 even? But I'm going to pay myself out because, you know, you start seeing one or two of these start going. Like, it's starting to work now, but it was just pointed out to me in the chat that GameStop is also breaking out to the upside. So you're getting some strength in a lot of these squeeze names. And yeah, there's going to be levels that you can short them, but you want to be careful with these over and over again. How many times to go to the well? I will not go to a third time at this 325. If it breaks 325, I'm getting out of Dodge and then checking back up at that 340 level if I even like to short at that point. And then we'll see if we get down to 3 even. Meta just bounced. I didn't get my, oh, I did get a bit of a reload there. I didn't get it all, I guess. Yeah, I guess I didn't get it all. But back above VWAP, it bounced off that 150. Going to want to pay something out here as it's back up to 150.50. It's having trouble getting through 151. So, you know, it's been giving you 50 cents and then a buck. I think we should take 50 cents and a buck and then hold on for Dodge if it breaks 51s. Carvana is still trying. This is awesome. Still trying that 10 level to go. So it bounces off 960. I'm trailing this to 950. So if it makes another fresh high, I think a push to 11 is what would get me out on CVNA. It's hard for me to believe that these are going to run as strongly as Lucid did on Friday. I'm kind of skeptical on that, but we'll ride the train while it's going. Brendo?
Just looking at this APLD starting to go here, just took out pre-market highs. This is another one that went on Friday. There is a short interest on this, but blockchain related. There was an uptick as well on both Bitcoin and Ethereum there, but day highs here for this little APLD.
All right. Okay, blockchain. We'll have a look at some blockchain names right there. Yeah, Long Island Iced Tea blockchain. So right now, we're going to wait to see here. We just got some out, man. 150.50, 150. I don't know what that other price was. Yeah, they're both. One's a 48, one's a 54. So that's why that got me the average right there. I told you that we are in for a big trade on Meta if it held 150, but it just went back up. We only got out at 20% waiting for that big trade. But we do have a big trade alert right now. Google big trade alert to the downside. We were in it too early. We got stopped out. We talked about that, but now we're right back in it off that 200. Tried to be patient there with Google, and that was a good one. It looks like Meta will break 150, and hey, when it does, it's all good, man. It's not even that much of a hit for us there if it does come back down because we're able to take some profit. But right now it does look like Meta is going to, there it is, takes that 150. So we're out on that one. We're trying to stick with our rules here and with our levels. So that's an out right there pretty easily for me there on Meta. As it breaks through 150, we'll regroup that one to the high side. So that's an out right there. Loss on Meta for me. Too bad. That's okay. We talked about it trying to go upside. We did get out of some, obviously not enough, but there it is. Maybe it just held 150. We can go back in, but it's not going to be a huge position here.
So two things. GNS apparently halted to the upside. That's a little crazy to me, but congratulations. If you're looking at Bed Bath & Beyond, this is still stupid strong, but the reload at 25, I'm not shorting this a third time. Forget about it. It's now bouncing off 3. As a matter of fact, it just held 3 almost on a dime. So if it breaks 3 even, I'm holding the last of that for a push back into like 280, 285. Otherwise, I am now throwing my stop probably right around break even here. I feel like if it gets to 320, like 320s or 325s, it's probably going to make a run at 340, 350. So I don't want this to turn into a losing trade. We'll see if it goes any further from this to the downside. But I do get that reload in Meta. Now I'm giving it a little bit more room here. Not a heck of a lot much more. It needs to start holding a higher low here. That's about that 75 mark. I'll get to GNS, but when it halts, that means you've got some time for it to open back up. So, you know, first things first, deal with what's moving here. I am not even sure where it halted. I just saw you guys in the chat talking about this one. I know I was looking at that $5. Oh, man, it held 5 like a charm. Ah, crap. Okay, that's kind of annoying. When you're buying dips, this is a pretty solid break. It double bottom at 5, and I was thinking flat bottom breakdown in the stock when I should have been thinking breakout at 550. This could open up and take out 6, and if it does, that's 612 at the open. So if you can get like 615, risking to the whole price, it's like 25 cents. I'm hoping Sharif is having fun with this because I know he was like, this is going to be the long one today. And halted to the upside GNS. If it opens and breaks the high of the day, I'd look for that long break, kind of giving it back into the halt level. But I need to see it open back up before I take it. I'm now out of Meta. Gave it to that 75. If I want to go long again, it has to be off the 49 area. Was able to get the dip buy at 50s. It did pay 50/50s. and now it's back into the downside. So market looking relatively weak here. Ooh, we're going to be flushing into Amazon 100 very quickly.
Yeah. We need that Amazon short. Yeah, we talked about that, looking at that Amazon 101, 102. Now it looks like it's coming right into 100. And we talked about smashing levels when you get to key levels, right? So here comes Amazon down to 100. Nothing like waiting for these. So if you have it, wait for it. If this isn't one of your ideas, wait for it. So, you know, be patient is the idea there. Google now, wish we had a little more patience, but right now it's 70 cents in the money as that's going to the downside after we've already taken an L on that one. So, yeah, that's the kind of patience that we didn't have on this, and we got in too early. We waited. If we had just sort of started this at 98, then we wouldn't have been out. So that just goes to show right there. Try to be patient as you can in these markets. We just don't know where they're going to go. So, you know, keep that in mind here as we look for some more opportunities to short. That Amazon is getting close for sure. I like it. It's just at what level? We talked about this into $100. That's a little low. I'd like to see it bump up one more time and then grab it. So hopefully we can get a little bit of a bump up to 101-ish here for Amazon and then try to short that. So that's what I'm going to wait for. But right now, yeah, all eyes on that level is a good one. And then we just took some Google out because it came right into VWAP again. So there's another out for us on Google. It's 55 cents, and we took it. So there's, oh, wow, that BlackBerry rate, or sorry, BlackBerry, Bed Bath & Beyond, $3 again. I didn't even notice that. I know you mentioned it sort of going a little parabolic there, but wow.
Well, actually,
huge upside move.
Actually, I saw some people in the chat talking about it, to be quite frank with you.
Popular.
Like, I was watching CVNA and Lucid, and then, of course, you know, Bed Bath & Beyond gets pretty interesting when it broke that 3. I am short, but at this point, it's at 298. I'm looking for 280s to get out. GNS should be opened up in a matter of like 20 seconds or so, and it's indicating a flat open. So 591 is where it halted. 591 is where it's indicating the open. Now, I'm going to look for a hold over 6, a break of the high, and then throw a stop just beneath that halt price. NEO is getting pretty close. It's going to open any second now. I just want to point out that NEO is getting close to that 12 level. So I am going to be on that 12 for the long on NIO, but here comes the open on GNS. I just want to make sure I have my stop set and ready for potential breakout there. Go, 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 go. Okay, what did I get? 21s. Oh, I thought I got 25s for a second. So I'm long at 21s. I want to give a stop just beneath that halt price, so I get that in. See if it can't get to 650. On the higher time frame, I'm just going to quickly show you guys this. My stop orders are now in. On the higher time frame, if this gets above like 50s or so, it's got a lot of room to run. So I like to play above the halt price, but if it can't hold that halt, I mean, you know, when these things go down, I mean, like, you can get an absolute flush city right back into VWAP. I don't want to hold 620s into 550. Like, that's 10% you're losing on that move. So if it can hold the halt price, we're locked and loaded, and this did work on CVNA. I am now long NEO, so that's happening rather quickly. The good thing about NEO is you can be in something like a GNS, but NIO, like, this is pretty, like, you know, if it holds 12, it holds 12. I mean, if it breaks 12, I'll probably give it a couple of pennies beneath that and not too much there. I just want to make sure I have my stop beneath 12 even. A lot of weakness in this market. I don't mind picking up dip buys, but you better have yourself an out because we are trading to the downside, and I'm going to get some offers out here. If we get to 10s, I'll start taking out some NIO on the way up. If it gets to VWAP, that's always a good retracement style trade when you're really just getting long in front of a round number. Like, that's the trade. This is not, you know, this is like a pure day trader type of trade here. Double bottom off 12 even, and you look to take 5, 10, 15 cents on the move, and not too much more than that. Risk to reward is going to be good, but understand the risk to reward is good. You don't need to hit more than 50% so long as you take your out when you're wrong. And if I get bottom wick on NEO at 11.98 today, I really don't mind it. GNS just paid me out a little bit here, so we'll go ring the register. Some 645s up there as it touches 650. I'm still going with that halt price as my out. And if it does make a secondary push, maybe we see 7. But this is not nearly as strong as what Carvana looked like. So I'm going to have a hard stop down here, and if I make a bottom wick and it goes, that's fair enough. Carvana was much stronger when it made its break than GNS did just now. Let's see what's going on with said Carvana, because that's only 40 cents in the money. Wow, $10. Look at this $10 level on Carvana. This is about $9.90 here. I have my stop at $9.50, a trailing stop, and I'm looking for this to retake 10, maybe give you a shot at like 11 even. The longer it holds, it might just set up to play a scalp trade, like 60s into 10 even, and then maybe hold on to a core position. I almost think I should be doing that, but I just got into GNS, so no need to force things just yet.
All right, let's try to find out. We do have a new trade on right now. It's the NVIDIA short. We got stopped out of our long, so we just go back. I mean, it's my number one stock today is going to be, well, it's NVIDIA. I was going to say it's going to be Lucid, but now that I take this position on here for NVIDIA, it's a little different story. So let's see right now if it comes back in. We'll take something out at 97. I might just take a piece right here if I can get it. We are now 50 cents in the money on this. Let's take a 20 if we can get it right now on NVIDIA. Just a little bit more of a flush, and we should be able to pick that bid up right now. So we'll see if it does flush in, but right now NVIDIA on my mind here on the short, a new short. We also have a Google short as well, so hopefully these can print out for us. There's the NVIDIA fill, so there's 40 cents in that one. Let's go over to Brendan as we hope the market will continue its downside push here.
Hey guys, brought to you by Seeking Alpha, the world's largest investing community and your one-stop shop for all your investing needs. Subscribe today to all their premium features, including access to their quant rating system. You can now receive a 1-year subscription for Seeking Alpha for 50% off. Check out the link bottom of the screen there, guys, for Seeking Alpha. Shout out to them. Busy morning. Here's a few that we've been watching. GMVD up on positive news this morning. Had that nasty reversal off that halt resume. Tested 7, then just got slammed right back down, halted down, then opened even further lower. So that gave you an opportunity to get involved just versus 6 here. On the test back to the upside. We're trying to creep back higher, though. For GMVD, BBAI, anything AI related, kind of weak so far today. $3 was a bit of a support off the open. As soon as that broke, gave you a nice flush down to almost 250 at the bottom. Starting to roll over again there for BBAI. I've been sitting here watching BBBY as well on a retest maybe of 3, but running out of steam, it feels like anyways. Volume kind of dying off after that initial move for Bed Bath & Beyond, guys.
Speaking of Bed Bath & Beyond.
Hit the like and subscribe.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
No, go ahead, do that. I just want to throw it in there. It's kind of like a fun thing there. Go ahead. You almost have 10,000 watching, so thanks.
10,000 almost
sir.
Watching. I'm going to flush this one down the toilet. We said be patient. Wait, Bed Bath & Beyond is going to be a fade. They're going bankrupt. We all know what's going on with the stock. So we got into that 325 area. You just wait for it. You knew there's sellers up there because every single time it's gotten to that price, it's found resistance just overhead. So we grabbed 25s twice. We got 280s out. We're now out of that one and just moving on to the next. I understand that that's what we just saw in Bed Bath & Beyond could easily happen to a GNS. However, the difference between GNS and Carvana is I'm trying to give these a chance to break out of ranges. Bed Bath & Beyond was running into resistance. This is breaking out of resistance on GNS. You're breaking out on Carvana. As a matter of fact, now that this is going up to 670s, I got to get another leg out there. Let's go to the upside, GNS. Breaking into new territory. That's where you look for momentum trade to the upside and then go for it. CMA very similar here. Now that if it gets through 7, I'll do the exact same thing that we did with Carvana, which is throw a trailing stop in for now. I'm going to cancel this dip buy. If it comes to 6, that's a 10% move back in. You don't want it. At least I don't want it. If it comes back to that whole price, I want no part of it. Once we break 7 even, I'm trailing it to 650, and we'll see how far it goes. As much as those have been good, it's one of these markets, man. It's like, there's NEO. I was in at 04s. It breaks the low. We lose 6 pennies on that one. Got to have a relatively tight stop on some of these longs because, quite frankly, the only ones that are working were the Carvanas and the GNSs of the world. Meta worked for a while, and then now that one's even heading. That just broke 149. That's continuing to head to the downside. So it is all about. It's about the squeeze names to the upside. Everything else.
Yeah, I was going to say,
short.
You're looking at all the names that are starting to squeeze a little bit here. We are now in Redsville. We are $1.70 now in the money on NVIDIA right now. So that name continues to make a lower low here as we're going, man. As soon as we took down that 198, kind of just waited for it. We were able to get some more shorts. We actually took it twice. Was waiting for more shorts upside. I'm silly now to be getting out of all of this. We still have 40%, so we're holding. I mean, this is now $2 right here as we start to barbecue up some profits. It's still snow on my barbecue right now, so we do not have any barbecues planned anytime soon. But here it comes into 195. So what are we looking at now? Wow, this is a big move for me here, down for NVIDIA. Some tops here, yeah, 190. I mean, 194, 194.50 maybe, 194.60. So I feel like these are some good levels to come in on NVIDIA. So let's do that. 194. 70. I don't know. I'm not used, you guys know this. I am used to holding big wins. It's fine. But like, this is a pretty active move to the downside right now, down 4+%, heading into what is such a big week. So let's wait to see. And by the way, we still have $1 in the money right now on Google. So it's $1 in the money on Google, $2.50 in the money on the short right now.
Did you get the break
for NVIDIA? Oh, shoot. Good call, Neil. I missed it. I wasn't even sitting over here. I was too busy looking at other stuff.
Okay.
So good call right there. Amazon, no. Did you get it? I wish I had, but there it is. There's the break.
So, I mean, Amazon just broke 100. Obviously, we're just talking about it. So Amazon broke 100. It got to 99.80s there. I'll see. Look, if it pops back up, I'll try to grab something to the short side on the way back in there just to get a piece of it. However, all good things come to an end. Well, it depends on how you look at it. Carvana did break back down in. It got to like 940, broke that 50 level. So I'm out there. I got 943s. Out, pretty much break even on our ad. And GNS, I've now slapped a trailing stop on GNS. It got to that 7. Looks like it could start pulling back as well. I want to give it a chance to go further, but if it breaks 650, I want to get out of Dodge on that. Come on, Amazon, give me a fill up here or down here, depending on how you look at it. I just want something tighter to that 100 level, getting on the offer. There we go. I just got some Amazon now. I want to roll into something which is breaking key support levels. I'm considering getting back into Intel, but I want to show you the 15 on Intel, how strong the stock is. Relatively strong, which is a bit weird to me. Well, it was relatively strong. I was looking at 28.40, and that's me sitting on the offer. That's the stock rolling back over into 28. So we are back to chasing Intel short at this particular point, but at least we got Amazon. So, shorted Intel, had to get out of it when it broke my resistance level, and now I'm going to look for 28.50 as an out, which means I want it to pop just a teeny tiny bit before I go short. I'll get some scalps out in, I'll get a short scalp out on Amazon in front of 99.25, 99.50, and then see how far that goes.
All right. Oh, man. All right. I was talking about NVIDIA here. I was like, okay, maybe we're right about how low this name wants to go. So it went to 195 flat there. And stopped pretty much on a dime, 195.10. So, yeah, lesson learned a little bit there as I was waiting for even lower. And I talked about it that I wasn't super comfortable holding something this far down and was looking to get some out. But we are trying to change up our trading style a little bit, as you guys know. And we're trying to, hold on for a little bit more of a move. Not that that was a great move, don't get me wrong, that we made. And we took a lot of profit on it there. It's my #1 stock today by far now is NVIDIA, but still a little bit of work to do for sure on that. So down to 195, we still zoomed it out. I'm going to go to 195.20, but for right now, something that we've sort of ignored a little bit here today. As before we go to it, we're going to talk about crypto. I just want to see what's Coinbase doing before we go over there. So Coinbase on a slide as well. So that's good. Maybe no better time to talk to Brendan right now with the crypto update and find out why maybe Coinbase continues to march lower.
Yeah, big move down on the 24-hour period for both Ethereum and Bitcoin. I'll show you the chart here in a second. Interesting headline. I was just reading through this note from this FTX Street, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, HSBC, among a growing list of creditors, including, I just saw here as well, Google, Meta, Twitter, and Apple as well, also on this list, trying to get some money out of this FTX bankruptcy proceeding that is continuing this week once again. So the list continues to grow. This is the move I was talking about. Here is BTC on the 24-hour period. We go from 23,800-ish all the way down to 23,000 again. Big bounce this morning, though, but we are coming back in. I mean, we're stuck in this range. Back and forth we go for both of these. If you zoom out a little bit, you can see we're just at the top end of the range, kind of flagging, if you want to be technical about it. From a chart perspective, red, though, right across this board this morning, 1.4 for Bitcoin, 1.6 for Ethereum. If you move down to the bottom here, Dogecoin suffering a little bit worse anyways, 3.5%, but negative to start the week for crypto, guys.
Negative to start the week for crypto, which means whoever was telling me in the chat to look at Silvergate to the short side, look, there's a limit to how many names you're going to trade. So trading Silvergate while also trading a couple of squeeze names, that stock has like a 58% short interest or whatever the heck it is these days, which is, it can run you over. So would I be short that, short Bed Bath & Beyond at the same time while also playing along in like a GNS? Probably not. So you got to pick your poison. GNS, by the way, there's a wick top through $7. So once I saw this, there's your break of 7, there's your fail. I moved my stop up here because I don't want this halting to the downside on me. It's a clean breakout trade off the halt price, but if you don't continue through 7 even, I'm not holding it past. It's about 665, I think I have my stop just beneath that. So it'll automatically come out there. Try to give that last little bit room to go, home run to the upside, just see how far it can go. But it does feel like these want to come back in. So there it is. We will get out of it, but I don't want to look any gift horses in the mouth. If you get an opportunity to take profit on these when they go to the upside, I'm not long off $5. I'm long breaking out the high, which means you're trading it a little bit differently. If you're holding 5, maybe you hold on a little bit longer than that. Amazon, we didn't get the break on Amazon at 100. It had already broken 100, and we came back and picked me up at 99.98. I just bounced off 60s. Seriously, I'm going to get a bid there because I just moved I was at 99.62, and it bounced off like 61 or something like that. So I just got some more shares out there on the way to 99.5. This is now flushing. The market's down 1.5%. Amazon's down 2.5%. So relative weakness on Amazon. If you go back to Friday, there's the next support level down at 98 even. So if it breaks 99, I do think there's a room or reason to hold even further. So now that it's got to 50s, my next out is going to be closer to that 99 even. And if it's a pure capitulation day, that 98 level is in store for Amazon. Just have that. Still some Lucid somehow. Yeah, you know what? Lucid has not actually retaken that 12 level. Okay.
Yeah, no, it has not.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that. So I'll go maybe one more time off Lucid. This just feels like it's going to eventually break, but as long as it wants to hold this, maybe it's worth a scalp trade a couple more times, but pretty weak over there in Lucid. Maybe it'll be that one thing that holds up for the rest of the day. It is down 6%, but that's not really telling the whole story because the move started, it was at $9 for the majority of the morning on Friday, and then it broke out through $10 at noon. So it may only be down 6%, but there's a huge gap fill if it were to break 12 that could take you to 10 even here. So that $12 level, probably give it to 95 or so at best. I want to have something else to the short side, but yeah, kind of missed intel, and I don't want to chase it too far. Maybe it breaks 28, but I want to pop to go short in intel. We're just going to hang on to Amazon, see how far that one wants to head to the downside.
Good, man. Yeah. We'll just go bang on this one because we just got a nice little fill there on NVIDIA as it just came right back to its low again. We said that we would wait for an NVIDIA fill right now, so that's what we did. And it just came back into 50. So instead of waiting for 195 flat, we just took that level right there. So pretty happy, needless to say, with that fill here on NVIDIA, getting it at that 195.50. We're short at 198, so it's a $2 win there plus tax on the downside. So hopefully that'll come through for us very soon, and hopefully sooner rather than later, it continues to go down. I still feel like this market's a little bit choppy. We said that we would think of a test down here of 12,000 flat. I don't know if that's coming and going or what, but 12,000 right now for the NASDAQ. It could still be in play. We'll wait to see if indeed it is in play, though. Lucid, same play that Neil made there. We went longer back at 12, just came right in, went all the way back to 12.20. Should have took some out. I was sort of waiting, getting a little greedy there on the reload. The last out we did have was 25, so we were sitting there again. Now we'll sit a little earlier than that as I'm in the teens twice now. Oops, that's sticky keys. I don't want sticky keys to hit. So we'll see if it can come back up for that. Any other names you guys want? I know Neil's short Amazon. I wish I was there. I missed that 100 break. I talked about this last week, how great 100 breaks have been, like even dollar breaks. So that's a good one. If you do have that, congratulations. Right now, our Google is more than $1 in the money. So, man, did we hit that one today, like right on, man. But we did get stopped out of Google. It just sucks that I look back now, and it's $1.30 now in the money, as these names are absolutely puking all over themselves right now. NVIDIA, $2.50 in the money, and trying to take $1.95 as that continues to go down. We got out of Meta, and it's a good thing we did, because look at Meta. Wow, Sean. Reverse short into Meta, my guy. That one, so we reverse short in NVIDIA. We took the Google short from time, but look at Meta absolutely cracking right now down to 148 as that name continues to get lower here. Maybe 146.50, something for Meta could come into play. I mean, maybe the I was going to say the dawn of these tech stocks. That happened a long time ago. But man, did we have a good upside move there in the last couple weeks. Looks like traders now trying to take some profit and really getting hit now. Like all of a sudden, a lot of these names started to get really ramped up. NVIDIA right now, 250 right now in the money for NVIDIA. So, wow, man, these names continue to make moves.
Huge moves to the downside. It's not a great start to the week, obviously, if you are bullish in the market. But Tesla it's not quite at 170 yet, but it looks like we're going to get close to that 170 level. Maybe that can hold up here. I do want to go back because as that was happening, GNS all the way back into 6 even. When these come, what goes up must come down. It's a pretty clean sort of wick top in there. I wasn't favoring the short like I was on Bed Bath & Beyond with this one. I thought it had a little bit more of a chance to go. BBY, for what it's worth, that's caught a bid at that 280 level. Maybe it has a second salvo in it, but right now, I see you in the chat, D-Loaf. Time to change the bull to a bear? Yeah, I'd say so. Brendo?
This HSCS, a couple of people mentioning this, back to day highs here. What a move this thing has had as well. Speaking of getting a second win back to the upside, there was a couple of positive notes, one from Benchmark this morning, another initiation with a buy rating from analysts this morning on this one. HSCS on a volume spike here.
All right.
I'm just going to give a oh, there it is. Good look at you, Fahad.
See ya.
Boo.
Knock the bear
I didn't even
off.
notice that you got the elbow patches
Knock
on
the
that.
bear off that thing. Yeah, no, look, we're not, I mean, just the bear's knocking itself off right now, I mean, to be honest with you. So it's a nice move down for sure.
It was only a bear because we hadn't changed it. Sometimes we don't even think about it.
We didn't even really talk. I mean, it was bullet. I mean, we were down. We've always been down today, the market.
Yeah.
So never went positive. And
Remind
I mean,
us.
Just keep this. I mean, you guys know if you've been short, you have a hell of a lot of this in your pocket right now. Wow, what a move down. I mean, that's about all we could say right now in this market. We just touched that 195. This was the level I was going to get a piece out, but again, my own patience backfires, and I don't have any, as we get it out at 195.50 there, as it does touch down to 195. Let's let it roll a little bit now. Google, still a huge trade, man. This one is just piecing out to be pretty perfect. Hits the 200 period and then drops, and now we're in this name as it just continues to make huge moves to the downside now. Lucid, I see what you guys are saying, breaking through 12. I still have my stop order through 80, which is the low of the day. So we'll probably take another little piece right now on Lucid, but that's about it, man. I just don't want to be in this name. If it's going to continue to tank down, we don't need to be in it. So we already have some great shorts on. Let's continue to hold those, see if they will print for us. We'll take a Lucid here at 94, but we're only giving it to 80. So I feel like this is well worth it. Let's see if Lucid goes 60.8 million shares today on LCID, and moving around, but without a catalyst, right? I mean, this name started to go on Monday, today's Monday, on Friday down here at about 10. It was 950. So, give that was a pretty good day for the market. We still could have ever got to 10 or 11 to 18 on news. Let's see if Lucid can hold some of these bottoms. That's what we're doing. Bottom fishing here on LCID. Brendan, I guess. Wow, this NVIDIA is now $3 in the money, by the way. Google $1.50. Brendan, what's good on your side?
Hey guys, brought to you by Stock Odds. Learn how to trade market neutral strategies with the top 10 odds from Stock Odds Daily. Get the top long and short stock ideas from the S&P 500 straight to your inbox. Check out the link below for 10% off. Yeah, a bit of a red board so far shaping up here today. 0.8 right now for the S&P. There are pockets of notable strength. One of those, the consumer staple names right now. We saw that upgrade this morning for this one, Kohl's, KHC. 2% back to the upside. Hershey's here. Mo, I saw a positive note on, of all things today as well. MO Altria back to 1.5%. Was up about 2% at one point this morning. But all of these consumer staple names showing lots of strength so far today. This CINF was an earnings name up 7%, better part of 7% in the insurance group. But you can see all of this group higher as a result so far today. Nothing else as far as notable moves, just 1% for the most part, right across the entire group. Banks are weak, though. Diversified financial is also pretty weak, offsetting what little strength there is. All about this group today. It's tech dragging so far. There's Apple jumping up. Rare you see it on here, but 1.3 right now for Apple to the downside. NVIDIA, as Sean was mentioning there, AMD, AMAT, ON Semiconductor, Micron, they're all here ahead of AMD earnings coming up. Tomorrow after the close, there was a note on Moderna and Pfizer this morning as far as COVID vaccine demand. Negative note, 2.8% for mRNA, dragging on the healthcare group as well. 0.85 for the S&P, guys.
Yeah, and it's almost 2% down on the NASDAQ now. I just got out in front of 99s on Amazon. But here's something that's actually still strong. SoFi, by the way, SoFi doesn't care what the market's doing. At this point, this is like one of the strongest things out there. I hate saying the strongest name, it's the strongest name that I can find here. And it's done so all morning long. I gotta respect VWAP and this 670 level. I keep waiting for 650s on the dip buy or thinking we get what we got in the pre-market. But this 670, if it holds throughout lunchtime, it can be a play into that 7 even over and over again on the daily chart. That 7 on the daily, that's kind of an obvious wall. Maybe it gives a break at that level, but I prefer to play dip buys than a clean 7 break. I did say that this morning, and then I was unable to get any of the dip buys that I wanted. Just going back over to Amazon, that short. We got some out there in front of 99s. Now at this point, either I'm getting a reload on a pop, or we're going to get a push down into 98. That was the bottom on Friday. It did have some support there on Thursday as well. Sort of when in doubt, zoom out. Like if you call this like a head and shoulders or whatever, then that consolidation band is about 98 to 99. That's what I want to work with here in Amazon to said short side. Some of those small cap names might not be done yet, or that's small cap. We'll go with squeeze names. Might not be done yet. I got out of GNS when it broke 665 there on that 6 even, 620 break. It bounces off 25, so if I'd gone break even, I'd probably still be in this, and it's still running to the upside. If you've been looking for longs that have followed through, quite frankly, they've been on the squeeze names or SoFi. That's pretty much it. Everything else is relatively weak. Lucid's still holding 12, but 12 is the low on Lucid. And you know what? If Lucid does take it out, just because we haven't really talked Rivian, I had said if Lucid breaks a fresh low of the day, I'd go short Rivian at 19. So that was a mistake because Rivian short at 19 with nothing happening on Lucid would have given you a 70-cent winner. I wanted to trade this on a breakdown of Lucid. Lucid never really broke the low. Rivian's been weak all morning, now down 7% and getting very close to giving it all back from Friday's move. Now that would be about 18.25 to 18. I'm going to look for a dip buy in here. I just kind of feel like Rivian could, if it goes all the way, there's probably going to be a little bit of a dip opportunity in Rivian. That's a crazy looking chart, but if you were trading it on Friday, you know that's not even that bad. Realistically, Lucid moved a heck of a lot more than that.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. We'll wait to see here. I'm going to take. I was just at 05s. Oh, there we go. We're taking 04 there. Okay, yeah, Lucid. Just looking at Lucid there. We did get long down here at 94, like we mentioned. So it just pumped up to 95. I actually took a, just because you can see all my trades, obviously. That was a 90. We got an 04 and an 05 out is what I'm getting at. So that's what we took that out on. Let's see if it continues to work. But that's what we took it out on. So we took some out there. Hopefully it can go back up to the upside. We're only long at 99 right now. Let's take one more piece at 7 if it just wants to sit here. Again, let's not, like we got the long, we reloaded it. So, if we could take a profit up here, we should probably do that. As right now, man, I mean, the banger trade rate here for me today, and it's by far my #1 stock now is NVIDIA. From flipping from long to short, right? I mean, that's exactly the trade. So we were long and out on the 200. Then when it broke 198, now it's collapsing in. So it's a big trade alert right now for me on NVIDIA and on Google. But both of these names are trying to bounce a little bit. So I was like, honestly, I mean, now that we're below 195 here on NVIDIA, I just wonder if we just take 195 out again, we can just get out of this name. That wick top is like 10s, 15s, something like that. So maybe a 20, 195, 20 or so, and make sure that we put $3 in our pocket. Like that's probably something that we could look at. So we'll continue to do that little dance. But for right now, NVIDIA continues to move down. It's $3 in the money. This is what we're doing, man. HSCS. What's up to TRL right now on the super chat? Did you have something about that one?
I actually
HSCS. Have we covered that?
I don't. Maybe we'll ask Brendan about it. Like, we can't cover everything. Don't get me wrong. Like we'll look into that one to be sure. HSCS. We appreciate the super chats. Thank you very much. TRL. I think it's something else when I see TRL there. You guys probably have no idea what I'm talking about. We'll go to the downside on Tesla. Tesla just broke 170.
Yes.
So these even dollar breaks are coming into play. Amazon's down to 99. It hasn't broken 99 yet, but Tesla 170 breaks. I just got some out in front of 169.5, and it's already down to 169 even. We'll see where it goes from here. In terms of targets, it was pretty clear on not Rivian, on Amazon, but I don't know if Tesla goes all the way back into like 160, 162, where the obvious levels are. Maybe a 165. I can't see it not having a bid at 165. So let's just kind of figure that that's where it could go. If it does pop back up, maybe we short it on the way back up again. But this market is in flush fills here. I'm going to have to do some work on that HSCS, because oftentimes we get, you guys talk about a name here, and Brendan brought this one to our attention. He said that's Ascendant Capital Markets initiating a buy rating with a 330 target on it. I hit enter twice to make sure that I can call it up. Man, these dollar breaks. So just a note here, if you see something like this getting an actual legitimate catalyst, a penny stock breaking the dollar, and there's ever an opportunity for this, a double bottom higher low, that's along at $1.15 with a dollar stop potentially, like you're risking 10 to 15% or whatever it is. That's you getting 150s. A lot of times you can get that 2-to-1 in a secondary breakout. I like it in front of the dollar level, because I used to trade penny stocks all the time, and getting above that's a big psychological thing. You can stay uplisted as well if you can hold that level. So chasing it long, I don't know if I ever favor that when the break is off $1 going long off 2. Usually for me, the play would have been much earlier. Congratulations if you got that one, TRL. Appreciate the super chat. I don't know that I'd be chasing with this if it's just an initiation of a buy rating. The price target's nice at 330, but I don't really know anything about the company to say anything positive about whether that's realistic. Breno?
We got a number there, guys, at 10:30 this morning, the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index that came in much lower than expected. In that report, Dallas Fed officials pointing to the possibility of a recession now basically 100% and quote-unquote on the way. So it seemed to be the cause for that move down in the market there. Again, Dallas Fed officials saying recession basically on the way, guaranteed.
So everybody, including myself, thought of Total Request Live. So I don't know what your TRL was thought of.
Yeah, Carson Daly.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I was going to say, I didn't know if there was something else because...
We're old. That's, old that is?
Yeah, I know, but there's a lot of old people here.
Okay.
We're not that old, are we? I mean, I think...
TRL
I wonder
is like...
what the average age, realistically, of a day trader is.
I think I'm younger than Carson Daly.
Right now. Yeah, Carson Daly is an old man, I believe, right now. All right, so there it is, man. We'll ring it now as we are officially out and cashed in on NVIDIA right now. So... big time day for me on NVDA, man. We just got out there on a breakout. We talked about getting out on a break at 195. So unfortunately, we don't have that very bottom of 194.25, but we do have that 195 break, and now we are out of it. So let's just see where we go from here now. Yeah, I don't know. What are people guessing right now? Guessing our ages or guessing the ages of Carson Daly?
Oh, goodness. It's because
everyone knows our age already. So
you guys have already done that game. I just said, because I said I'm
younger than Neil, but we're pretty much close to the same age.
And we're both younger than Carson Daly, by the way. I just looked it up.
Okay. Oh, are we?
Yeah.
How old is Carson Daly?
He's like, I think he's born 73 or something. Is that what I said? Sorry.
Wow,
yeah,
I guessed 48. That's not bad. So about 50 there for Carson Daly. So, okay. All right. Just quickly there. Nice move up. Let's go, man. Let's go bang on this one as the reload is paying off here for Lucid. So I'm at 14s. Just put it there. Just look down. Where am I at? I was at 14. That wick went to 13. So, hey, I'm going to sit there at 14 and see if we can get that. So we'll wait on here and see where we go. But for right now, Lucid on the reload, on the downside. And again, it's like my two #1 stocks today, Lucid and NVIDIA, like two names that we knew we sort of wanted to look at. Chip names were always in play, and we'll continue to see what's going on that. Unfortunately, though, Tesla, we went long there and then dropped it out at 175. So a quick $1.50 or whatever we took. Then it bounced off 180. It's never seen it again. So right now, though, a nice bottom take there of 168 for Tesla, down 4 and a bit here after a monster week for Tesla.
Yeah, it was such a big week last week. I just got a reload on Tesla, but I finally got long again in SoFi. It just dipped into VWAP here, so we took some at 74s. I want to get more, a little tighter to the 60 area, but we also just got reloaded in Tesla. Said if we got a bounce back in, it's going to be hard to see. I got this book up here, but I'm giving it to like 170.50, and I'm reloading here just above the 170 mark. So if it gets back down to 69s, I think we got to take something out because that's a pretty significant volume bottom that we just saw in there. And hey, while we're talking about making some money trading, let's go to Brendan to see what's going on in the world of currencies.
Hey guys, a quiet day so far for currency markets ahead of what is to come later in the week. Again, Tuesday, Wednesday, the Fed meeting gets underway. Tuesday wraps up. Obviously, Wednesday, quarter point hike to come. But what will Fed Chair Powell say? That is the key question here. We are positive on the day for the dollar right now, just 0.09 back above 102. It's been chopping around this 102 area for a week or so. Trying to find a bottom before we get this next hike from the Fed. Euro strong today, 0.17, a little relative strength coming into play, 108.8. The Canadian dollar, 0.25% to the downside. British pound was actually green at one point, has since gone red. Back below 124 for the pound. Japanese yen, Swiss franc also back to the downside. Nothing huge as far as individual movers, though, so far today. Ethereum accelerating a little bit, now 1%. To the downside, 1580 coming into play. Bitcoin still holding on to 23,100. Guys, back to you.
All right. Yeah, that's a really stupid poll. I want to put one up like,
come on,
Sharif and
man.
Brendan should obviously be in there as well.
Sharif with a nice haircut today.
Like, come on, man. We're not over 55, and if you guys think we're under 39, thank you very much for that as well.
I'll take that.
I feel like this poll is very, very slanted
it's sus.
in here right now. Very, very suspect.
If I say
poll.
that, they think I'm younger.
Yeah, it's very sus. As my kids, when they're playing Among Us, they're like, oh, that guy's sus. So I think that means...
Is that game good? Because I've seen the...
That game is 4 years old or whatever.
There's a show or movie for, what was it? You just said it now.
What, Among Us?
Fahad in my ear. That's the one, Among Us, with the...
Yeah.
The Game of Thrones people in it.
Fahad thinks we're over 55, but the only... Fahad, like, I've seen the way Fahad moves. It's almost like he's 55. So
exactly. There's like one step over here to get on the stage. Well, 2 steps. Fahad going up and down those, like, give me a break, man. You calling us old?
Yeah. That Among Us game, I think, is pretty dead for right now. But good game, needless to say, good game. Okay, so just quickly here, as we're going to wrap this thing up, we do have a big earnings board to get to, so we will do that. Thank you once again for watching. I have no idea what the likes are at. I haven't even looked yet. I'm probably going to be upset because if we don't get 2,500, I feel like, we do better than this. 1.8K right now, over 8,300 watching. If you guys can get those likes going, let's see if we can get to 2.5 by the end of the show. Thank you so much. We've got a lot of bangers on, man, including that NVIDIA trade, including Google. We've been really trading Lucid a lot today, talking about key levels. Pretty much got out at the top right there and been buying some bottom. So I think those trades are well worth it. Niels Carvana there and a few other ones, man. So let's get this party started right now and hit the like button if you have it. There it is. Thank you so much. 2.1K. Big thanks to Bears vs. Bulls as well.
Yes, sir. We don't do that enough. Bears versus Bulls doing an awesome job in the chat. We appreciate the likes, but look, it's going to be a wild one. This day is going to go even crazier. I know we got that good super chat in there, but if you want to ask questions to us, the midday guys, if you want to be in that chat, you have to be a subscriber. So got to take a second to hit the subscribe. We try to get to as many people as we can, but obviously we're actively trading. Just to update, Tesla is now doing this on the chart before we go to that midday. There's 170.5. There's 169, so you're getting this scalp trade back and forth, which I've taken. I kind of waited for a little bit tighter to the bottom at 169 because that's what the range is. I don't know if I want to reload this again because that's a couple of big pushes to the downside. If it breaks up, I think we could see like 72, 73 before I'd roll back into the short. So no reload a third time on Tesla. That has been paying us off a little bit. Amazon did not quite, like Amazon, the 100 break, didn't really, these aren't real. It didn't go anywhere close to that 100, just plenty reloads over there on Amazon. And then the 2 longs we have, you already covered Lucid. SoFi, there's your relatively strong stock of the day, or at least one of them. If it gets up to 7, we'll continue to take that one out to the upside. And as we mentioned, SoFi up 15% on earnings. And some more bigger earnings, I should say, coming before the open tomorrow. I think the bigger ones are before the open as opposed to the close.
Yeah, I was just double checking here, guys. That's the earnings board. A lot of new viewers with us today as well. Typically, we're around that 28% mark versus subscribers, but a lot of new viewers with us today as well. So welcome, first of all. We're here every single day. The market is open, so make sure before we head out at 11 o'clock, you do take a second and hit the subscribe button. Turn that little notification bell on as well. If something happens to the rollover, that happens at 2 o'clock. If you get that notification bell turned on, that way you get the link sent right to you. You can jump back in at 2 o'clock. So take a second, as the guys mentioned, hit subscribe. Yeah, some economic bellwethers to come tomorrow.
There it is. Okay, good. Yeah, exactly. I think you got that right about tomorrow. We were talking tonight. It doesn't look like it's too much there, but tomorrow is what it's all about, man. I mean, you throw a dart there. You're picking, pretty much a blue chip stock there on the right. Just don't hit Spotify or anything. But other than that, you're right in there. And wow, I mean, that's not a blue chip stock.
It is not.
Right there. Everybody else, man. Exxon, Pfizer, McDonald's, Caterpillar, GM. They're all right in there, man.
UPS is a good bellwether, too.
They're all great. I mean, all these are good names. So tomorrow should really give us a great idea of what sort of these Dow names, kind of these value, I don't want to say traps.
I'm worried about you, GM.
Yeah, that's another thing. We'll watch out for GM. We'll watch out for Ford with more EV names. But wow, what a great show. We do have Luca and Sharif ready to rock and roll right now. Thanks to Fahad for everything today. And we are now out of the majority of our positions. And the only thing we have left is, we got that? Okay, yes, there it is. Awesome.
Oh, Tesla just keep
okay, Tesla's breaking lower.
No, out.
Okay, Tesla's breaking out a little bit, which is good because there's Lucid. That's a good trade for us. We just got 14s off of this 94 reload. So we just got, again, look at this 50 period, guys. If you've learned nothing from me, which, maybe you haven't, look at this 50 period. It's really absorbed this the whole way. So we'll keep on watching that. I'd love a break higher, then we can start to go. But for now, until we break 1220 clean, I feel like you can rinse and repeat this Lucid trade a little bit. So we'll hold out for that dream in case it does come through. But hey, it's another green day here. And hopefully you're able to make a little bit of money with us and join us back for Neil and I at 2 as we get ready to throw there. And like Brendan said, if there's something doesn't work with the cutover, we're on all day. So just refresh it, go back over to our page, check out our More Trader TV Live page as well.
Absolutely. And I like that in many ways, like Lucid Dream, because that works both ways. Like you have Lucid types of dreams.
Yes, you got to buy Lucid Dream.
But I did just get out of Tesla. When it makes a range bottom like this, guys, you could easily see VWAP. So I'm out of Tesla. SoFi has been a good one. I was able to just get some profit. This market bounce, I think, takes SoFi to the high of the day. If it gets to 7, fantastic. I'll take another leg out in front of 7. I prefer the dip buy. That way I don't have to take a 7 break long. Even if I do, I'll be adding, sort of averaging up, getting an average price in the 685 range, and then I'm not buying the absolute high for everything. So if you've been holding on to SoFi, it's one of the few things that's been strong. I think with this market push, it should hold some strength. If I get something short next, before we send you over, I feel like it's going to be Amazon back at that 100 level. That I will certainly rinse and repeat. Great start to the week Monday. It's been a fun one. We're not going anywhere. We'll be right here.
Lucid's going.
Lucid is going to the upside. We're not going to. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. But let's send you guys over to Trader Sharif with the good haircut and the scalp demon himself.
What is up, guys? I'm Sharif. That's Luca. This is the Midday
everyone?
Show. Let's get it started, baby. What a move down on the market, but look, we're finding a bit of a pop now.
Yeah, what a nice move, man. What a nice move. Nice day. Like lots of things moving. Lucid, SoFi, lots of excitement this morning. Pretty surprised that Amazon didn't give the bounce off 100 there. Shout out to Neil to actually loading that in front of 100 on the pop, riding it all the way down. That was pretty solid. I had a flip side idea on that. I was thinking, long through 100, kind of build the long, recycle loss in it. I think, I'm like, let me just start the show with one of my losers that didn't really work. But I am watching Amazon 100 right now. I'm wondering, do we break through 99.80? Do we test 100 again? Are we going to get some over-under action over there? So that's kind of on my radar for what I'm watching going forward. Always exciting when BBVY, CVNA, Lucid, those go nuts. Definitely an exciting morning, man. I had the CVNA. I tried the short initially, and it just didn't work. And I was like, okay, if abort the short, the long can't be wrong here. So flip to long, and the rest was history, man. I was just like scaling out. With very, very, very small size, because I'm like, I have to give myself time, because after watching Lucid, I was like, where can this thing go? Are we going to go to 12, 13? I don't want to sell myself short here. So basically kind of scaled myself out and then added here, which was a really bad ad. I thought we were really going to run 10 at this level, but had a decent average from the ad from before, and then just scale out and obviously, take the 10 break here. So yeah, definitely lots of excitement. You know, lots of more trades to come. Hopefully you guys enjoyed your weekend. You know, having a great day, staying profitable, and enjoying the show.
That's what it's all about, baby. All right, so let's get into the trades that we are currently in. I'm in a meta long here, looking for a bit of a mean reversion move here on the ES after the big flush down off 40 double sevens all the way down to 40.05. So 45, that's what I'm trying to say. So anyway, long meta. And long Vana. All right, so let's have a look at some of these. I think I was a bit late here on my entry on meta. I should have probably got in on the first retracement off that 147.80 into that 147, I want to say 30-ish area. I ended up waiting for the top to break here off this first peak. So 147.85. I was waiting for that. Got late though, getting 07. So anyway, not very happy with my price. Vana is the other one that I got. I'm seeing a bit of a kind of a bull flag. Anyway, some sort of consolidation here above VWAP. I like what I see. I got a good average price. I've got 974s. I'm looking to take profits here. This is an oversized position, by the way. I'm looking to take profits through 88s. I kind of want to take profits before reaching the limits of this peak here. So it looks like we stalled out on this ascent at 88s or 89. So I'm looking to take some 88s. Then I'm definitely looking for that 10 break. I mean, we broke it this morning. We broke it, when did we break it? At 10:05, but it was a wake up. We didn't close above, did we close above 10? Yeah, we did. We closed above like 10:01. So that's barely a break. So, I mean, these levels have been tough to break today, but I do like this long. It is above VWAP. It's shown strength. Have a good average price. It's nicely kind of bouncing here off the 50 period, hence why I averaged in at that 50 period here. So I like what it's doing. I don't see this flushing kind of aggressively against me, but we'll see. And I'm going to take profits on my way up. So again, looking for that 88 break and then maybe a break of 10. Some other ones that I've had on my radar today, obviously you heard Neil trade this one too, is GNS. I've actually got shorts for this one available. Definitely to me, it's not shortable at all right now. And nor did I think it was shortable here. I mean, following my rules, this would have been a good little setup, right? You got that big flush, breaking VWAP, consolidating sideways, and then you're looking for that flat bottom break. But lately, it's kind of been the other way, guys, with these small cappers. Because the market's been a bit bullish, these small cappers have kind of switched from, you know, my S list into my kind of good list because they've been holding the move, right? Now, you know, this is like a perfunctory break of VWAP south, and then you have that big move up. I've seen that several times last week, so I'm kind of giving you like my anecdotal observation here. These ones, and don't short them or with any major size. Or anyway, with my technique, I won't short them above VWAP. I'm going to wait till that break. They seem to be quite strong, and in fact, I'm looking more northward than I am southward on these ones at the moment. They really seem to be hanging in there for that move. So here we go. We're still floating below my my exit price here on Vana at 88s, but it looks good to me. It's up 26%. Luca, I see you're looking at Amazon.
I am looking at Amazon here, and I just want to say very quickly, I should have maybe followed some of the rules that you kind of implemented there. I had the GNS short. You're like, oh, I'm not shorting this thing, and I'm like, oh, geez, I was shorting this thing. And no, it's funny though because I'm like, oh yeah, like take notes, guys. Always learn from those around you. You know, everybody has something to offer. And yes, I'm actually looking at Amazon. I have a small long here, basically above the 50 period. I do kind of get the feel that we have the potential to run into that 100 level, but I do want the over 100 shorter actually going into the 100 short. So yeah, very small long here. If it goes against me, it's not a big deal. Then I'll just cover it. But looking for the long into 100 to close this, then start the short type of over under there. We'll see what happens. But yeah, my GNS trades were kind of interesting. I mean, we had that. This is on AMEX. We had the type of action over 6. And this thing held 5 very cleanly. It did not break 5 to the downside. Bounced once, twice, 3 times. Then had the up move. Out of nowhere to the upside. Breaks the high a day. I'm thinking, okay, maybe high a day over under. But there's a lot of action over here. As you guys can see, lots of volume. And I just figured this is the spot to short for the move back to 5. It just didn't happen, and we went back to the upside. So I covered that as well. So that was basically a loss on that one. CVNA is moving to the upside as well here. I am short this thing, but I'm not too sure if I want to.
I'm killing this. Bro.
You taking the long
I'm
there?
absolutely murking it on CVAL. Oh, I got
Yeah,
to
let's
spend the
go.
money, man. We're absolutely dominating on this one. 69s long with big size. We've scalped out twice. Let's take a little bit more out. Here we'll take some out at 11s if it makes its way up there. It kind of caught me by surprise because it kind of wicked up as is normal and then wicked right down. Looks like we're getting a bit of a seller at 11s here. We're rejecting off that level multiple times. My resting offer is sitting at that level, but we'll see. I've already scalped out 3. How much am I holding? I'm still holding a really big size position here, so I haven't scalped out everything yet, but it's holding 10 for now. Let's see what it does at this 10 level. This is what kind of we were looking for. It's hard to say, do I get out below 10? No, for me, no way, right? I'm riding this one. I don't want to be the weak hand. It's just about a matter of scaling my out. So let's go ahead. There we go. We get filled at 11. So let's go ahead and look at 25s now. I'm going to rest here at 25s. I think we just got some 21 prints there. So moving to the right side is Vana. Definitely upwardly mobile. And it's printing actually very, very big boy right now, Luca.
Yeah, I just, that was, so I was actually trying that short off the top there, 990, but I look back over 10, I'm like, let me cover that. Now I'm sort of flipping long. I'm going to add to this a little bit, but it's a good point there, right? That 10 level, and the high I think was like 1030. So I'm wondering, if this breaks 1030 to the upside, then, then it could have some legs and keep going. So I'm going to try to, scale into this here, just a little bit of a long, see if we get the break. I'm looking down at the board, and I'm like, oh, you got the best average there. So, hopefully that goes. And another heads up, guys, Amazon moving to the upside. There are some offers here. Anytime that a key level comes into play like 100 and then we break 100, anybody who was playing the bounce, if we get a clean flush to the downside and then pop back up, a lot of traders are kind of there, and maybe that's like some overhead resistance. So this is my logic with this kind of general level. There's some size at 99s. There's going to be size at 98s, 99s, 100. The real question, though, that I'm watching is, do we break above 100 and then slam right down right away? Because that would be a small sign as to maybe we can flush back into the 80s. So I'm going to cover this long over here and then reevaluate. But something to note is when we did flush through 100 the first time, we did not break back above 100. So we have yet to print 100.01. So I just kind of feel like if we do break over 100, if it slams down, that'll be a telltale sign that, there are people that are either offing longs or, taking shorts. So yeah, let's see how this level wants to react on this side. If we do break and go, 100.09 to the upside one, I'm going to be basically playing off a VWAP 120 for the shorts. But I am going to let this first kind of break resolve, and then we'll see where that one wants to go.
All right, absolutely rocketing to the high side here. We get that 25 out on Vana. I'm now sitting at 41s. I'm lighter on the position. I want to say 25 to maybe 20%. Again, I suck at math, so forgive me on that. Again, I'm sitting at 41s. I don't really have a reason to sit at 41s other than the fact that I'm trying to scalp some out. What's my next move here if this flushes? I have a 65 average on this, but I don't really need to give it all the way there because, it's not just, I don't place a stop because it's my entry point in this particular situation. I think that I need to base it off the price action. And I think that we have a very clear top break here at 991. If it breaks 991, I'm gonzino. Right, there we go. We're flushing to the high side. I'm going to be like, oh, wow, we should stop right at 41s. I didn't get printed on that one. Looks like we're back up to 39s, 40s. Yeah, we're knocking on the door here. 41s. Let's go, baby. Let's get that print. I don't get it. We got to cross. It's a penny spread, but, it's got to cross nonetheless. So we'll let that one develop. My analysis, going back to what I was saying here, I'm going to give this to 991s. There we go. We get the fill.
I feel like
I've got like very small amount left, so let's ride this one to the high side. This is really, really strong. I don't want to be on this one's other side. Let's go ahead and look out some more here. Let's sit at 59s. All right, we'll see if we can break through 50. We're knocking on the door. I'm seeing 48s come in here on the Ask Luca.
Yep, so guys, Amazon over 100, so starting the short here. Basically looking for this to flush back through 100 and then cover the downside. So those are the money fills, I think, for that's where I'm bidding. CVNA just got some out at the 1040 where it stalled just a little bit, holding the position. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think here, Sharif, but I think we hold this
right
one.
in the trend, baby.
I feel like the trend is your friend. It sort of did its little consolidation, short squeeze candidate. Not sure the exact short float of this, but guys, something to note on this, which is really good, really good kind of call here is, that 850 level was good for so long. And everybody remembers that who was watching the show from before. And I wonder where it is. Yeah, here it is. The 850 level from before was just so good. It could not break 850. Every time it went over 8, those were the money shorts. And I just feel like now, especially with Lucid from yesterday, now with everything squeezing to the upside, I think I try to hold this. So I'm going to be slow to cover. Maybe it wants to run and test 11s. We're going to see what happens with that one. And yeah, I'm okay to continue to sort of average into this Amazon as long as we don't break VWAP and just kind of V-shaped recovery to the upside. Market up, down, back up. Looking pretty good, but at some point, maybe we stall out a little bit. That's what I'm telling myself. So we're going to see what happens. So yeah, one long, one short on board. Guys in the chat, let us know what you're trading. We'll look at it, ask us questions anytime. It's a huge week. I like what Sean said. The Super Bowl of trading this week with, lots of earnings coming through, FOMC coming through on Wednesday. Obviously 2-day meeting with the results coming out on Wednesday at 2 p.m. sharp. Definitely will be interesting, man. We'll see what happens. I'm looking at Meta as well, and Meta 150 is something interesting. I mean, the over-under 150. I thought today, we're over 150, key level. Do we continue and sort of hold VWAP and bounce to the upside? I did not have any trades on it just because, a lot of things were moving, but I'm kind of wondering if we get back to that 150 somehow, some way. My first level for a potential short here is over 149 using kind of VWAP. It sort of bounced right here and then really sold off with the rest of the market. If it wants to fade back to the upside, I'm going to try short around that level, maybe 149.20-ish. We'll see if it wants to get there. I'm going to pull Amazon back here because this thing is just kind of steaming to the upside. Maybe I should have held on to that long and not flip short here, but I am going to give myself a little bit more time, at this point because it's not kind of over under 100. This is kind of the secondary option. Maybe we do a little bit of a VWAP test sideways down. If we instantly flush back down, probably be good on that one. So yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. CVNA, big kind of rejection off the 1075. I think as long as we don't really flush back below 10, for me, this is simple. My stop is, this was the consolidating point right here. So this kind of line here, which is basically 990. That's where I initially started that short, but basically 990. I think, if we break back below 990, then, there's a very high likelihood that we actually flush and do get a VWAP test. And then at that point, it's like, do we flush lower or hold that level? Still is potential in my eyes to see this continue to go to the upside. But yeah, that 990 level, very key. So my stop is very simple. 989. If we break that, then I'm out of this trade.
All right, guys. I was sitting at 75s and, 74s technically, and we got up to 73s. I'm talking about Vana, 1073, rejected off there, as you heard Luca say. I didn't want to get shaken out. I'm holding a small piece. I'm holding about 15% of the position left. I feel like, where do I put my out? Like, do I take profits here? Now we're coming back into the 50s. Let's see how we fare against the half dollar. But I feel like this is a warranted retracement here based upon the move. The move really started at that 960 move. We got all the way up into that 1073 area. So that's a big boy move. I mean, that's a $1.10 move. I mean, we have to retrace at least a third of a percentage, the textbooks say usually. So this would be around that area. So I'm not going to try to get shaken out here. I'm going to try to hold this one for that continuation up. It may take a while, but I've got a good average cost, so I can kind of weather that storm. Now, with respect to the meta trade, I'm less confident about this one. Now, we had a big spike up. I got 148.07s. I got some out in the 40s on that spike, but I see the market retracing a little bit, and I don't see the kind of movement that I want to see on meta. It's more anemic. I see a lot better movement on retracement movements on stocks like Microsoft and Amazon. Look at these V-shaped kind of retracements on these charts. Microsoft is top middle and Amazon is bottom left here. Now, you don't kind of see that on Meta. You get a bit of a V, and then you have a consolidation sideways. That makes me more concerned that it is weaker today. That has not been the case, though, guys. in recent weeks. I want to say Meta has been always the leader with respect to, you know, whether it's up on the day or whether there were retracements to the high side. It's been the tougher of the bunch. Anyway, I'll try to be a bit more patient with this one. So long as the market doesn't start flushing, nor does it, I'm in good shape. I'm sitting at 65s, 148.65s to get some out. I don't really have a clear area of resistance here from which to take some profit. We had that big, huge move down off a bit of a double top at that 151 level. We did not stop until 147. That's a big boy $4 move that we made. This is a 1 minute candle. Like, look how many red candles back to back to back. Nary is there a 1 minute green candle. Nary is the word of the day.
Nary?
Yeah, nary is the word.
Word of the day. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
nary is
okay.
the word of the day, Luca.
All right. Yeah, hopefully everybody's doing well here, guys. I am short Tesla on this little bit of a pop. Not really too sure how this one's going to go. My gut instinct is that, you know, maybe pop short this and then drop back, kind of start a couple scalps there. We'll see what happens next. I'm not super kind of convicted on this trade. It's sort of a random area. So anytime I look at something and jump in a trade, it's a feeler position. And then, you know, if I love it, I really kind of get back into it. So we're going to see where that one wants to go. Shorts are not working. Long is good. I pulled up Lucid very quickly at this level, and it's kind of barcoding, not really doing anything too exciting, but I'm kind of, you know, sitting back and saying, look, this is potential buyout candidate. You know, what is the price that they're going to buy it out? I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. There's obviously no new information. However, why is this holding this area? And it does, you know, and before I took this long, I sort of looked at Sharif as he was talking, and I was like, you know, is he going to, you know, turn around and be like, yeah, no, this is flat bottom break potential? Kind of.
I saw
of.
that, Luca. I was
Yeah.
looking at that this morning. I'm like, that looks good. And then I tried to punch, and then we got to buy shorts.
Yeah.
So
and just very quickly, because somebody in the chat was asking, oh, how are you guys shorting Carvana? Because with TD, you got to pay for shorts or whatever the question. Yeah, so you got to basically pay for locates, which is, you know, there's no free shares available. So obviously shorts, you have to borrow from the broker. It depends if the broker has it. If the broker doesn't have, you know, a lot available and a lot of people are interested in it, you know, then you have to basically pay to locate. So something like CVNA, AMC, BBBY, like these are going to be cheap because the float is, you know, readily available. There's a huge float. So it's kind of, I mean, it's expensive, right? It's sorry, not expensive to lock them in. I always ask myself, like, why? Like, why am I paying for any time I'm shorting AMC? Why am I paying for this? Why am I paying for BBBY? Doesn't make any sense. But yeah, you know, when you look at small caps, it gets a little bit more expensive. So hopefully that answers your question. You can talk to your broker about that in terms of, you know, pay for shorts and stuff like that. But yeah, you know, maybe, I mean, yeah, potential flat bottom break. I just think, and you know, like, you know, this is just my opinion. We sold off, and we're now holding this general area. So, you know, volume's dead. I'm not really expecting the fade off the morning was good. The bounce play was good. As you guys can see, I was like kind of trying that bounce play. Should have held a little bit longer. I just thought like the 20s and the 30s is where it was like stalling. So that was decent. That was not too bad. And then, yeah, we're just holding this area. So, I mean, you know, if it's a buyout candidate, you know, what are they looking at? What is the price? I have no idea. Why is it stopping right here at 12? I'll take my shot. So I'm long, and I'm currently in the money. It's working for me, mind you, by 7 cents, but it is working for me. You know, $12 stock, 7 cents, can't complain. I'm basically going for like any type of pop. You know, over 20 would be great. If I can get like, you know, 30 cents on this, I'll be very happy with that one. I'm going to glance back at a few of my other positions and sort of decide if I want to average into these or manage them. Amazon uptrend is pretty interesting. I mean, now it has that V-shaped recovery kind of feel to it. But again, we are stopping just a little bit, and I'm going to see how VWAP reacts because it rejected the first time, the second time. You know, are we going to go back down or are we going to go back up? Is this a little bit of a bull flag? You know, a type of, are we going to get that continuation? I think it is dependent on the market here. You know, market is moving to the upside. So yeah, I'm going to watch that Amazon short. Considering adding to it, the Tesla short, not really going to add to it. I'm just going to watch how 173 reacts. I think it broke one time, so it actually broke it, and we're probably going to get that break again right now. And the real question is, are we going to explode to the north side, or is this going to be like, you know, a little bit of channel action, and then we kind of go back down and then just stay like in this general area? So that was my thoughts going in. If we stay in this general area, I'm just going to scalp around and you know, move a bunch of shares and see what happens on that one. Somebody in the chat saying, hi guys, what are your thoughts on GNS? That's a great question. And Sharif, You know, what do you say?
Eek.
Eek, yeah. It's I can
like
you know
it.
give my take on it right now and then pass it to Sharif because we do have difference of opinions when it comes to these small caps. And you know what? It's I love the flat bottom break that he keeps talking about. So now when I look at things, I go, oh, but wait a second though, because this potential flat bottom break here. And another heads up, guys. Alibaba obviously down in the day. I'm short here at 112.50. I just think, you know, down 5%, you know, showing you the range that it's in. I basically sitting there waiting for that fill. I'm playing off of, you know, the high a day, which I don't believe that it can actually get there. If we kind of flush back down, you know, through 112, then I'll consider covers for that over there. So we'll see if that one wants to work. New position there, pretty nice fill. But yeah, you know, GNS, my kind of feel of this is that why out of nowhere, like, you know what I mean? Like, this thing was, like, good. This thing had, you know, very nice moves. Everybody remembers it. You know, day one was going crazy and then kind of faded back to the downside, gave you, you know, the 50% retracement, and then making the high, flying to the north side. And, you know, at this point, that 7 level is interesting. I'm sort of wondering, do we break 7, do a bunch of volume, and then get some type of flush? Or is this thing not done, and do we actually have potential to keep going to the north side? So, yeah, it'll definitely be interesting. I think short. I always think short. You know, maybe it'd be easier to be long this thing for sure off the 5 level. But I just feel like if we get to a high a day, if we break the high a day, I'm going to try some over-under short there to see if it wants to flush. If it doesn't, I'll just be out of the trade. But before we get Sharif's opinion on that, we're going to go to Big B at the big desk for social sentiment.
Hey guys, quick look at a very mixed board as far as what is being discussed on social media so far today. We are seeing downside move for a lot of these names. Continuing LCID, kind of flat-ish at this point, but grinding back below some key levels. Tesla as well, Helbiz, AMC, all making their way back to the downside. But again, if you're seeing this board for the first time, just a representation of comments coming through over here on social media for each individual name. The color associated with each representing the positive or negative sentiment on the comments themselves. So the size, just the frequency at which they are coming through. A mixed board so far, guys, for social sentiment.
Thanks for that, Brendo. All right, let's get to this GNS analysis here. So when we started off the show, I had a look at this, and basically my assessment is as follows. These small cappers have been stronger as of late. I want to say as early or as recently, as about a week and a half ago, the play was to wait for these to make a day high, make that big move, and they were almost certainly to flush. So I would wait till that flush came, broke below VWAP, consolidated, showed me its intent to continue to go down, and then I'd be smashing short. That really hasn't been the case for some of these small cappers lately. They've been more upwardly bound, especially these multi-day runners that we're seeing like GNS, which basically, is kind of fitting into someone's swing portfolio. Somebody's swinging this, adding to their positions, taking profits. Newer people are coming on board, so they're having multi-green days. Now, what Lucas said, basically, this was the play. Look at this. So this is the flush here at 9:30. You have that big move up. It makes a high of day 612. You have the consolidation sideways that's continuing to make lower lows, and you have that big flush right through VWAP. And then you have a consolidation below VWAP. This is what you're looking for, right? You're probably smashing short right here at this 10:06 candle, making or tying the most recent low. And then what happens? It halts to the upside, right? This has been happening more with these small caps lately. Keep an eye on it. Don't be so sure it's going to continue to flush down. That's just my take on it. All right, so now, couple of things to update you guys on here. We took a nice little profit on Meta up in the high 60s. I'm sitting at 93s, but it's since flushed all the way back into the 30s. I'm long 07, so it's still 30 pennies in the money on this, holding half the position. I was able to scalp the most here in the high 60s, but I thought maybe we would test that 49. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case, at least not yet. The market kind of making a retracement after finding that bounce. This might be the move here. It didn't even come back to VWAP. So this is technically not really a good trade for me. I shouldn't be going long the stock below VWAP unless it's like a super A-class setup. So my out here is going to be my break even. I've already taken profit at 50%. I'm not giving it any more room past my 148.07. So let's go ahead and put that stop in 148. And then we'll give it to like 02s, give it 5 penny crossovers. We'll hang out there for breaks of breaks. Sucks to be me. But the good trade that's still going on right now is this Carvana trade. Now, I'm a little worried. I see a bit of a continuation bull flag forming here, but It is very volatile. Here's what I was looking for. This big move up, we scalped all the way up into the 1060s. I'm letting this one kind of retrace. Okay, so it looks like I'm out of meta. It looks like it broke down to 148.07, just stopping me out. But with respect to Tavana, yeah, so this one I'm looking for a bull flag continuation, right? In fact, you know, if I was more aggressive, I'd be adding at the bottom end of this consolidation area here at that 1030 area. I should be smashing the long if I really do believe and I have conviction that this trade is going to continue and it's going to be a bull flag continuation. I'm sitting here at 1073s. I'm only holding like 15% of the position, so I can still have another couple of scalps to the high side on this one. But, you know, I should be re-adding here, but I'm not. Maybe that'll be for something to improve on for another day. But anyway, I'm sitting here at 1074s waiting for that profit taker to materialize as the market makes another leg down, Luca.
Yeah, guys, just heads up. Johnson & Johnson's talc bankruptcy case dismissed. And I'm sort of, I'm just confused here because why is the initial reaction down? This thing, I know everybody in the chat's like, J&J, what's going on here? So that's actually good news.
Yeah.
That's good news, but I guess good news is bad news sometimes.
Case, yeah.
That doesn't even make any sense here. I get that. But no, it's kind of funny there. Yeah, J&J, so that's the news there. Bankruptcy case dismissed. Guys, heads up on Amazon coming back down to the 100.
Yes, baby.
Yeah,
so,
I'm basically waiting on the bid now to get fills here, just in front of 100 and then the break of 100. So we'll see what happens on that one. I'm also scaling out some very, very slowly CVNA, just giving you that little bit of consolidation, getting a pop. And is that a break of high day? Yeah, a little bit of break of high day and reversal there. You know what? I wish I got some out over there. Let me just take some out, take a little bit more out over here. Yeah, you know, same kind of ideology. I mean, the longer it does this, the better that it looks. But again, I do like to continue to pay myself as time goes on. It's just kind of a product of my own trading. Tesla, I thought this looked really, really good for a second, but then bounced and sort of sideways here. So instead of waiting for below 172s, I mean, this was a bounce and what, break of 172 or bounce off 172? Pretty sideways on that one. So we're gonna see what happens there. Yeah, Amazon feels good for now, so we'll see where that one wants to go. Alibaba is just kind of dancing around, not really doing anything too spectacular, so we're gonna see what happens. And GNS, I sort of waiting for the high day push here, just watching that it does kind of want to move to the upside, but I really, well, is that a fly? Okay, yeah, no. That's this is the thing, man. This thing, you know, you gotta all eyes on deck here. Like this dances around, spread opens up when it breaks levels. Probably easier for myself to, you know, wait for the high day, then consider the over-under with the stop order. But yeah, we'll see what happens on that one. And Warren Puffett, what's going on, Warren? Hopefully you had a great weekend. Very rare for CVNA to halt once and then not halt again. I thought, you know, there was potential. I mean, I thought this would be a heck of a lot higher than it is right now. You know, it's obviously a slow. I mean, this is a healthier trend, I guess you could argue. You know, a little bit of a casual pullback, VWAP test. You know, not really kind of super crazy, but yeah, we'll see where this one wants to go. I'm gonna continue to hold on to it, and we'll see what happens. I did take a little bit out of Lucid on the pop there. Didn't really get the kind of move that I wanted, but now back at this level, still basically holding and playing off of low day. We'll see. You know, does 1180 break to the downside? You know, there's kind of some stacked size on the bid that I'm seeing just very loosely. So you know, if this level holds. Probably just continue to recycle this general area. You know, if we break 12, maybe I'll consider adding to this and then kind of sell above 12. We'll see what happens there. Yeah, so J&J, I mean, no trade for myself on it right now. I'm just kind of looking at this thinking, you know, if we get back to low, I mean, I don't know. I don't really know how to dissect this. You got any thoughts on that one?
What?
J&J?
J&J? No, let me have a look at it. I really don't trade that often, so let me have a look here. Luca. Dan Emmons saying when you're not going bankrupt, you actually have to pay your creditors. But I didn't really kind of get that, Dan. So maybe you can clarify. Was there ever any talk about you know, them going to bankrupt to avoid creditors here? So I never heard about that. So just, you know, fill me in. All right, this J&J move we'll talk about a little bit more when we get back from Brendan, who's at the big desk.
So it's just just on that J&J note, guys. It's the division, the talc division of Johnson & Johnson that was attempting to declare bankruptcy after that trial that they went through last year. So a couple of things of note here, as you were mentioning, if they're not bankrupt, then technically they're going to have to pay their bills. The second thing is the court actually found that they were never in financial trouble. So they were trying to declare bankruptcy even though they weren't actually in financial trouble, which could be a negative as well.
What a
Okay.
What a move, Luca.
Okay.
To use the bankruptcy system
It's-
to avoid paying your bills. No one would do that.
Yeah,
right?
they're like, no, you gotta pay, man. You got, yeah, that's kind of funny there. Yeah, not really too sure what to think, but you know what? At the end of the day, not a big deal. I think the range that it's giving you right now is pretty interesting. You know, this move now down 2.5%. I'm sort of in doubt, so let's quickly look at the daily to see if there's any downside levels for a potential nice setup bounce. I think closer to 160 is better. You know, 162 kind of far away here. Just, you know, looking at this general, you know, hard level of 160, and then I almost want to say, you know, 160, 120-ish. Just kind of, this is the bottoming area from before, then giving the bounce. And then, yeah, top-ish area, not too sure. Anytime news comes out and I see these kind of setups, you know, what I tend to look for is the first move, whether it's down or up, the little bit of consolidation. So this actually came in, you know, semi-early, and then it looks like volume really picked up on this move down here. So it is now back up at the, you know, top-ish area of this range. You know, anytime, again, news comes out, you know, you're either quick on the trigger, you get the short, great. If it pops, you get the continuation short for the potential low of day test. Then it kind of bounces back to the upside. If you find a good downside level that you like, usually for myself, I'm playing off the daily on these things. So, you know, when I was looking at the Goldman Sachs play that went to the downside, I kind of found that daily level, and I was like, okay, this is my long level because of a daily level. But now looking at J&J, you know, that 162, I don't really love the long the way that I liked it on Goldman Sachs. You know, all things considered, you know, whether the news is good or bad, you know, whatever's happening there. But the main thing for myself is, does it have a good level to play off for a bounce play? That would be on the daily. And then, you know, I'm obviously late to the short, so I'm not going to try to, you know, short it right here for another move down. For myself, the play is, you know, you get the extension, you get the retracement, you play off of a moving average, you go for low a day, you know, tight risk to the upside because these things easily could V-shape recover. So, yeah, you know, that was the trade opportunity. I'm going to leave it for now. If this thing continues to go and we actually get closer to 160, then guys in the chat, feel free to let me know, because I will try, you know, a 161-ish bounce area on this name. I kind of like that setup, so yeah, we'll keep that on ice. And yeah, I'm just nursing these shorts that aren't working for me. I mean, I'm not, you know, it's not like too far out of the money, but I'm looking at Amazon. Like, I got the first cover, so that was great. And now I'm sort of out of the money on the rest of the position, but I'm not super worried. This was kind of my other idea, where it's like maybe over/under VWAP. You know, you know, where do I panic on this is if we go, you know, 185, because we go 185, this thing's probably going to run 101. Do I want to hold it that far against me? Not really. So yeah, I'll be watching that one for some recycling. And Tesla as well. I think maybe now we get that push down. So I'm going to have bids out for sure below 172.
Yeah, the market kind of coiling up into this kind of like coiling pattern. You like that? How I set that up? Look at this. So I know, right? I'm lacking in description words here, guys. All right. So yeah, we need to break some either highs or lows on this market. Otherwise, it looks like we're trending right at VWAP. The market, you know, you've got some stronger names, you've got some weaker names. I mean, I tried to get into that meta long. I paper-handed that trade through the break. I mean, I should have held it a little bit against me. I had 07 longs. I should have waited for the 148 break. It didn't break 148 here, and it popped back up into the 50s. I could have at least taken out there. But Meta isn't the strongest name. I feel like Microsoft's a bit stronger, and likewise with Amazon. I don't see the same type of strength on Google, Apple, or Tesla. You heard Luca talking about Tesla looking to reverse there. I would tend to agree. It definitely looks like it's kind of like Meta, where they just look weaker than the bunch. So I'm trying to time. You know, I'm trying to see what this market's going to do, and then we'll take either a long or short of some of either the weakest or the strongest name, depending on where it goes. Justin Pilkowski. Market looks really indecisive right now. 100% is going to be a big move. Yeah, let's have a look and see what happens. But I believe we do have Brendo at the big desk with the Euro close.
Hey guys, yeah, indecisive indeed, especially for European markets. Basically flat, kind of a little bit higher, a little bit lower. We come back to basically break even. Just waiting for a few of these to come through. The final prints of the day, stocks 50, which is the bigger ones. It looks like it's going to end the day down about 0.45 here for the entire European market. England ends the session 0.32 to the upside. Germany, France, and Italy all just crawling back into negative territory. You can see pretty flat though, top to bottom, ahead of the Fed to come later in the week. Tuesday, Wednesday, guys. Wednesday we get the Fed decision. Obviously, take a second, hit the like, and subscribe if you haven't already.
What a week it is going to be.
Oh,
Luca, too many things coming out right now.
Oh yeah, lots of excitement, guys. And you know, I will reiterate that. Hit the subscribe button.
Oh, yeah.
You know, if you're wondering how to interact with us, you know, you need to be a subscriber to be active in the chat. It's so nice to see everybody, you know, asking questions, comments, people throwing out trade ideas, you know, giving their opinions. You know, we talk sports from time to time, or I should say, Sharif does. But I'm not gonna talk football or anything. You know, it's not my forte. And I, you know, anyone who's watching from last week knows that I brought up, you know, the Cowboys, which is unfortunate, obviously, for your team over there.
You didn't know, it's fine.
Yeah, I know. But who do you think for? I think somebody was asking from before. Super
I got to
Bowl.
go with Philly, man. I mean, you have a hobbling Patrick Mahomes, right? He's been hurt a little bit. Obviously, the tough character that he is, he kind of got it done. You know, Bengals fans may have something to say about that. Basically, what happened was the Bengals defender hit Patrick Mahomes out of bounds. You can't hit the quarterback. You can't hit anybody out of bounds anymore. It's an unnecessary roughing penalty. 15 yards, you move up, put them in field goal position, and there was like 3 seconds left in the game. They kicked the field goal, and so the defender caused the loss. So, yeah, well, a shot. I know. I'm gay, man. Cole's notes, right?
They were getting that field goal.
Yeah, well, yeah. Good point. Good point. So you could have gotten that field goal anyway, right? Because Mahomes could have moved it up. He was out of bounds. He stopped the clock. I get that. Basically, you know, if Bengals fans will say, like, you know, give us another shot. What do you got over there?
Oh yeah, right. This is my one of my
Raptors,
favorite
baby.
sweaters. If you guys haven't noticed, yeah, Mondays are for sweaters for myself. And yeah, you know, it's somebody's asking in the chat. Yeah, are the Raptors going to make the Super Bowl if they try hard enough? No, yeah, maybe. It's all good there, guys. Tesla is now actually flushing to the downside. So I sort of was patient with this, gave a little bit more consolidation, added to this in front of 173. Now we're actually getting the push through 170, 172 to the downside. But something to note is every single time we touch 172, and I'm just watching this in real time, every time we touch it, whether we break or not, we quickly bounce back. So, you know, I have no idea why this is actually happening. I'm kind of sad that I didn't get a cover there, but you know, I'm basically this is like not so much worrying me, but why is it continually bouncing off that level? I'm gonna hold on to it for a little bit longer to see where that one wants to go. Added a bit to the Amazon as well, the over kind of, you know, over VWAP here, waiting for the flush down on that one as well. I don't know what to think, but I'm looking at the market and it's not really going to the north side, and yet these things are at VWAP there. So yeah, CVNA covering a little bit more at the pop. I know Sharif was talking 1080, kind of struggling. I was like, all right, say less. I will cover some of that over there. But again, you know, my full out for the, you know, I'm slowly taking my wins. Obviously, as a day trader, guys, you need to pay yourself. That's the main thing. So, you know, I'm kind of taking my wins as they're there. But I do want to hold some for a potential move up if it wants to continue. But again, if we break 990 to the downside, you know, my position is not bad, 10-10 average. If we break 990, it's like 25-cent risk probably all in with slippage. So, you know, not too bad considering I did pay myself along the way. And as the 50 period kind of gets up here, you know, maybe it holds this level. So, you know, interesting levels are basically 1020, 10, and 990 to the downside, maybe potential short-term support. We'll see if it wants to actually flush there, bounce, go back up. If we break, I'll be fully out of that trade, and then considering shorts on that one.
Yeah, I'm going to get out of that one, Luca, at 1025. I'm holding like a tiny bit left. I've got maybe a couple of more scalps in me here. So if it breaks that $quarter level, I don't want any part of it. I'm long 65, so it'll be a nice little winner. I mean, I should have been adding, again, I'm going to talk about this because the more I make myself feel bad, the more I may do it next time. I should be adding at this. I anticipated a continuation. I had already scalped out the majority of the position. If I anticipate a continuation, I need to size up again and move again with the trend. I didn't do it, and I should be doing it. So CVNA, still, I'm going to hold this one. I'm sitting at 94s. I don't want to sit right at the $11 mark. If we make that move, I want to get out before the 11 gets tested, and so that's why I'm doing that. But I want to shout out someone, Anu View in the chat saying, I agree with you. Eagles look ready. You'll have to celebrate with a cheesesteak. Yeah, I love the cheesesteak. I just hate Philly, right? I hate the Eagles, right? Because, I mean, you cannot like a division rival. It's just the way it is in the NFL. It's kind of like that way in baseball, too, and I'm sure to other extent. Like, I know I don't follow hockey or basketball that much, but I know in baseball, you hate all the other AL East teams. Likewise in football. So anyway, Vana, we're hanging out at that $10.50 area. We haven't broken the $0.50 yet, which is good because the $0.50 area always ends up sometimes being a support area for these small cappers. Now, with respect to some of these big tech longs that we were looking at, that's kind of like out of the window for me until we make a new high here on the ES. I'd like to break that 40.65 area and make a new high before I'll really look at some of these ES names. But when I do look long, and if we do look long, I'm definitely looking not at Meta. I'm looking more at Amazon, and I'm looking, to somewhat earlier it looked like Microsoft. Doesn't look as good anymore. But we'll see. So I'm definitely looking at the more relatively strong names. Whatever those happen to be at the time is the one we'll take long. But at the moment, I've really got no other trades on except this Vana. Let's have a look here at GNS because let's see what this one is up to. It could be ready any time to do whatever. So yeah, we're still in that long pattern. We're essentially creating a higher lows and we're above VWAP. We haven't created a recent higher high over 727, but this one still, to me, it's more of a long, and I'm looking short if we can, break below 6 and hold there, and then we start stepping down. I'll take a short. I won't anticipate I'll participate on this one, Luca.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm sort of wondering, does BBBY have any more steam to actually make a move here? That over kind of 320 was pretty interesting. Had the short, kind of scaled myself out into VWAP there. Giving you the nice retracement, obviously, starting from 255, running to 325 with the rest of these kind of moves all together, retracing 50% of that move. So you either have the up move, you have the down move. Now it's kind of, consolidating. I do feel that, 320 and the high of day are interesting on this one. So I will be watching, a move towards 320. This area is like, I just feel like it is diddling in the middle. I don't want to, get too aggressive. Even though we're above the 3 level and it's kind of showing you like a little bit of bounces off 3, I don't necessarily want to try a 3 long for a move up. If we get up, I do want to favor the short on this just because they're going bankrupt, right? So, I mean, if they're going bankrupt, I might as well try to favor the short and not really try to get myself into longs. If I lose on the short, I won't hate myself because they're going bankrupt, right? That's kind of the theme
It could
here.
be their last days.
It could be their last. I mean, it could be their last. Maybe I get into a short and then they open at like 5 cents because they're bankrupt. So yeah, let me stick with that kind of logic on that one. Yeah, CVNA still looks good. Lucid, I did add to it again in front of that 12. I just feel like the longs through 12 cover on the pops. That makes the most sense. It's obviously not too exciting right now. Like volume is just not there, not doing anything. It's all about managing expectations. If this thing wants to stop here, bounce, give me 5 cents, 10 cents, I'll just do it over and over again. So that's basically the plan with that one. Somebody was saying MGLO. I think it was MGLO.
Oh, wow, that was last week,
through 3. Was it MGLO? No, MG something M. Oh man, I just had it here too. MLGO. There we go. Yeah, MLGO was popping through 3, and I pulled it up very quickly. The only thing with this one is it doesn't really have. The volume is pretty lackluster. It just it did go through 3, but nothing really materialized. We are back down. Again, anytime I see a chart like this where it just barcodes around, it doesn't do anything too exciting. If it gets going, great, right? And how many times? Is it the middle of the day and somebody in the chat is like, look at this stock. And I'm like, it's doing nothing. And then, it's just kind of crazy later on, if volume picks up. So I am okay to let it go. If it goes crazy, great. I will love to trade it. This is the one that, obviously went crazy. It actually did touch 70 that day. One of those Chinese SPACs, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Crazy move to the upside, retracing all the way to the downside now, just not really doing anything too crazy. So we'll see where this wants to go. If volume picks up, it did have a bigger day, I think, on Friday from the looks of it. I didn't pull it up, but yeah, if this gets going and, maybe breaks 4 to the upside, then I'll consider trading this. But for now, I'm just going to let it go. It'll be on the back burner for the time being. I want to see Meta because Meta, I know I had an offer out on that one, and I don't think it's making its way there. So let's just have a quick look to see how far away this is. Okay, yeah. So the short is good here, clearly.
Yeah.
Because they didn't give me the 149 fills on that one.
It's weak.
Yeah, man. Always the struggle because sometimes I'm like, yeah, I want the short up here, but if it's going to be good, it's not going to get there, clearly. And then it's like, oh, I want the Alibaba short, but it just keeps filling me more and more. And I'm like, well, okay, I'm not really too sure. I did kind of scale in. I waited for 113 to break. Again, high a day on this one is give or take, 113.15. So I added the final piece over 113. So now I'm basically, taking the cover flush into into the 80s, and now I'm holding for the move back down for the rest. We're going to see if that one wants to continue to materialize. It should. It ran the 113s, now back down. This should not float back up. If it prints, 1 cent over 113.20, then I'm going to be out of the rest of that trade. So basically locking in what I think is a little bit of a win on that one, and now a pretty decent average. So we're going to see risking 20 cents on the last piece of that one. Yeah, man, Tesla, not really too sure what to think with this one, Sharif. I don't know if you got an opinion on that.
I don't. I'll look at that in a second. I just want to mention, shout out to JD for bringing my attention. The big move on Oxy. It really is echoing oil. I got oil on the left here on the trading view chart. I got the left on this this right chart here. That's Oxy. And look at that. They're basically identical to each other. This is the 1 minute on both of them. 79.88 was the top here on WTI. And that corresponding level on Oxy was 65.73. And it's been one flush down. Oxy is down 2.5% on the day. Oh, geez. What did I do? Come on, come back. There we go. Yeah, I hate that shake feature on Microsoft where if you shake the window, it makes. I got to take that off.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, it is. It's just like, anyway. So yeah, nice move. I really don't know what the catalyst is. We talked about that this morning on the morning show with Brendo about, OPEC having a meeting coming up on Wednesday and basically saying they're going to continue with the same type of production or cuts or whatever. They're continuing the same direction that they're going. I guess the market didn't like that. It flushed. I'm surprised, that oil isn't more up. We were talking about oil really making a comeback with the reopening of China and how that's going to spur on demand. And we're going to look at $2 gas again in Ontario, anyway, in Canada. We're looking at $2 gas again by maybe early summer, late spring. And so I was looking for WTI to jump. We'll see. We'll probably have these intervening fluctuations up and down. We'll see if anything develops on that one. Looks like it's retracing a little bit. If we can break that flat bottom here on this, maybe we'll get a continuation. Maybe I'll take a little bit south of 76s. So let's go ahead and put a baby quarter position here. We're going to go 64.74 short. And we'll give it to 64.72, a couple of pennies there. And if it wants to continue to go, it'll go. Otherwise, not really, which is kind of an exploratory position. Cacta is saying, Sharif, hi Sharif, do you think gold can go to 100 since it's been going up nonstop from last year? That's the ETF. Let's have a look at gold real quick here. Let me just bring in the side charts. Let's look at KOLD. Okay, oops. So just remind me again which ETF. I know this is an ETF or it's an inverse ETF or something like that. ProShares Ultra Short for, let's see, before expenses, the inverse performance of the Dow natural gas. So yeah, nat gas today making that tying the all-time low. And obviously coal's been absolutely getting destroyed. I mean, where do we go much lower here on nat gas? I mean, yeah, it's an unusually warm winter, they're saying, and therefore there hasn't been that kind of demand on nat gas. Look at this curl. This is the inverse ETF, obviously, so it goes up when nat gas goes down. Look, dude, I mean, somebody asked me this last week, and I just don't know enough about these commodities. I don't want to speak out of turn here, but it's obviously on the cold this is. It's broken a key resistance level here, which was that $40 area. I mean, it just blew through it. Now it's 54s. We're looking maybe at hundreds in the face here. You were saying 100. I mean, that's clearly the next level of resistance. There's no other really resistance points. Maybe this 80 area. Look, we have two troughs here. One trough over here, one trough over here. One was made March 2022. The other one, February 2022. So that 80 bottom is going to act, key area of support earlier is going to act as resistance. So say the textbooks. So $80, and then I think you're right, $100 next on gold. But I don't know enough about the industry to give a comment, so I'll refrain from that. All right, let's get back into business here, see what this Vana trade is up to before we send it back to my man Luca. Okay, so we got stopped out of Vana because it broke that $quarter area. So we lock in some nice profits. Okay, it's a really good trade. I wish I would have gave it more to 10. I kind of chose a quarter because we had that consolidation bottom here around that 30 area. I said I'll give it to a quarter. Ideally I should have given it to 10. But hey, we ended up making big boy on it, so happy with that trade, and we got to look for others now.
Yeah, guys, heads up. Tesla flushing down to the 172 level, bouncing again. So I am covering a little bit. And even though I want to hold this, I mean, bounce, bounce, go down, Tesla. Come on, go down there. But yeah, just taking a little bit off there because it's showing that it wants to continue bouncing there. So we'll roll with that one. I want to pull up HSCS because somebody was asking HSCS on the NASDAQ. This is a $2 stock. First thing I check, Hard Test Laboratories, 6 mil float. So, classify that as a low float. When I look at these names, the first thing I say is, and, volume is the tell. Everybody knows that. Volume is essentially dead right now. It's a 6 mil float, so it is a low float. Down or up? Great question. Not too sure. I mean, from the first look at this, it looks like it is holding here, and there is a potential that it could pop. But at the same time, with low floats, with kind of the first day move, the way that it is, day one, where it went from, down over here all the way up to 2, up 130%. If we make a high a day here, clear the 250 level, is it going to clear 250 to the upside, do a lot of volume, and quickly reverse? Or, is it going to clear the downside, do a lot of volume, and reverse? At this point, it's just doing nothing. So for myself, I think nothing of it. I'm not going to go long. I'm not going to go short this name. But again, with small caps, what they are famous for is they have the move. Whatever the news is on the name, it's not really substantial enough to change anything fundamentally. And then, algos are involved, and they kind of break levels, trigger stops, and then look for exits if they are long. And they need to kind of manufacture liquidity. That's the setup, right? So it looks like volume is dead. I would just be very careful with this one. Not in a position, didn't trade it today, not looking to take a position on it. No more thoughts. But yeah, first rule of thumb, look at the float, look at institutional ownership, digest the news. Is it positive? Does it look really good? And then you kind of go from there and say, what are the levels? What are the daily levels? If I'm going to fade this thing, is there anybody that's bagged from before that would be dying to get out right now? And I'm just kind of pulling up the daily very quickly to look. It is no, right? It's not really. I mean, it's kind of, the personality of a stock says a lot. If this one goes down and then up and then down and then up, down and then up and then back down would be my guess because, things kind of stay within that same pattern. I would be reluctant to draw a line like this and say like it's running into support. The better look is that, every time this thing pops, it sort of does a lot of volume and then it eventually fades. How long does it spend near the top is another thing that you can look at. Sometimes some of these names, they go up and they go down very quickly. Other times they go up, they hold the level, then go down. It is a product of, I would say, institutional ownership, a product of float, a product of what is the actual news that came out on it. So that's basically my thoughts on that one. Hopefully it helps you kind of digest there. J&J in the toilet. Yep, hit the toilet emoji for that one because J&J, it down 2.6%. Obviously coming with the news on that one. It's kind of showing that this is maybe a level here. So, as it gets closer to the 50 period, I wonder if we run the 50 period, do some volume over there, and then go back down and test lower days. So I'm going to watch this in the background. Maybe I miss it because I'm watching a few things today, but maybe it wants to run the 50 period, run 165. Then you got VWAP overhead. It is kind of, I don't try to say, the market's wrong on this move. The market shows that down is the way. Down 2%, didn't give the V-shaped recovery, now kind of channeling. If I do take it, it'll be less size just because it is J&J, it is later, volume is dropping. I don't want to get too aggressive and too committed to that one. So that we'll see what this wants to do at 165 there. But I do kind of like that over under 165. So actually, now that I kind of convinced myself into that one, let me just throw it in order to see where that one wants to go. Looking at some of my positions here, so CVNA, breaking the 50 period now to the downside, but still holding 10, right? So 1020, 10 and 990, that kind of area is holding, give or take. I'm happy that I did scale myself out. So I am positioned that if we continue to go to the upside, I will reap the rewards. But if we do go back down, I'll still be up on the overall trade. That's always the plan when you are trading things like this. So that was good. I'm looking at Lucid as well. This one is popping. So I'm going to take the majority out over here. I said that I wanted 12. It gave me 20 cents. That's great. And same kind of plan. I am going to hold some. If we keep going to the upside, great. If we go back to the downside, I am going to buy more of this at 12 and below if we can get there. But that's a nice win. I'm just kind of looking at my board. Alibaba is actually flushing into the 50 period here. So let me make sure that I take some over here at the 50 period. We could easily bounce and then go back to the upside. So this kind of trade was, add, cover. I was very, very close to getting stopped out. By 5 cents, 4 cents. So, sometimes it is like that, right? 4 cents away from greatness, or from getting stopped out. Sorry about that. Yeah, Tesla's going to the down. Okay, now everything's working. This is why I'm lost for words. I was like holding a loser's patient waiting, and now finally Tesla breaking that 172. So I don't want to speak too soon, but I just feel like now that we're actually below the 50 period, it's below that 172. It gave 1, 2, 3 bounces, 4th time's the charm this time around. And let's see if this can actually get back towards 171, 170. I'm going to throw bids in front of 171 to see if I can start covering down over there. Pretty happy with that one. So yeah, Alibaba. Oh, this was a terrible cover. Okay. Well, this is why you don't cover everything, right? You got to make sure you scale yourself out, because you don't know, right? Price is super important.
You're taking levels,
but you got to, it's like I'm covering as long as I can cover the 50 period, the area that I wanted, which is the bottom end of this general channel. And then if we keep going to the downside, great. I'm gonna just be lighter on the position overall there. So yeah, pretty happy with that one. Hopefully Tesla continues to go, and I'm looking to see where's Amazon here, because I'm getting actually a fill down over there. I just feel like if we break 100 back to the downside on Amazon, the short is good. The short is going to be good. So my logic was, I didn't want to let it go, because I'm like, maybe it just spends some time at VWAP, then we actually flush down. I don't know what the market wants to do, but it looks like it wanted to potentially, maybe go low of day and test, 40-40, 40-45 there. So this is kind of an interesting area, because we got the sort of wick off bottoms, and it was like 1, 2, 3, then we had the bounce, and we're getting sort of another, it still is early, it's still kind of 3 minutes to close this 5-minute candle, but if we reverse from here and hold, another wick off bottom. So, anytime that I'm looking at these names, and sorry, let me drag up the chart for everybody to see. Anytime you see these sort of like wick off bottoms, I like that for the long. And I do like it when it flushes and then closes, and then the next one doesn't go lower. So if it goes, eventually one of them is going to create a lower, like it's going to be the bottom. And then if it kind of bounce, then you get the up move, right? So let's see where this one goes, because this did not break the bottom, and I do kind of feel like the break of bottoms are the better reversal point. It hasn't shown that we don't break bottoms and then we go back to the highs. So I am kind of, sitting back, waiting for that, break of 40-45 and then reversal point. Then we'll start to flip long on some of these names.
All right. So I just reiterate, I'm waiting for a possible break of that 64.75 on Oxy, but I'm liking it less and less as it really doesn't do much around there. So I'm debating whether I'm going to pull that order or not. Now, we're a lot closer to the lows currently than we are at the highs. We're finding a bit of a bounce here momentarily on the market, kind of bottom wicking, almost a bit of a double bottom here on the ES March contract. Looks like at that 40-46 area, and we kind of just shot right back up. I'm thinking about initiating some longs. I'm seeing Google above VWAP as well as Amazon. So I'm looking at those names. I'm definitely not looking at Meta or Apple or Tesla at the moment. So let's go ahead here and flip this to AMZN. I feel like I'm missing the whole move, man, by taking this long to get in. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and punch a half position here. And you know what? I'm really kind of debating this position. I want to think about it for a second, because I'm seeing a possible double bottom. But I mean, there's just that confirmation bias. I mean, what I really should be waiting for is a break of the 65 top to create a new high, right? If that's really going to be the case. But I'm giving up a lot of the move. I'm giving up almost a 10-point move on the ES, right? Probably going to be like a 50, 75 penny move on Amazon if that's the case. So I'm unsure, and as I'm being unsure, it's continuing to go to the high side without me. I do see a bit of a breakout here brewing, so I'm just going to punch here. I'm going to punch half a position, like I said, and then I'm going to look to add. I got a poopy, very poopy fill because of my hesitation to punch long here, so I'm disappointed in myself for that, but I really need to be able to make the decisions. I need to be accurate. So we're long 75. It's not the greatest fill. I'm going to see what we can do in that. I'm going to be really patient with this one too. Let me just be very clear. I feel that Amazon is the strongest of the bunch at the moment. Maybe with Google as well. They look to be the toughest. And so if I'm looking long on this market, if this market's going to reclaim or come close to some of its highs, I'm not saying it will. I want to be in those names, and that's just how I feel. So the top technically is 40.86 on the ES March contract, but that's before the bell. The top after the bell was 40.77. So we're a lot closer to the lows than we are to the highs at the moment. And so this makes it a bit of a riskier trade, to be honest with you, on this Amazon. But let's see what happens. I think we got Brendo, though, at the big desk with Happening Now.
Hey guys, yeah, into lunch hour we go. Let's have a look at a red board still kind of chopping around near the lows of the session. 1.25, 1.37 here for the NASDAQ Composite and the 100 trying to lead the way. Still at this point, 0.65 for the Russell 2000. A little bit of strength coming through in small cap land. Dow 0.18. It was green at one point not too long ago, 0.7 there for the S&P 500 as we make our way through a Monday if you're with us early on. We talked a little bit about Lucid, Tesla, and SoFi, amongst a whole bunch of others in the first hour of the show this morning. This SoFi is still leading as far as gainers from the watch list this morning. Pretty impressive move here, 15.8%. Trying to get back to day highs right now, in fact, on a pop with the overall market here, guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, I like what Mile High Daddy said in the chat. I think I read the term poopy fill in one of my trading books. I'm sure you did. I gotta get that. I gotta get that trademark, Luca. All right.
Yeah, sorry, just a quick question in the chat that I want to address. I see a few people asking, what happens to Lucid options if they go private? So essentially, your broker will figure out the back end, but
that's so interesting.
So let's say they go private at like 15 and then you have call options at like 10 as an example. It's they're just going to kind of work that out, and then you get the closing price and then they kind of offset it, and I assume you're going to have to double check with your broker as to what they do and how they fill that, but I would imagine what they do is they just put the cash in your account for the difference of the spread there, right? So I'm assuming if you're trading options, you know how options work, and so ask your broker how they actually settle that. Do you get shares? Do they just kind of net it and then cash settle it and give you the cash? That's a great question. So, but for the most part, if they go private, they'll figure that out, and then you get the cash in your account, assuming that you're up on the options. But do double check to see how it kind of settles. I can't just grasp at straws here and say like, yeah, this is what the broker's going to do exactly. Maybe there's kind of a difference in how they do that, right? So they would just pay you out, I would imagine. Heads up. So I am short a bunch of names here now. Short NEO, short AMD. The AMD trade, I kind of expect this to go to 74. So I'm just waiting to see, does this actually get to 74? I'm going to continue to, build into this and then see if we can, ride it back down the same way I'm doing the other things. Tesla looked good. This looked amazing, man. This did look amazing, and then it just back to the 50 period and just kind of grinding, right? So I have no idea what this means, but I do want to hold on to this just a little bit. This is why I like to, scale into these and then take my wins, because I took it here, and then if it kept going, I would have been like, oh, I shouldn't have taken it there. But now it's just back up. So I'm like, okay, I'm happy that I took some off over there. Not everything is going to be, like an Alibaba where you just cover and then it just keeps going. But yeah, something to note on Alibaba as well. It is just barcoding, for the last 5 minutes. I want to say here, what I'm basically watching now is, does this pop back up and then drop? Does it drop, or do we kind of, there's no way that we just stay here and continue to do this. So yeah, I'm just watching what this wants to do. What I want to see is if it does decide to pop, it should not break back over the 50 period. If it does, I'm not going to stop myself out high a day anymore. If we break 112.70 or so, then I'll reevaluate that one and maybe just kind of lock in the rest of the win on that one. Yeah, Tesla just floating around break even. Amazon, it did pop. I did add to that. Over here, thankfully I covered, moved to the upside. Now I can keep adding into that 101 and just continue to mean revert that one. Yeah, John, pop, lock, and drop it. Somebody's saying BBBY short. Let's have a look back here at BBBY. I'm waiting for the high a day, so I am waiting for this. If this wants to go to 325 and go crazy, then it'll be exciting. Then I'll get some type of, this was great. I think if we do it again, we go higher, maybe 350, then I'll try this again at 350. We'll see where that one wants to go. And I want to glance back at GNS. Did this make a high a day? No. I'm watching that 750 level for some type of over-under action. Volume is really, really dead on this thing. I feel like if we do break, are that many shorts still involved? Do they get squeezed? These are the questions I ask myself in real time. So yeah, we'll keep those ones on watch and see where they go. I'm pretty light on the NEO position, so I'm not really too worried with this one. If it wants to float around and continue to go up, I'll just reevaluate it later and maybe just punch out of that one.
All right, so I do like this BBY short, but it's not going to cost me that much money to find out. I'm short already. I'm looking to take some, if it goes against me, I'm out 308s. Where am I short? 95s. So I'm going to have to wait for a nice breakdown. I'm looking to scalp some out into 85s here. It is breaking through VWAP, so we may have a bounce here, and I'm cognizant of that. I'm kind of trying to front run it a little bit. That's my thinking here. I'm looking to take some out in front of 85s because I do see a trough here that could act as an area of support for BBBY. So let's go ahead and set some orders here so we can take some stuff out. All right, where are we going to go? We're going to get out in front of, we're going to go out 885. So let's go ahead and do that. And we're going to cover here at 85 for this amount. Let's wait to see what that does. We're also in this Amazon long. Yeah, we're like 5 pennies in the money, 10 pennies in the money, nothing really to write home about. But an exploratory position here on BBBY, looking for that flush below VWAP. Mind you, it did flush below VWAP after it made that big move up, kind of that V-shaped retracement, the Christmas tree, as Randy likes to call it, but it quickly reclaimed VWAP. Let me just have a look at it on my other chart here to make sure that all these levels are jiving, because I'm going to base them off these levels. Yeah, so we've got consistency here on this chart. So again, let's see what BBBY does. I like it. I also want to mention something about Vana here, Carvana that is. Creating a bit of a looks like a bearish pattern, but it is above VWAP and it is up 32%. So there's no way I'm shorting anything here. What I'm looking for is a bounce play north. First of all, I'm looking at that $10 level. I like it because it's a whole dollar level. And there's also a nice little peak here at that 10, which was initial resistance that we didn't break until this big boy move up here. So I like 10 for a bounce. Then if 10 doesn't break, I'm also looking at VWAP, which is that 975 area. So I'm looking at both of those for a nice move. Looks like BBBY just broke now below VWAP. I need this one to continue through the 80s. I need to see some downward momentum on this one to really kind of believe it. I'm in the money, so a bit of a cushion starting to brew. Amazon, yeah, still same thing. I see higher highs and higher lows on this one. There we go, now popping into the high 80s. Where do I start covering here? I'm going to look in front of the whole dollar, so I'll be looking in front of 101s. Let's go ahead and start covering some, how much shares? Okay, so there we go. We'll start covering some at, let's say, 96s. We'll sit at 96. There we go. We get filled. So a nice little move there on Amazon. Now we just broke the 101 level. The move is a little secular. I don't see this move being echoed on any of the other big 5 names. You just don't see that reflected in the chart pattern. I'm seeing a few candles develop here on Meta, but definitely Amazon is the strongest of the bunch above VWAP, and its trend is more upwardly directed. So where do we take profits next on Amazon? So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to sit in front of that 10s. I really want to de-risk a little bit here. So I'll sit at 101.9s, and if we can make our way up there, I'll scalp a little bit more out on that one. Quickly back to this BBBY trade before we send it to Luca. Looks like rejected off that 90 area, $2.90, and we bounced a little bit, but we are below VWAP, but I'm still very hesitant about this one. I'm not ready to count any profits. I'm not going to assume anything here, but it does look like it's ready to break to the downside, and that's what I'm looking at. Stonkonia says, Sharif with the big words. Whatever, dude. I like throwing them out there. Okay.
Yeah, man, there's plenty of words out there, so expand your vocabulary, or for myself, use the same words over and over again and just recycle them. Yeah, no, lots of fun there. But yeah, guys, so I'm looking, Baba is sort of back to the upside on this one. I'm going to hold it because it was not, it did break, but then kind of flushed back down and pretty lackluster. So I will hold on to that, have a decent average on that one. Lucid, did I get the ad? No, I did not get the ad. Okay, yeah, so I am bidding close to 12 there. Let's see if we get the fill on that one. Neo, somebody was like, oh, thoughts on Neo. It's pretty lackluster, man. I mean, despite the morning move, this is a very, very tight range. I am very light on this position. I'm not worried about it at all. I just think, it's down on the day. It's, the overnight session in Asia, those names are down. So I just want to short them. That's basically my logic. So yeah, short Neo, short Alibaba, waiting for Neo to do something there. I'm also watching AMD for the push higher. I don't necessarily want to add to it just yet, but if we can, get to like 88s, then I want to add to that one. Amazon, I am watching the 101, expecting the break of that. Very happy that Sharif it's funny because Sharif, I think, you were saying like, now this is going to the upside, let me take the long for the move into 100. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, that's money, man. That's going to be money. But because I'm already short, I'm like, let's add on to the short. let's add on to this and see if it wants to run 101s and then go back down. So I just feel like, see how it's barcoding right at VWAP? I feel like it wants to get back there and then continue to barcode around there. So I just feel like the short here is better, and then the cover at VWAP is good. And then, you know, if we do break 100 to the downside, that could be a whole new trade for myself. Not sure if I'm going to hold any more from here to 100. If we get back down into below VWAP, I'll be looking for the cover on that one. Darren in the chat and a few others saying BBAI, so we could have a look at that one. BBAI.
AI, baby.
BBAI on
Vana flushing,
New
guys,
York.
by the way, into that 10 area. So this is an interesting area here. Just wanted to mention that quick. Go ahead, Luca.
Yeah, no, of course. That's a good look there. Yeah, I'm looking that I'm now negative on that position. So BBAI, nice little volume spike. Not sure what that's related to, but I would definitely watch this general area where it's at right now. So the 330 in the pre-market, it did kind of flush and then reject VWAP, then get the sell-off. You know, going from 315 down to 260, nice move to the downside. Anytime you get a nice move to the downside like that on these things, then they retrace back to the upside. It can get interesting. You can potentially get a short squeeze on that. So the example that I'll give is a GNS. You know, GNS. GNS. This is more extreme now, but if you rewind, you know, flush to the downside, starts to curl back up, halt, then goes crazy, right? So not to say that BBAI is going to give that same setup, and I keep confusing myself here. Not to say that it's going to give that same setup, but down to the downside, reversing the whole move, now inching towards that high a day. I personally am not going to have a trade on this. If this continues and really goes, then I'll watch it. I'm just pulling up the daily to see if there's any specific levels that I would see. Again, guys, I do like mean reversion plays on these things. That's just my strategy towards them. That's my personality. So I always look for the fade play. I know people are long. It's good to have kind of different strategies going in. First level, I see 455 area. That's always an interesting area on these things. And then I almost want to say 350 where it's at right now. So call it 350, you know, into 380. And so as a sort of, it's not as extended as I would like it to be. Obviously, this is a very, very move up, good move up, 40 cents to the upside. But I would consider the short here if we break 350 and tap like 370, then it kind of gets interesting for myself. So I'll watch that to see if it wants to continue to go to the upside, but maybe just let it go. Like that's what I'm telling myself. Maybe I'll let it go. If you are long this thing from the bottom, as always, congratulations. It's really starting to go. Volume is always the tell, so watch that volume. You know, watch the 350 to 380 area. If it breaks 350, you get some type of tape teleportation. You know, if it exhausts, this thing can, as fast as it goes up, it could come all the way back down, man. And I'm gonna lastly check float checker.
Tape teleportation.
It's
I know you've
yeah,
said
man,
that
digital
before,
warfare.
but it's really just clicked it now.
It's well, that's the thing, man. It's just digital warfare, and you know, it's tape teleportation. It's yeah, man, just yeah. But looking like the float, I don't know. It says 22, then 4. I'm just glancing at this, and my first kind of guess is that it's closer to 4 or 5 million. If I had to guess, it doesn't look like an 11 to 18 million float. So I would just treat it as 5 million. I don't know if you have more accurate information on float on that. If you want to double check,
Sure.
But
which one are we looking at?
BBAI.
Yeah, one moment. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I would treat it personally as a you know, like a 5 mil float. So obviously manage accordingly.
4.2 million I'm getting here.
4.2, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So this is the I would go with you know, 4 or 5 million float. The reason why we look at float for the new people that are asking, this is how I gauge risk on these things. If it's, you know, sub 5 million, I always tell myself my size is my risk. And so, you know, you can't just jump in with crazy amounts of size and expect, oh yeah, I'm going to risk this amount, because you will see tape teleportation because of a low float. And so that's why I'm saying, you know, if it breaks 350 to the upside and runs to 380, if it starts to go crazy, it might go 380, 360, 4, back to 360, and then it could be at 310 in a heartbeat. So to think that your size is going to be controlled by a stop order, it's not necessarily going to be the case. So yeah, your size is always your risk on floats that are low. And I just say, you know, sub 5 million, that's low float. Below 2 million, that's kind of nano micro float. I tend to stay away from those ones.
Yeah, those are the dangerous ones that
Yep.
move parabolically. All right, I'm sitting here on BBBY. It looks like we printed 286s. There was a low. I'm sitting at 285. So it's got to cross. So realistically, we'll probably have to see 84s print before I'll get filled. But you know, I like the way it's going, you know, and it's a slow mover, which is surprising, really. I thought, you know, it would have more aggression to the downside, but I guess so many people know that this is shorted. A lot of people are packing in, looking for that short squeeze. All right, guys, back to Amazon here. We come back. We're testing 101 again. I'm sitting at 101.11 as we get a bit of a move here on the market. I'm seeing some green come in for some of these big capper names. Microsoft now above VWAP. Likewise with Google and Amazon as well. There we go. So I'm sitting at 11s there. I'm seeing 05 prints, 06, 7. If we can get up there, I'll scalp a little bit out. But, you know, still, it's a red day, and I feel like the upward moves are really being met with a lot of resistance. It's kind of crawling its way up. Now, right back below that 101 again is Amazon. So packing our patience and exercising patience here. Likewise with BBBY, we kind of get that move down, and then we get that retracement up. Now, I have to be cognizant of this. I don't want this to go against me. Let's have a look at this BBBY chart because it's worth noting. When I analyzed GNS, what did I say? I said these upward stocks, you know, for this one included, these kind of small capper, daily gapper stocks, meme stocks, whatever you want to call them, they've had more of an upward tilt than a downward tilt to them lately. So when we're shorting them, we've got to be real careful. Now, here's what I'm looking at. This one broke below VWAP, retraced immediately. Broke again, retraced immediately. Is the same thing setting up here? I mean, I front ran it, so I have a price above VWAP. But how much am I willing to give this? Initially, I said I'd give it to that 308. All right, so that was before it broke below VWAP, right? Because I'm thinking, okay, it can kind of reject, bounce off VWAP here, and then I'll get a better cost basis by punching in at 305 or whatever. And then I'll get out final through that break of 308 at 310, right? But that's before, I can't even talk. That's before it broke. Now, basically, this changes my calculus now that it broke VWAP and then it reclaims it, because now we're looking at the same thing that happened over here. So I need to be cognizant of that. So the most I'm going to give this BBBY, and as I'm talking about it, it just does it. Shoots up to 3. I'm not going to let it punch me out now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for it to break that 3 again, in case it was just like a quick break and then we flush down. So let's go ahead and put an out now at 302. I don't want to get shaken out here, but the fact of the matter is I have to have some rules. So 302, and then we'll put at 304 in case it kind of just goes nuts there for a second. How much we got in terms, okay, so we're good. We're covering the right amount of shares there. We're not going to go over, and we'll sit there. So broke VWAP now. I don't like this trade as much as I used to. I think it's going to continue kind of just to break above and below VWAP. I got my guy on my left here saying something about Tesla, so I'll send it to him real quick.
Yeah, did Luca lose on Tesla? I thought I was going to, because it's sort of stressing me out, the fact that it keeps bouncing off. Yeah, Stressla, man, bouncing off that 172. But I'm like, I don't know, man. It's not going up. It's not going down. It keeps bouncing, but you know, eventually it's going to break and go down. This is kind of why I'm holding the trade. Now that we're getting the flush down, I'm just looking at my board, finally in the money on it. So I'm like, okay, thank you so much for that one. And I'm just looking here because a lot of things are now moving for me. I added to the AMD short. That was pretty good. We're actually flushing back into VWAP. So let me just take some fills down over here and send them as I see them continuing to pay myself. I sort of like, oh, Tesla back to 172. Don't do this to me, Tesla. Come on, just go down. This is why, you know what, I'm covering every single flush, not really using any levels anymore. Just basically, if it flushes, I'm covering, taking some wins. If we go back up, I will. I mean, it's kind of interesting that it's, you know, barcoding below VWAP, so the potential to go back to 170 is higher. At least that's what I hope. The market flushing, so now the shorts should be good. Any shorts that are not really working, you know, you want to short things that are weak, especially if the market's going down and you short something, it should be going down with it. So yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. I'm up on Tesla, but I'm just waiting for like the payout to come through, right? Just waiting there. So we'll see where that one wants to go. Yeah, Amazon, the 101, you know, a little bit of a double top off 101. Yeah. Kind of sad that I missed the third time. I did want it to go a little bit higher so I could get, you know, a little bit higher over there for the flush down. But yeah, now we're actually flushing to the downside. So pretty short everything right now, except for Lucid, waiting for waiting for another long if this wants to get back to 12. I'm just going to recycle the same areas over and over again. People are talking about SoFi, saying SoFi, this is running, it looks strong. I want to make just a little note of this one. Don't mind that little fill there. That was ridiculous, really, looking kind of embarrassing, but it's all good, man. That's trading. It will embarrass you every single time. Yeah. So if you're on YouTube, I mean, everybody knows. I'm just embarrassed over here. Everyone could see it. If you're alone, don't worry. You don't feel the shame that I feel right now, but all good. There's something to note here is the fact that it popped, dropped, held the pre-market low, give or take, right? Then went back up, never came below that level. And so anytime you get a bounce and then a flush down and a quick reclaim, what I tend to do is I sort of draw a line and I say, okay, this area is the area. So that's 660. It just didn't spend any time below 660. So not every time are you going to use a hard stop where you're like, okay, if this breaks this level, I'm going to be out. So for example, let's say I would short this thing at like 698 and then 7 is a fresh level. Okay, maybe I'll be out at 701, so hard stop. But sometimes you want to use a time stop and then factor that into the area that you're getting yourself into. And so with SoFi, it sort of dips below that region, pops back up, so it really only spends, call it 5 minutes below that level, and then never goes there again. So, I was actually trying to get long in front of VWAP, and it's unfortunate that I didn't get the fill. I think I was around this time trying to get long, so I was bidding, maybe 662 or something. I was bidding close to VWAP. Didn't get the fill long. The long is better, obviously up 16% on the day. I don't want to get too aggressive to the short side in case I get my face ripped off. I just feel like the long was correct. Popping into the high of days, now finally curling up and testing the 7. And I know people are saying, SoFi, so I'm assuming people are long from that VWAP bottom, which made the most sense that I missed the fill on. At this point, if we break 7 to the upside, I do want to scale into a short for a move back to 7. I'm not going to get too aggressive. I'm not going to take too much size on it. It's not going to worry me too much. I'm basically waiting for it. I thought we were going to get it at this point, and I really did want it here. And the reason I say that is because, when things move to the upside, I do like the long into the level, the break of a level, the flip short, and then the cover back below the level, just taking advantage of that sort of liquidity vacuum. And so if it happens very quickly, the chance that it retraces the whole move very quickly is higher. If it happens slowly, then, I don't really expect crazy moves to the downside. So I want to sort of take this example and go to Alibaba. When I initially started the short, it was pretty lackluster. It's not really doing anything. And because there was no extension, it was just a very slow move up. And then even though it gave the flush down, I was not really expecting the flush down. That's why I was like, hey, let me really cover over here and over here, because just kind of slow to go up, slow to go down. So yeah, as fast as these things go up, they can go down, but if they are slow on the way up, the chance that they really flush to the downside is a little bit lower, right? So that's kind of my thoughts on that one. AMD, it's barcoding. I'm not really too worried, but I want to get closer to VWAP covers. So, 73.50 area. Let's see if I can get a cover on that one. And, yeah, go from there.
All right, guys. I am out of BBBY as it goes against me. So this one ends up costing me 7 pennies. We get short 95s, and we take out at 302s. No biggie, but it was a full position, full disclosure. So this one I end up being wrong on. But, hey, I see where I went wrong here. And yeah, these ones are just, they're not ready to flush anymore, man. They're not flushing like they were before, and that's the bottom line. Now, Amazon, I gave it to like 10 pennies below my break. It still seems to be a bit stronger than the others. I'm not ready to pull the plug on it yet. Still flat on it at the moment. Actually, I'm up because I took a piece here in 98. We're long 75, so currently flat, but it looks weaker. I got to go with Luca on this. The market does look like it wants to retrace down into the lows. In case you're just joining us, 40.40 is the low on the ES March contract. The high technically is 40.86, but that was made earlier. The high after the bell is that 40.78, and we're below VWAP. We kind of coiling in a bit of a range here. I want to say the range is that 450 to the south side and maybe 465 to the high side. We'll need to break some of those before we get going. Dan Emmons saying 12.060 NQ held us down 7 times today. Okay, interesting. Yeah, because I don't really keep my eye on the NQ, and that's something that I really need to incorporate because I need to be able to look at the NASDAQ and the S&P if I really want to have a full picture of the futures here. They don't always mimic each other. So something to add to my list. All right, so the only trade I'm in is in this Amazon trade. Currently price is flat, 75s, but we did take some out in the high 90s here. I'm sitting at 101.11. So if we should make it back up there, I have a resting order to take profit. All right. Now, what else do we see for some of these trades? I don't see anything really popping off at the moment that I can get into. I hear a lot of talk about SoFi, and I do like it, obviously up 17%, almost 17%, 16 and a third percent with a 701 high, currently at 691. Obviously, you're riding an upward trend here, so maybe if you're looking to get long, you're getting long on some of these retracements back down. I'd hope that's how you're scaling or adding in or initiating this position. Don't try to punch in at highs, obviously, goes without saying. During an uptrend, you're going to have moments of retracements, right? And that's where you take advantage. I also see Carvana now is kind of retracing into that VWAP area. This would be an interesting add area. We were talking about the $10 being an interesting add area, being the whole dollar it is, this and that, and then we bounce off whole dollars. But we can also take them off indicators, and VWAP is definitely one of my faves and one of the most looked at by most people anyway. So an interesting add position here. But what I'll do is I'll kind of just hold off on this one because I'm up on it. This is like by far my biggest position, my biggest win, I mean, on the day. So I'll wait on Vana. I'll wait for it to tell me, look, I'm ready to go up, and then I'll start punching into that one for the continuation. I don't want to guess whether or not it's going to bounce off VWAP here. I don't know if that's the right trade. So we'll let that one develop if it wants to go up. Also, I have to keep in mind that it may want to go down. And if that's the case, what's my plan on it? Well, I'm seeing interesting areas of, my phone's ringing, I see interesting areas of support at that, I want to say 950 to 9.25 level. Yeah, I want to say that that's probably the area I'm looking at here. If that breaks down, I'm not going to just take it because it breaks down below VWAP. We saw what happened there on BBBY where it broke below and I got stopped out because of the big move to the high side. So I don't want to be caught in a sideways trend. Let's wait for this one to break out, and then we'll talk about either taking it north or south, Luca.
Yeah, I'm just kind of waiting, nursing these things. I know BBAI is sort of consolidating under that 350 area. What I'm waiting for now is a nice explosion to the upside, and then I will consider the shorts there. So we'll see if this thing wants to go up, test that 380 and reverse. The general idea for myself is risk off 4. So yeah, hard stop 4 if I am going to kind of scale into this around 480 there. Yeah, I was managing a few of my trades, so I'll get those going, but let me just make sure I get this on the side here. Yeah, BBAI
Market's
on New York.
tanking.
We'll see. Sorry, which one?
Market's flushing,
It's kind of funny. I'm organizing my blotter based on P&L, so it's like fluctuating around like crazy. And if I'm in losers, they're at the top of my blotter, and so that's how I'm managing risk. Oh, if something's at the top here, I got to manage this one. The ones at the bottom, those ones are good because those ones are paying me. And as you just said, that everything went to the bottom. But yeah, Tesla kind of teetering at this general area. I added to it just a little bit, basically 172.50. The flushes are nice. It's like flush, move up, flush down, move up, flush down. I feel like we do need the market to break the bottom for all these things to continue to work and pay me. But yeah, I'm slowly covering the Alibaba into VWAP. AMD short, we're at the bottom here, so I'm actually looking. Let me just take some more off over here at VWAP. That's pretty good. Amazon is slow, man. Amazon, it's my worst position so far. It is kind of bouncing off the 50 period. That's why I covered just a little bit over here. But yeah, still holding that. We're going to see where that one wants to go. But yeah, BBAI, let's see if this one can go a little bit higher and send an order out, a little bit of a tester order on that one to see if it wants to fill me over there. And yeah, the market is just undecided. I agree with that. The market, it's... that first move off the bottom was sharp, and this has been the common theme. The theme has been, you know, make it look attractive that the shorts are going to be good, and then rip the bears' faces off and move to the upside. That's been the theme for the last week or so, and it kind of lines up with the fact that, you know, earnings season going into big cap earnings. The bid is strong. The bid is strong. So anytime we do actually sell off, we get these quick wick off bottoms and then rips to the upside. And so there's not really, not to say that there's not opportunities for shorts to the upside, but it reverses, and it doesn't really give you a sign that the reversal is in play. But it is showing you that the wick off bottoms and then bounce, the wick off bottom in the same area and then bounce. Are we going to get another wick off bottom and then bounce? Amazon is already moving back to the upside. Just let me see, maybe, you know what, yeah, let me lighten up on this. I'm not loving this trade anymore. I'm going to lighten up just on that position. If we get over 101, then I'll consider the recycling. But let me just lighten up on that just for the time being. to not stress myself out too much with that and see where that one wants to go. BBAI, just revisiting this one again very quickly. BBAI, where are we here? This is not really giving over-under with high of day, so I'm not necessarily sure that it's done. Volume is always the tell, and volume is still there. And so, you know, I would expect that it goes up, goes down, makes the high, then reverses, and then goes back to the downside. Right now, volume is still there. It kind of made the high, and it's still holding up. So I'm going to chill with this one, try to get closer to that 380 mark for the short. And then, you know, if it wants to run through 4, so be it. It runs through 4, and I'll be stopped out of that one. SPY dump, yeah, SPY dump, and quick reversal off that 40-50, man. This is interesting. This is definitely an interesting area. I'm going to draw a line here. The thing that's very clear, it's an area, but 40-50 into, you know, 40, I almost want to say this low, but not so much that area, more the 40-45. So, yeah, 40-50 to 40-45, general area where we're getting those bounces. And it's kind of hard for someone like myself to, you know, flip long Amazon right here in the middle. I sort of want to short for the move back into the middle, but yeah, this thing is, it's holding strong. The long is not wrong from what it feels like. So I'm pretty happy that I lightened up on that position and maybe start taking some more of my profits. Let me cover the rest of this BABA trade. It's, you know, where I wanted it. So that was a nice winner on that one. And AMD is, this one has more potential, in my opinion, to actually flush and go to the downside. So yeah, AMD, Tesla, it's, yeah, I'm not really too sure what to think with Tesla. The longer that Tesla spends over here, the more I'm just like, I don't know what I'm doing with this trade. Somebody in the chat said something funny, Sharif, and I wanted to comment on it quickly. It was, oh man, I'm not going to find it now. Something big Sharif. No, it was like a, oh, there it is. Stone Cold Sharif Austin.
Why?
Stone Cold Sharif Austin from E-Ray. With the emoji. I agree with that one, man. That's pretty funny. I know you were talking about something, but I'm like, I got to remember that one because that's pretty cool there. And somebody else was asking ALPD any thoughts, or APLD any thoughts. It's pretty light on volume and kind of not really doing anything too crazy. It's this is the daily for anybody wondering. It's not in an area where I think it's you know, interesting enough. I would say 5 is really nice, because 5, it kind of topped out twice, then reversed, and then obviously 150 far away from that. But right now, it's not in an area that screams, you know, get in a trade, per se. If this does more volume and does something crazy, feel free to let me know. Then I'll look back at it. But for now, just going to kind of leave it. Somebody's saying Apple long. Let's have a look here at Apple. What? I mean, it is kind of holding that bottoming area. Yeah, let me get long in this name. I actually like that idea. I'm going to scale into this. If we get into 143... 50s, I need to have some longs on board. I can't just be short everything. If the market goes up from here, I got to be long something. Apple kind of giving that little bit of a bottom at 143.50 to 143.20-ish. I don't know what the low was, maybe 37. But yeah, kind of bouncing here. So I'm going to start building this position and see where it wants to go. Hopefully it goes a little bit lower and can fill me on the bid there. All
right, so my Amazon trade. I got shaken out of that one. I ended up having myself stopped out. I didn't like the fact that I got stopped out. I still felt it was a long. I punched back in at 80s and it was the best thing that I could have done. I went full position and I scalped out for a 20 penny winner and a 25 penny winner. Now my average is 80. Well, before that it was 70. So, you know, I ended up getting shaked out there, but I still continue with the trend. I'm happy about that. I don't know if I'm going to let this one go against me. I've taken out basically 66% of the position now through that pop-up, through the whole dollar. You know, I'm 10 pennies in the money now, but you know, I don't love these longs today. They're not as good. It's more range bound or downward bound. So, you know, I'm iffy about letting this one go against me. I feel like I should put my stop at break even though I don't necessarily feel there's a technical reason. Actually, you know, this is the high range of the consolidation area, so that could be an interesting area of support. If it breaks, and maybe I'll put it at 78. There we go. It's going to flush, looks like, without me. Now we hold for the moment. So let's go ahead and put a stop at 178, and then we'll cover at 177. And so we'll cover the remaining position. So there we go. Get that flush, and we get that out. So I'm out at the moment right away. Looks like I got... Why did I get a partial fill? So let's just flatten out here. So I ended up getting a better price. Still a winner, though, on Amazon. Happy about that. that I got back in makes it back a winner, but this one is choppy, so I feel like I'm not going to take any longs on any of these big tech names now because I feel like I'm not reading the market the way that I should be, and I'm just lucky to be break even on them. Just put it bluntly like that. So no more longs for me on these big caps until we can get like a very specific and obvious directional trend on the futures, and currently I don't see one. So let's hold off on that, and I'll start looking at some of these small cappers that are coming up on my scanner here. Hari Krishna says, hi, can you please tell me about Caterpillar? I don't have any specific information about Caterpillar. I can look at the technicals for you. I'll do that in a second. Quantran says, because you said that things bottom line, what? Because you said that that's the bottom line. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Quantran. You'll have to explain. Let's have a look at Caterpillar though. So that one is in my value section. And it's CAT. Okay, so let's go and pull CAT up here. Let's move the futures over and bring in some of the side charts here and start having a looking at CAT. CAT, let's have a look at, we're obviously going to look at the long-term trend of this. From an intraday trend, obviously it's not really a day trading type stock, nor does the price action of this chart reflect that. 262.51 bottom, 265 top. We're talking about less than a $250 range, almost $2.10 range. That's absolutely bupkis for a $265 stock. So that's not something that you're gonna day trade. Let's see what the swing looks like. Well, it's been a hell of a mover lately, has been Caterpillar. Look at this chart, Luca. Completely outperforming the market. I mean, it looks good.
That's the daily, correct?
This is a 1 year, yeah.
It's man. The kind of rotation. I almost want to say the rotation into value. That's kind of you're looking at Caterpillar, you're looking at Cokes, you're looking at all those names together there. I see people in the chat making me laugh, saying those are the guys with the big yellow toys. And somebody said, I think Ben's Honest Reviews, if you've seen Avatar movie, those big machines that they use to cut down the trees, that's basically CAT in a few years. It's, funny. Not so much, I mean, it's not so much a day trading stock, right? Maybe on earnings, it gives you some areas, some levels that you play off of, but there's always a spread there. There's always a slower move. It's, for myself, I tend to stay away. Obviously, if there's the opportunity to trade off a nice institutional level, which is like a daily level, then great. But, it's not so much, it's more of a, I like the swing ideas on it. Not so much the, not so much the day trading, especially for scalping. Like the way that I kind of scalp some of these names is if I try to do that on CAT, oh man, it's digital warfare and I feel like I'm just gonna get smoked on that. So I'm basically building this Apple long now, looking for a pop into the 50 period. It's playing off of this low of day. It's just holding for the time being. The market is giving a little bit of wick off bottoms here, so let's see if this long wants to work for myself. I paid myself on the AMD, so kind of add, covering VWAP over here. So let's see if this one wants to actually flush. I really, really want to cover the rest of this AMD trade. Yeah, sure. I'm just, Sharif being a real G, he's like, hey, do you want to spro? We actually have a note here. He goes, he's got this. So we have like all like our notes for everything. This is one of the notes, guys. Can you see that? Yeah, there it is. There we go. Yep, Spro. He goes, Spro, no need to say. I say yes every time, man. Yes every time. There'll be the odd times that, no Spro. But, yeah, for the most part, Spro life, man. Spro life. Short Spro today for sure, 100%. It is freezing in Toronto, guys. It is freezing. So I just want to drink as much coffee as I can. That'll keep me warm. The only short not working for me right now is Tesla. Apple long starting to work. I think I got the first fill there. So let me see if I can actually get, yeah, this move now is actually, it's moving to the upside. So that's pretty good there. Going to take a little bit more over there. I think we break the 50 period and actually get a test of 144. I just feel like the test of 144 might be short-lived. So for myself, I'm going to get out of that position before 144. I'm not necessarily going to go for 144.20. If it prints 144, I will be out of the full position on that one. So yeah, nice long there. Everything is now at the bottom, so I am profiting on everything except for Tesla and Amazon, which are out of the money. I'm not really sure. Amazon, this trade started over here, so I had the long, which was not wrong, and I should have been long all these covers. But yeah, it's not really ripping my face off, so I'm not really too worried about it. But yeah, Amazon is just not working. Tesla, Somebody was asking too, like range on Tesla, it's very obvious. You know, range top end being, you know, just over 173 into VWAP, bottom 172. It is struggling to actually break 172 and continue lower. And so something to note on that is, you know, if we do get back to 172, I am going to take covers now at 172 instead of trying to hold for 170, you know, 171. I do have enough of the position that if it does break, I will have some on board. But again, it's not really flushing. It's not flushing through 172. So even though now it looks like it's going to get there, and every time we get there, I'm like, okay, here we go. It doesn't go anywhere. So I have no idea what to think there. Yeah, so I'll be chilling. I'll be taking covers at 172 if it wants to start paying me down over there. Apple, where are we here? Let's see if we get a pop. I should probably offer 78s. I feel like 78s is like a good spot. So yeah, let's offer some 78s and then try to get above that would be great. AMD, yeah, let me take a little bit more of AMD as well. Just it's hanging around here, so might as well pay myself. NEO is actually going down. And NEO, I mean, I'm in at 9s. It's at 5s. Let's see if I can get 5s, I'll take the rest off here at 5s. It's actually, you know, let me change my mind on that one. I should probably get closer to 12. It probably goes to 12. If I can get, you know, a flush into 12, I'm just going to cover the rest of that position. Again, small position, not really too worried about it, but I'll take the win if it wants to pay me. Lucid is not really getting towards my bid. I'm pretty sure I have bids out there. So yeah, Lucid not getting towards the 12 area. So I guess, you know, for the time being, I'm just going to hold on to what I got. So yeah, long Apple, short CVNA. Oh yeah, I forgot to update this. I am short CVNA on the pop into the 50 period. It's one of the things that, you know, this up move was very good. And I'm glad that I paid myself. Then I actually didn't get stopped out, and I realized that I didn't have a stop in play. I must have canceled it by accident. So I just punched out, and luckily enough, I mean, this could have been worse. We could have broke to the downside and then continued to go, and I would have gotten 60s when I wanted 89s. But lucky enough to get out over here. It is holding VWAP. However, the thing that I'm looking at is the over 10 short now. It's just something that my gut is telling me the short is potentially going to be okay. And I just have a level to play off. Like if we break, so the high from before was 1030, then we broke 1030 to the upside. We went all the way up, all the way back down. I don't think 1030 is going to break to the upside. I think this is a good potential short area for then a move back into the VWAP region and below. If we do break 1020, 1030 to the upside, which could, I mean, it could just go and it could stop me out there. But I'm actually going to throw a stop so I don't miss that. If we do get over 1030, there's a chance that we run back to high day. So I don't want to be in the short, but my play is the 50 period short, you know, over under. I thought I was going to do it this time. We're actually getting a little bit of it this time here, but it is in the money. It's not going against me, so I'm not really too worried about that position. I have, yeah, a bunch of different things on board here. And the only thing that I'm basically waiting for is like that Tesla flush through 172 and the Apple push into 144. Those are the best ones. Danny's saying GNS breaking out, so let's have a quick look at GNS. It is, I was thinking long, but I don't want to dabble in the middle on these things. I just feel like it's holding this general area, and I'm like, okay, maybe the long is good here because it's holding, but then at the same time, it could pop and then tank. Like I have no idea what to expect, and there's just really no volume. If we get back to 750, that's when I'm going to take a trade. So feel free, guys, to let me know if this thing gets back to 750. Just call it out in the chat. GNS 750. That's basically what I'm watching there. And I want to go back to BBAI because this thing didn't. It's unfortunate. I was watching the 350. It was there for the time being. When I talk about high-a-day over-unders, this is not what I want to see. I don't want to see a slow break of the high and then holds there, closes, and then goes back down, holds there. Like, it didn't look exciting, and I was actually talking about this in real time. I mean, I'm like, I didn't short this thing because I'm like, it's not exciting. I want this to go higher. It probably does go higher. There is volume there. Then we finally actually break down, and volume is kind of dropping just a little bit, but it's not like this is not the short that I'm looking for. Maybe it does set up a little bit of a head and shoulders, you know, this being shoulder, head. Maybe it gives a little bit of a pop back to 350, and then maybe a flush. Anytime you guys are looking at head and shoulders, you obviously want to draw the neckline. A break of the neckline would entail that it's a reversal. The reason why I don't trade off of these patterns per se is just because you know, by the time you actually get to it, it actually really give you a move for it to be exciting. So if I'm shorting here, but then it's a fake out and it holds the 50 period and then bounces, I got my face ripped off. So for mean reversion for myself, I like extensions to the upside, you know, scale into the short and then cover on the weakness there. So yeah, come on Tesla. I'm saying the same thing. come on, Tesla, go down so I could actually get some fills. Every time it gets close to, you know, my break even and profit, it just kind of turns around, almost as if the bots know, and they're just stressing me out. And, you know, I do the same thing every day, but it's all good because now I got an espresso.
All right, so I sent this guy, and by this guy I mean the guy to my left here, a meme yesterday. And it was essentially this company, or not even this company, these students that at the University of Maryland, and basically, because the reason I'm mentioning this because he talked about bots, so bots, AI, these students made a shirt, like a pullover shirt that you put on that confuses the AI software behind the camera. So you know how the AI basically detects objects, it knows whether you're a toddler, a human, a bike, a car, it's able to recognize objects. So this shirt has humans and all these like different shapes that the AI recognizes on it so that it thinks that you're that, so it can't focus on you, so it doesn't recognize you. The camera can see you, but the AI is not recognizing you. So I thought that that was really interesting. So as the AIs get smarter, so do the humans. Maybe I shouldn't have said that out loud. Now the AI is going to hear me and it's going to take countermeasures against me.
It's
no, I don't like that.
You know, that made me laugh, man. The what you sent me over there. It's kind of cool though. And there's also there's a few other little kind of interesting things that I see along the way. But yeah, man, feel free to send that my way.
Yeah, definitely.
And then maybe potentially rock it on the show. Chase in the chat saying, Luca, leave Tesla alone. It's like I look at the chat and guys, I see basically everything coming through, and the first thing I see is Luca, leave Tesla alone. And I go, I know, man, I know. But it's all good, man. We're gonna see if this one wants to pay me. Let's go to the downside, man. Come on. Huh?
I said pay demand.
Oh yeah, exact. I thought you said wait a minute, and I was like,
no, pay demand, pay him. All right, guys. I have a feeling this Amazon long is going to be good. We've had how many rejections off 101? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 rejections off 101. It's clearly accumulating, in my opinion, for breakout. If we get any high side movement here, and I'm not saying we will, on these futures to reclaim maybe a mean reversion trade, we were kind of like, wow, we're up there in the high 70s, we're in the low 50s now. Maybe we end up the day in the mid 60s, or we revert to the mid 60s. I want to be part of Amazon, so I'm back in this trade. Someone in the chat was telling me Amazon's only good off 100. I disagree a little bit on here. I kind of see it above VWAP, stronger than the others, and any leg up in the market, I want to be part of it. So I'm long here. I'm looking to add to my position on dips. I'm sitting here at 66s, waiting to get filled. This is going to be a full position at 66s. So I'm liking this trade. Let's see where this one goes. I'm all in on this one. Amazon to the long side. I'm looking for that 101 break decisively on some upward market action. But currently, the market is not showing us its intention to go up. We're still printing lower lows. We're far closer to the lows than we are, to the highs. 40, 50. We've kind of been defending that 50 level for a little bit. You had that break below 50 here into 48s, but retracing immediately. I'm looking for that move down. I'm going to continue to add to this one. I feel like a leg up, some upward action on any leg up in the futures. I want to stand to benefit from that. All right, what else do I have going on? I don't have anything else that I'm seeing. Let's have a look at these scanners and see what's being done now. HSCS, that's not going to cut it. I'm seeing some other stuff here. None of it's doing enough volume. Let's keep going down. BBBY obviously had a part to play in that. Vana, we talked about. GNS, we still holding above VWAP. So short that at your own peril. I'm not seeing much moving parabolically at the moment. What's this Jan? That's not going to cut it volume-wise. BBAI, you saw Luca trading that earlier. OBLG, what's this? Okay, no, that's not good enough. So none of these ones are moving at the moment, so let me just focus on building this position on Amazon. We're retracing here closer to my average in. I'm sitting at 66s. We're printing 71, so I want to get that average in to have a better cost basis. I'm also noticing a bit of a support level here on Amazon. Looks like on the 1 minute chart, 3 minute, chart, we've been kind of finding a bit of a base at this 50 period, which is, if that's the case, I want to be part of that and at least play the range into 101, if not take it even more. Now, we had a higher high, obviously above 101 earlier today when we made that move up on the market. 101 3/4 was that high. minus 1 penny, so 101.74. And 99.01 is that low. We're kind of in the middle, but we're nowhere near in the middle of the market, which is showing me that this one, again, I don't keep sounding like I'm repeating myself, but this one is more relatively strong than the others. All right, I get a partial fill here at 66s, not the full fill. It jumps up in the mid 70s again. Let's see if I get that full fill already, like 10 pennies in the money after that fill. But the market continuing to head to the downside now, breaking through that 50 level. We're hovering around 48s. Looks like we've had some support here at 45s and then maybe here at 46s. Do we make a higher low here and bounce back up? That would be an interesting little trend to notice, where every little trough is a little bit higher than the one previous to it. Otherwise, I don't got much in my world at the moment. I don't know what you're looking at, Luca.
Yeah, I'm basically initiating a few different positions on this one because things are now moving, and this is the region that I want to buy in for the dips. And I don't know if I'm necessarily going to be correct on this one, but I'm going with Apple. It just kind of gives me a good feeling. So, yeah, basically loading the Apple long into that flush, and if we quickly bounce back to the upside, this will be great. And if we reverse and go long, then this is that dip and then rip that I look for. So we'll see if that one wants to happen. That's basically what I'm looking for on Apple. Tesla, I did cover a little bit on that flush at the 172s. So yeah, I'm just kind of waiting. I do like the short. It's just not going up as the market goes up, and then the market goes down, and it doesn't really continue to go to the downside. But you know, it's not really putting me offside too much. So going to continue to hold on to that one. And as things move very, very quickly, what I'm realizing with this, organizing by P&L is they're all moving so fast. Where are we on CVNA? Because I'm trying to cover 80s if this wants to give a flush here. Let's see if this wants to flush. Maybe I will, let me just take some here and then bid 80s on the rest to see if that wants to flush and fill me down over there. Amazon, something as a different perspective. I know Sharif saying the long because it does feel a little bit stronger than the rest. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, well, it is kind of topping out at 101. It is, yeah. And so the thing is it's in this range where it's like bottoming in front of VWAP and then popping and then stopping at just over 101. And so, long or short, doesn't matter how you look at it, doesn't matter how you cut it, it is giving this kind of, little bit of a channel right over here. So I would say respect the technicals until they show you that they're not working anymore. Yeah, the market is flushing towards the 40-45, which is good. So the Apple trade is against me, and CVNA finally coming in with the final fill there at the 80s. I'm out of that trade on the short. I know I said I was going to hold for 60s, but I'm like, you know what? Let me just take the win and go into more of a scalp mode because I'm doing well. I'm in the money, and then I'm just not taking the win. So let me just go back to things that work the most. So speaking of that, I'm going to cover some more of Tesla down over here. If we do pop, I have the Apple on board. I might as well take the win when Tesla is paying me. It's just, guys, every single time, like, what is this? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to keep doing this over and over again, even if the market's flushing down. So yeah, I'm just going to take that win. And then if it keeps going, okay, it goes great. We'll see where it wants to go. Lucid is giving a little bit of a pop. I do not have offers out, but now looking back at this, I'm going to take off the rest of the position there. This is just the top end of the range. So like a little bit of a long, kind of scalping it out as it's working for me. Again, if we get back to 12, I do want to bid that. So I will be bidding in front of 12 there over and over again for the rest of the day to see if that one wants to continue to pay me. And NVIDIA, somebody said it best, NVIDIA is flushing big time. And I'm basically taking a low of day break long bounce play in front of that 94. So I'm long, did it break 94? I'm pretty sure it did. If I had to guess, it probably did.
Whoa, it is.
Yeah, it did break the 94. I'm basically long looking for a pop back. If it doesn't pop back to the north side, then I'll just get out of it for a loser. But I'm basically flat right now, and my target on this thing is like the 40s for a quick move up. So if this thing now wants to rip to the upside, I'm just basically long, cover the pop, and then at that point, wherever it wants to go, it goes. But yeah, I'm targeting 194.40 to see where that one wants to go. That'd be great if that can pop and fill me over there. Somebody's saying CVNS, head and shoulders. I think you meant CVNA. Yeah, probably CVNA. I don't know if CVNS is a thing. Head and shoulders. Just a little bit, you could argue. It is a long, I mean, maybe if you put a 5-minute here, it kind of show. And I really painted the chart on.
Yeah, but you can tell where the price action is, so it's all good.
Yeah, exactly. So let me just remove the fills there. I see what you're saying there. First shoulder, head, a little bit of the second shoulder. Now the question is, do we actually break the neckline and go to the downside? If this goes below 850 today, which is all the way down here. That would be an extreme move to the downside. But if we do all this volume in and above 10, and then we go back below 9 and 850, this is done. Like, this is done. Like, it's up 27% right now, but that 850 level that was recycled from before, that was just so good. And let me pull up the 30-minute, let this load for just a brief second to show. You know, it was just so good. We actually faded. We didn't go into the 5s. We broke that, little bit of a short squeeze. But if we go back below 850 today, you know, this thing could be at 650. But again, I don't think that's going to happen. That's basically why I covered my short, just a little bit of a scalp trade. But I do see that little bit of head and shoulders that you're referring to. Yeah. Very, very interesting. What I would watch for is a break of that neckline, for then a break through 960. Then maybe you get a potential move into 9. If you are mean reverting this thing, obviously starting at 8, going to, you know, 1050, is it going to go back to 9? That would be a 50% retracement. Not sure if I'm going to have another trade on it. Maybe if it pops back up, I'll think of another short, but kind of happy the way that I played that one. At this point now, just waiting for the rest of my trades to come through. I've noticed that I think I got the NVIDIA fill. So yeah, I'm out of that NVIDIA trade. What am I going? CVNA, NVIDIA. No, that is not what I'm trying to do there. Yeah, NVIDIA moved to the upside. Can't complain on that one. So I think that's the fill that I was looking for. A little bit of a pop and drop action. When I look at these things for scalp trades at these levels, especially in the middle of the day, I'm not necessarily sitting here saying, okay, low of day break on NVIDIA with the rest of the market going down. What is my intraday swing? Well, that's going to be Apple for a move back into 144, whereas NVIDIA 194 to the downside. Is this going to break and then pop? And that's what I was looking for, and it kind of did it. Now I want to be out of this trade. Even if we go all the way back to the upside, it's not a part of my plan, so I'm just kind of scalping this. Long, take the win, move on to the next, see what happens, and go from there.
All right, guys. Amazon just popped again into the mid-90s, 93s. I'm sitting at 96s waiting to get taken out before we break, if we break through that 101 or we test that 101. It just missed me by a little bit. So I'm in the money on it. I've got 83s. I'm long 83s. Again, it's stronger than the other, but the market literally is near day's lows since after the bell anyway. So, you know, it's not a good look. It's not where you want to be, but if you're going to be long, I think one of these big cap names, it's this one. But the NVIDIA, I didn't even notice that this one had been flushing to the downside. Let's bring in the chart on NVIDIA here. I mean, I feel like I missed the whole thing here. This one was very nice. I know my boy Sean was on that this morning. It was his biggest position. Let's have a look at the chart on NVIDIA now, down 4.5%. I don't want to say we created a double bottom because I'm not ready to call a retracement move yet, but we are brewing some sort of double bottom here. We should be aware of maybe a reversion into the 50 period at 196 or even VWAP at 197 and a third, I'd say. Both look good, or this could just be a momentary retracement and a continuation south. We are, again, like I said, near low of days on the ES and on the future. So yeah, not a good look. All right, guys, back to Amazon now. We are now back into the low 90s. I'm looking to break through that 195 into that 196, and we'll get filled. Yeah, I'm all in on this trade. I feel like if we bounce, it's going to be on this one, and I want to be a part of it. All right, so I'm going to stop looking at it because it's just distracting me. Let's have a look here at Vana. Now, we talked about this VWAP retracement as being an interesting area to take a long. And so if you got long here at 975, you could have ridden this back into almost 1020 or so. So a nice 25 penny winner, give or take, where you got in. But now we have that rejection of that 1015 area, and we have a move back below 10. But most notably, though, we hold above VWAP. In fact, we actually make a higher low here. We don't go as low as we did on the last trough. So what am I thinking about? I'm thinking about I don't want to take this one short. I feel like the shorts are not as good on these big movers as they have been in the last little while. At least that's my feeling. So I'm looking for a 10-16, maybe 10-20 break. This one continued to the north side, and maybe we'll test some longs. Maybe I'm wrong on this one. Maybe my instinct is off, but I definitely won't be as confident taking this one short just because it broke VWAP, because what we've seen on some of these is they break them and they reclaim them right away. That's been the trend lately. So CVNA Still got on my list. It's my biggest winner by far today, by far. It was a big boy monster win, but you know, just because I'm up on it doesn't mean I'm ready to give back money. So let's make sure that the setups we get into are ones that are cogent. All right, that's another word, cogent. There you go. So now we have nary and we have cogent today, guys. All right, Woha, GNS, somebody saying, what's going on with GNS? Okay, so you had a big flush, Luca, off that, I want to say 675. It tried to test that 6 3/4.
Yeah.
Immediately rejected and retraced right and back into VWAP, going as low as 612, but you know, kind of holding at VWAP at that 6 1/4. You know, I'm not ready to short this one either. I don't want to keep repeating myself, but show me you need to be shorted. Show me that you are relatively weak, and I'll take you short. Otherwise, you know, the longs are in play for some of these small cappers, I feel.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, guys. I'm starting along here on XOM for a flush. I'm just kind of pulling it up. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they have earnings tomorrow. Do you know if
XOM's on?
XOM tomorrow morning, yeah. So XOM earnings tomorrow morning. I'm basically looking at this. Is this going to be a potential double bottom? It's not exactly the same as NVIDIA because it's not coming into even dollar level over there. But 113.50, kind of interesting. So yeah, starting the long. Maybe we could get a little bit of a bounce going, so I like that. Pretty light on the position, so not super worried about it. But yeah, we're gonna see where that goes. I'm just pulling up a few different names, and I know you were just talking about GNS there before. I know John. I think it was John in the chat who was like GNS money. Yeah, congrats, John. I'm assuming you were short, waiting for that flush to come through. Nice little trade there, man. Nice little trade. But yeah, it's just not, didn't get to the area that I wanted for the extension play. Guys, BBAI all the way back to 3. So again, as fast as these things go up, they spend a little bit of time there. You know, I said maybe potential head and shoulders, but didn't actually give the pop back to 350, and then fading all the way back down into 3. I mean, it did it the first time and then went up. You know, is it going to do it the second time and then really have an extension move? I don't know. Volume is always the tell. I'm not really watching the tape too closely, so I'm not really too sure what the potential is on this one. But again, I really did want it closer to that 350, 380. So yeah, not too many thoughts going forward on that one. I know somebody in the chat saying, Luca, Bank Nifty analysis. I'm not really too sure what you mean by that. Bank Nifty analysis. I don't know. Yeah, maybe clarify if that's a question. Not really too sure what you mean by that one.
Where does it say, Luca?
Yeah,
Bank Nifty analysis. Is that like a bank called Bank 90 Nifty? I have no idea. Okay, maybe just put the ticker in for that stock, and then Luca will have a look for you
Nifty
guys.
Bank.
I
Yeah,
just
put
want
the
to
ticker
mention
in there.
real quick, guys, that we are a subscriber-based chat only, meaning in order to engage with us and ask us to look at tickers, you got to be subscribed, which is super easy. You come down here right below the video, you hit that subscribe button like I am. That's the like. I hit the like. 2,600 likes. Let's get that like count up, guys. If we can get to 3,000, I'd be pumped. We'll look at more tickers for you. We've got a couple of bangers on. You've seen me do Vana. I did Meta. These have all been great trades. Amazon continues to be a question mark, but we're break even on that one. Hit the like button, guys. Let's get that like count up. And if you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe button and share it with your friends and family who you think may find this show interesting. We talk about everything, guys. In the morning show, we have a bit of a macro picture. Later on with Luca and I, we just do mostly trading. So everything and under the sun, we kind of try to include and try to touch all audiences, and we always appreciate you guys. So thank you for that. Smash a like button. All right, what do we got on here? I want to mention which one quickly. Okay, so I've talked about Amazon ad nauseum. I'm not going to talk about that one.
I just want to say quickly with the Amazon trade, that's kind of funny. You know, I'm in the short and Sharif's in the long, and you were like, yeah, it's not really doing anything. Like, I'm not really like getting it. I'm not really in the money on it. And I'm like, yeah, like I'm short. It's not really doing anything. I'm not really in the money on it.
Because
it's like, okay, so a little bit of a sign there. Yeah, maybe that 101 level, we both need to wait for that
I think
level.
you got the edge, though. I'll give you the truth on that, because
well, hopefully, we'll see.
Look at what we're doing on the futures.
Oh, yeah, we're going down. We're breaking the bottom of that range
to
there.
Print. Yeah, we had a bit of a low made after the bell. It was at 40.45. We just broke that low. Now we're printing 40.43. So we're continuing to make lower lows here on the futures and lower highs. So the short looks like it's in range here. But if we get any sort of mean reversion, I'm going to stick to this one. I'm not that much out of the money on it. I had a couple of good trades on it. So I'm going to ride this one through the range. And what I see continually is that we have a couple of pops off, more than a couple now, several pops off that 50 period on the 3-minute chart on Amazon, that is. I'll continue to add, small amounts on those dips, taking advantage of those descents until the market shows me, well, you're wrong. And then that which case, I'll be wrong, and I'll get punched in the face. GNS just halted to the did it halt? No, it didn't. I thought it halted. I thought it just came back down because that was a big move there. So whoever was shorting GNS earlier, good on you. Let's get that one loaded up here because now it may be in play. GNS is an Amex stock. Here we go. This one now is down. Is it down? No, sorry, it's up. 50% on the day. It was a lot more up. Has a 727 high. Continuation play from last week. Be careful though, don't start punching shorts just because it broke VWAP. This isn't 3 weeks ago. Wait till it shows you a consolidation and a stair step down. You don't have to be in that first big flush. You can be part of the second one. I mean, that's my strategy. I'm not really in a punch in short here because I'm worried about that VWAP retracement into back into 6.25. We're at 593 at the moment. So GNS giving up the goods at least for now. It did this before though, so careful. Let's have a look here, and this is what I'm talking about. It went below VWAP. It kind of showed you, hey, look, I'm going to make a flat bottom breakdown. Like, imagine this area. Okay, so let me move it here so you guys don't see it. All right, so let's have a look here. So this is a big flush down. You get the retracement, the back down, and everyone's probably punching in right here. And what happens? You're surprised by an upward halt. So let's not get caught into that thing again. Let it prove it to us that it's going to continue to flush, and we'll take that north. South. Let's go up to Brendo, though. I think he's got the energy update for us.
Hey guys, bit of a negative session shaping up not only for oil, but also for a lot of the related equities with energy this afternoon. All eyes were on this morning. OPEC coming out saying that they are unlikely to tweak policy at this February 1st meeting coming up on Wednesday, their monthly get-together when they decide how much output is going to take place over the coming months and weeks. So they're essentially looking like they're going to hold. If you remember back in the summer, they basically said right through to the middle of this year, middle of 2023, they had no intentions of increasing or cutting back production. So that caused this move right here on crude oil. You can see oil right now down about 1.5%, but that caused this heavy selling this morning that came in. We end up going right back up to pre-market and Friday's highs, or late afternoon highs anyways, and then failing once again. Rolling over right now, guys, trying to test this 78.5 for crude.
Yeah, this energy one is a bit of a baffling one.
Yeah.
Amazon and the market finding a bit of a bounce here at the moment. Amazon's printing 92s and 93s. The market, showing me one green candle here on the 3-minute chart. Nothing to write home about. Still below that 40-50 level. I'm wondering if I should ring some profit bells here on Amazon since I'm long 83s and now we're into 93s. That's 10 pennies, man. I mean, like, come on. I can't be ringing the profit bell out after 10 pennies, and that's not really a rule. It's just a random statement that I decided to say at the moment. But I'm waiting at 96s. So if we can get 4 more pennies, I'll fill here. But it's been a hard row moving up here on Amazon as it's completely counter market. There we go. We get the print finally. We get a print on Amazon. Now we're well in the money. Now my averages are 79, and I'm 20 pennies in the money on this one. But I feel like as quickly as I was 20 pennies in the money, as quickly as I can be at a 20 pennies in the money. And that's because this one is super range bound, really rejecting off that 101 every single time. It's been 1, 2, 3, 4, now 5. If we don't break it this time and really continue, that will be 5 rejections. It'll be like, how do you say 5? Quadruple is 4. How do I say 5? Like quintuple top.
Yeah,
quintuple top. There
How do
we
you say
go.
6?
I have no idea. We're going to have to use ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Just joking. So we're getting a bit, we're at the tops here, guys. I'm thinking I should unload a little bit more. And there we go. We get a 10 penny flush as soon as I say that. I just, I don't like going against the market, and it's presenting me an opportunity to take some cash here. I think if we pop up into the high 90s again, I may hit my half flattened key or something, Luca. I know a lot of people don't like the flattened key, but let's go ahead and have another little out waiting here. We'll wait at 96s again, so we'll see what happens there, Luca.
Yeah, guys, XOM, obviously the first ad, then kind of making another low, so adding just a little bit, getting a little bit of a bounce there, pretty nice. So taking some off, waiting for, if this wants to continue back to the upside or not. But nice little scalp win on that one. And SoFi getting the long. So I actually did have the bid, and I was bidding 71s or 72s there. And I'm going to stick with it. This is kind of that general area that I did like the long. Let's see if this one wants to actually make that move back into the 690 region if VWAP holds. 660 should not break to the downside. That will not be a part of my plan. So If 660 breaks, I should be out of that trade. Added a little bit of the to the Amazon short towards that 101. It is channeling in this area, so yeah, I'm going to add to that short. And I covered Tesla. I covered all of Tesla. It was giving the flush, so I'm basically paying myself. Then it's really giving the flush, and I'm like, okay, let me just kind of take the money as it's paying me. Then we start to move back to the upside, and I did get a little bit worried because the market is in this general range where maybe we get a bounce going, and it kind of giving the wick off bottoms, and this candle was all the way up here, and I was like, okay, are we now going to do, you know, third time's a charm with these bounce plays? And sorry, I'm not, let me drag that up for everyone to see. So like 1, 2, and then 3, I thought, you know, there's potential to go up. So I do have the Apple on board for the long, so that could be a good long there. And playing off the 101 level Amazon short, and then Tesla, I'm like, I don't want to be in the short anymore. You know, I made money on the trade, but it didn't really do exactly what I wanted to see. So yeah, now nursing a few longs and Amazon short. I am noticing that I'm on the bid now of Lucid. So Lucid did flush back into the 12 level, a little bit of a volume spike. So I'm assuming that it did take the size at 12 and run a little bit of the stops. Let's see if this thing wants to hold again. My level is basically 1180, so I will not be shy to add into it. But if 1180 breaks to the downside, or even maybe like call it low of day of like 1185, like then the long just doesn't look good. So hopefully this 12 holds and then we pop back to the upside. If it does, then I'm gonna scale out of that trade as well. So yeah, a few trades on board. Everything is basically flat. You know, nothing is up or down more than 10 cents. So we'll see where all these positions want to go. Apple, I did, you know, get some of the fill out, but I'm waiting for a move into 144 if that wants to happen. Yeah, John, exactly. Lucid just triggered all those stops. And, you know, if they're interested in buying the company and somebody is doing that for them, then they have to acquire shares, right, if they want to take that private. And how better to do that than to make the long look good and then trigger the 12 stops and then soak that all and then go back to the upside. So that's basically what it's doing right now. So now in the money on it, not too much, but yeah, maybe this wants to run back to the 1210, 1215 area, and I will just continue to recycle that. Yeah, stop loss fishing, exactly. Open-minded mafia. You need to be open-minded to see the stop loss fishing that is going on over there.
Like that.
All my longs are working. The Amazon short is, you know, every time Sharif goes, let's go ring the money, I go, oh, Amazon, I got to add to this because it's at 101.
I'm all out now, bro.
Oh,
I took everything out in the high 90s. And
I added to the short.
There you go. I'm just done fighting the market, Luca.
Yeah.
I mean, the market looks like it wants to create more lows. And why am I long? Even though I got a good relative name here, I'm sticking to that. I think it's relatively strong, relative. Compared to the other one, so I'm out of this one. I took my money and I ran. Here we go. 101 coming in again. We're at 199s. Do we get that break? I mean, we got that break before. I don't want to make it sound like there's a huge seller or sitting at that level. There we go. We get the break, but we've reversed every time. So obviously, some people are initiating shorts or taking profits at this level. It doesn't take a genius to figure that out. Obviously, it makes a newer high here when I'm out of it. You know, I get shaken out like the weekend, like that I always am. But profits are profits, and I'm happy to have taken it. There we go. A flush again off that level, 10 pennies immediately. If this was a green day, Amazon would be flying to the high side, I feel, but not at the moment, guys. So let's have a look at... okay, so Adam DeLuce, basically we asked what a 6 top would be, and he says sextuplet. And I'm like, dude, are you gonna make me look bad? Is that real? Like, is that for real?
Oh,
and he's
man.
like, I got your back, man. You know, I told you, I wouldn't make you look wrong. So he's like, if not, Google it. Google is wrong, he says. Okay, so thank you for that. Amazon now, continuing to go to the high side. I'm so frustrated I got rid of this trade. I should have been holding this trade. It's continuing to go. Where are we at now? 101.07. I think we got a little bit higher than that. We hit 11s or something like that. Feeling like a complete goof for getting rid of that, but it's just not the right time for a long.
Hey, listen, man. I just think, you know, the market will do a great job at making us feel like goofs over and over again. It's funny because, I just think if the market bounces, that's why I have some of the longs on board and then playing off these levels. Somebody was like, Luca, like, my goodness, you're mostly long. Who was it? Michelle. Yeah, and I didn't block you, by the way. I remember I was avoiding a question that I didn't see, for the record. And then you were like, you were talking to Bears vs. Bulls saying, oh, I think he blocked me. Like, no, I see the comments. All is good, man. Yeah, I'm just basically waiting. I'm flat on everything right now. So I'm waiting for something to materialize. There was a nice little flush there on CVNA, but quickly reclaimed. And somebody said this from before, and I think it's a good note. I'll just say it. You know, if something touches a price and then quickly reclaims, you know, maybe it wants to go back there. And use that statement with a grain of salt, because how many times do we see a flush and then reverse and then it goes back to the upside? Is GNS popping?
It's shorting. I'm short on it. So I took the 79 short. There we go. We get the fill through 67s. So this one's starting to go, guys. This one's telling me it's ready to go. Down to 63s. Buyer stepping in at the moment, though. Where am I sitting? I'm sitting at 59s. There we go. We get the fill to 60. Are we going to get 59s here? We're sitting at 59, but we have to cross. Okay, so momentary reprieve. We pop back up. So this one is definitely ready to go to the sell side. I catch this one on time. Guys, let it prove itself to you. This is what I'm talking about. The breakthrough VWAP, a big move down, consolidation, and another move down. Because every time we've been having that move down, then a retracing back up into VWAP. So I'm like, no. I'm not going to get caught in that. So let's see if we can get this break here of 59s. There's some strength coming in, at least for the moment. But hey, we're already out a piece. And yeah, wow, it broke actually my line, but it didn't cross by enough. That's so frustrating when you don't get that fill. It feels like, you know, you're letting yourself down, or the system let you down or something. But obviously that's part of trading. We need to recognize that. So here my book is off a little bit for the moment. I'm seeing the bid and ask cross, but we'll see what has to happen there. I think it's a good move down though. Where's my out gonna be? Now this is tricky. All right, because I got a where'd I get? 579 short. I covered a piece already. I like it, but how far am I going to give it? Am I going to give it to my entry, or am I going to give it up to 6, right? Because, and even above 6 too. I mean, because you have that VWAP, you have VWAP around 620. And then you have clear resistance here at 6. So, and then I have my entry at 579. So it's tricky for me to kind of figure out where I'm going to place my stop here. I'm going to try to look at the price action and see what it does. But anyway, we're back down now into the mid 60s, low 60s. Let's see if we can cross into 59s, and then we'll take some out, and then we'll feel a little bit better, especially after de-risking a little bit. But give this one some patience, guys. But I do feel that, you know, you might have, I don't know, did we exhaust the move here? Because it's been so relatively strong. Anyway, we'll have to see. I'm short, and yeah, we'll see what happens with that, Luca.
Yeah, I see somebody saying Snapchat. Please have a look here at Snapchat. Yeah, no problem. So Snapchat, the first thing out
soon.
They report soon?
Yeah.
Do you know the day off the top of your head?
I'll look for a sec. Keep going.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So one of the things from Snapchat is the level that I remember from the past, which is going into that 12 level. So we're obviously not there yet. And as the report comes out, if it is sometime this week, then, you know, all these levels are going to be off the table because things can move. It can move 5%, 10%. Now, the thing that I see with Snap is it is making sort of a high intraday. If it doesn't have the volume to continue, if there isn't really a catalyst behind it, I tend to believe that, you know, this either floats around over here or retraces back to the 11 and then get a little bit of a VWAP test, but in a very, very tight range. So not really too exciting, you know, like bottom end 1080, top end 1110. That is a 30-cent range. So we've seen Snap do way, way bigger ranges than in the past, right? But is this the start of a multi-day run into earnings, which, you know, maybe comes out sometime? I want to say maybe it's next week, because I don't remember Snap being
it's this week, I think.
Oh, it's tomorrow night? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm way off on that. Yeah, Snap earnings is tomorrow night. Yeah, it is the Super Bowl of trading this week, so why would I not guess today there? But yeah, that 1180 level, that 1160 to 1180 range is definitely something interesting to the upside. I just don't think, I mean, right now it's not really doing anything. It's pretty muted right now. But, you know, earnings coming out tomorrow after the bell. It's going to be exciting. It's going to move. I think this was the last earnings. So it literally closed right at 11, then flew up, broke the high from before, and then reversed the whole move, went through the lows, and this thing was like below $8. I actually remember watching that on my desk. I was like, this is crazy. This keeps going. This doesn't stop. And so are we going to get that similar setup where this kind of goes into the upside, earnings comes out, pops and then drops. The
Amazon,
exact same
man, the
setup there.
market
So
flying.
yeah, that's my thoughts on that one. Market is flying now. All the longs are starting to work for me.
So annoying.
And the one short that I have on board, which is Amazon, is not looking too hot. I'm going to do one more add to the short and then maybe just get out of it for a loser or try to cover it back at that 101.
So I don't think that short idea is a bad idea because the market just touched VWAP at 40.57. It rejected immediately. So let's see if this was just kind of a reversion move here, and then we basically consolidate or we move back down. So frustrated with myself for getting out of this Amazon trade. Would have been huge in the money on it at the moment, but paper handing a trade true to form. There we go. This one's headed to the high side. It's big boy. I mean, should I just punch in here for a move up? Let's go take a half position. Let's be part of this. We're already in the money. Well, on this one, I can kind of afford a little bit of a retracement. So we're long Amazon again. I think we got 29, so a few pennies in the money. Let's see if this continued move up is a real move up, or it's going to be just a rejection off VWAP. We'll have to wait and see on that one. All right, the other trade that we're in, this GNS short, looks like we're consolidating a little bit, rejecting off that 80, at least for the moment. I'm short 79s. I think I'm going to have to give this farther than my entry. So the way that I see this is I'm going to have to give it to around like 96s. I mean, why don't I just give it to 6? But that's 21 pennies, right? I don't even know if I get 21 pennies on that, so that doesn't make sense to me. So, yeah, this one's a bit of a tricky one. Let me just see here. I can give it a bit higher. Let's give it to 85s or something. So we'll go ahead and put a stop out 4 or 5. Let's put 86s, and then we'll cover the remaining amount there. Nice spread there. So we'll see what this one does. Hopefully it continues back down. Amazon still holding up the market. Really not, continuing, kind of retracing a little bit or rejecting off that, off VWAP, which is at 40.57. Oh, man. I feel so bad for not being in this trade. I should have been in it. Why'd I punch out? Why'd I do that? All right, guys, so we'll continue to watch this Amazon trade as it continues to go north. Meta finding a bit of a bounce, too. A lot of these big tech names finding a bit of a bounce off that big move up on the ES. Dan Emmons saying NQ20 12060 is nearby again. Okay, so I'm assuming that that's a key level of resistance that we have to be aware of because, like, similar to here on 4060 on the ES, obviously that's an interesting area of resistance. That would be a new higher high. So I don't know. Again, I don't really look at the NQ, so can't really comment on those levels. Brendo sending something in the chat here saying Zoom one. Okay. Is this? Yeah. So Zoom 1+ plan price increase $1 a month. Okay. So looks like Zoom increasing some prices there. Maybe that's good for some, for margins or whatever. All right, where are we here on this Amazon trade? Go ahead, Luca.
Yeah, I just want to say very quickly, Jeff Ross saying Tesla is ruining my day. Tesla does a wonderful job of ruining my day as well. I definitely agree with you on that, man. It is stressful, and it did not give me the moves that I wanted, but just know when to step away, right? It's really, really barcoding. There's limited edge in it, and the reason I say that is because you don't want to be trading Tesla when it's like very, very narrow range because it makes it more difficult to get the outer ends of that range. If you are range trading it, you want the extension move. So if you're trading off the morning, you're going to get those moves in the afternoon. Like I was going for like the up and the down, and the fact that I held it this long, it was not easy. It was stressing me out, and it did sort of ruin my day just a little bit, but not too much. I just want to give a little bit of a heads up on my position. So yeah, the XOM long, taking the scalp, finally getting the last out at the 50 period, so that's a nice little win. Chalk that one up. And SoFi, where am I on SoFi? Yeah, SoFi giving a little bit of a pop into the 50 period, so I did take some out, just kind of over VWAP. Let's see if this one wants to keep going to the north side. I'm going to try to hold on to that one. Apple as well, getting some fills up over there, so pretty happy with that. Like I mentioned for myself, this is me telling myself here, but the market, it shows like a little bit of wick off bottoms, and it's like 1, 2, and I'm like, okay, third time, if we pop, we're going to maybe get some type of fast up move. So I need to be long something. I can't just be in shorts in case that we do go up. And so Apple, the long finally working now, covering, over the 50 period. I'm going for closer to 144, but the fact that we popped and instantly dropped back down, it's not, it just gives me a feel like it's not as good as it could be, but at the same time, I'm not going to quickly off it right now because it is still working for me. And then yeah, with the Amazon trade, I mean, Amazon is better, so you know, you're right on that one.
I'm not very. We'll see what happens with Amazon, but I'm pumped about this GNS short. It continues to print. We get that 59 print. Now we're moving. How low did we get there? We almost got to 50s. We got to 51s. So nice little short there. Pumped about this one. We got 79 short. I'm holding more than half the position still. So let's take out some right in front of that 50 break. Should we make our way down there? So I'm going to sit at 51s here. See if we can get filled, but you know this one's it's gonna be tough for you. I think it's gonna give you problems. You know, it's been so upwardly bound that you know it's gonna encounter buying somewhere along the line here, and it's our job to kind of find out where we're gonna encounter that buying. So let's go ahead and have a look at the larger picture here. Where could we find buying? That 550 obviously is going to be a level. The $half level always seems to be a psychological level. There we go. We're getting back down into the mid 50s. But there's also price action here. When we broke below VWAP, we also kind of broke below that $half. And then that's how we broke it to the high side and halted. It was a break through that $half. So that $half, I think, will be an interesting area of resistance. But if we break it, I want to be part of it because something tells me it's going to be quite violent, right? GNS headed to the south side. I'm sitting at 51s to see if I can get filled here. I'm also long Amazon. I'm hoping for a retracement here. I hate saying that as a trader. I'm hoping for a retracement through VWAP here on the ES March contract. VWAP sits at 40.57. And if we can break through there and maybe create a 40.61 high, that would be a new high through this peak right here, and it would, you know, maybe indicate a shift in the trend. So that's what I'm looking for, and I want to be part of the stronger name on the big cap world if that does materialize. Patel9 sending a $1 super chat. Thank you for that, Patel. No attached message or anything, so if you want to tag myself or Bears versus Bulls, if you have a follow-up question, anything you want us to look at, stock price, talk about a certain topic or whatever, let me know. But thank you for that. You guys are always the best. All right, guys, we get filled on that GNS 51 dip, so now we are out of the majority of the, I want to say I'm holding about 40% of the position still on GNS. Is continuing to print short side, but I don't want to use any hotkeys or try to time this one, so I'm going to have resting orders. Now, the problem with resting orders is that, you know, it may go below your orders, and, you know, so it may flush way below that. So I'm trying to guess where we may find support here. So let's go ahead and put some out at 42s. So we'll get it out here. We'll have a profit taker sitting at 42s. And if it should continue to flush, that'd be great. Ponzi Fonzie, how about I'm anticipating instead of saying I'm hoping? I like that. Okay, I'll adopt that, Ponzi. Sounds good, Ponzi Fonzie. That's an interesting name that you've chosen there.
Yeah,
what's up, Luca?
Yeah. No, just very quickly, because Patel did say, can you have a look at CRGO?
Oh, sure.
So I'll quickly look at this. Not really doing much, and then one of those halters on the day. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 halts. Or I shouldn't say 5, almost 5 halts.
CRGO.
There was no super chat associated with it. It just kind of came in after the question. But yeah, CRGO, I would say like double check the float if you have it on your end. It is cargo freights. Is that what I just saw there? Freights?
Yeah. Freight.
So it is a
freight toss.
Freight toss. Cargo freight toss. And I don't. Is this an IPO from today or a SPAC? Because yeah, this is not showing. Oh no, sorry. This is like has 3 days of data on the daily. 10 million float. I would say look at the opening price of this day if this is when it went live, which is call it 1612, and look where it did reverse off today. And so, guys, when you are looking at these names and they get going, you want to pull up the daily and you want to look at levels. Key levels are where did it open, where was the high, where was the low, where was the close, and then intraday you want to look at halt levels. So it did just halt to the downside right now, and you know, intraday when you're looking at halt levels, you want to look at where they opened and where they closed. When it halts to the upside, you want to look at that level and then look where it opens. You know, does it bounce off that level at all? At this point, we are now breaking to the downside. So I'll give an example. Let's say it opens at 1315. You want to look at 1350 because that's where it halted. Is there any residual size? So if it opens down here and then pops into 1350, is there size that's sitting there that's like the residual size from the halt, the people that did not get filled? Does that act as a resistance? Does it come up, reject, and then go back down? Does it come up, fill it right away, and then go back into an up halt? So these are questions that I ask myself intraday, and I'd basically use the halt level for when it opens. Is that a level? Can you take trades off that level? Can I recycle that area over and over again? And then, yeah, going back to the daily, you map like the opening levels. You know, does it stop and reject there? So something that's very obvious that's I see right now is the fact that the opening price was 16.16, call it, and it did not trade above that level on Friday. And today, I don't think it did. I don't think it traded above. And if it did, it was by 1 cent, so it wasn't substantial. So that opening area is a resistance area from kind of my gut feeling. So I would just watch that area as like the main area, just based on technicals. And then, yeah, intraday, after this thing opens, watch that 1350. I have no idea where this thing goes, but you just got to use levels and put your money where your mouth is. No problem for checking that. Thank you so much for the super chat. And yeah, hopefully these trades continue to work for me. Anybody who's having a tough day, I want to quickly talk about this this little graphic over here. So there's 3 types of traders to generalize. There's trader number 1 who makes money. You know, there's trader number 2 who loses money. And there's trader number 3 who thinks that they're just going to make money, but they don't trade. And so, you know, don't be trader number 3, right? Don't be trader number 3. Huh. That's it's nice to have high hopes and dreams. But like anything else in this world, unless you actually do it, you know, nothing happens, right? So don't be this guy, right? Be this guy, make some money.
Talking
but it's okay.
Here.
But it's so. Huh?
Fahad's like, what's wrong with trader number 3? I'm trader number 3.
Yeah, exactly. Fahad, you're a great trader until you start trading and learning how hard trading it actually is. But yeah, guys, you know, it's okay to be trader number 2. You want to be trader number 1. Everybody wants to make money, but to make money, you need to go through the hardships. You need to sometimes be trader number 2. And guys, look, listen, I take L's all the time. You know, everybody takes L's. Day trading is all about managing risk, trying to find really good opportunities that you could size into. And it's a tough business, man, but keep your chin up. If it is something that you want, everybody trades because they want, you know, freedom and obviously, you know, ample amount of money. It's a scalable business, so that's the exciting part. That was a planned jab at Fahad by Luca. Me and Fahad, we go back and forth all the time, man. And he's like, yo, man, I'm the best trader ever. I was like, you're not a trader. You've never traded. And he goes, no, I'll show you. And I'm like, all right, man. You know, teach their own. Whatever you say.
I remember Fahad was on the Veru tip for a while. Do you remember Veru?
Yeah, wasn't he the CEO at some point?
Yeah, I remember that, Fahad. I have to give that title up. He's having his lunch. My man is like, what's his name? Sean was shouting out proudly the other day for basically making a huge life change. It takes a hell of a man to change, and Fahad's one of those guys. He's banging at the gym every day. He's bringing in his packaged lunches, meals, everything's golden. He's like complaining about losing weight, guys. Like, I'm trying to gain weight. So my man's complaining about losing weight. Most people don't.
This guy was eating pasta and chicken in the morning.
Oh my
I turned the corner, and guys, I didn't have a coffee to start my day because I'm like, let me have a coffee when I come on the show here. I'll have a sprawl. I'll bring on, my cup of coffee, whatever. And I see Fahad over there, and he's eating pasta and chicken. And I go, the grind don't stop. Not even at 8 in the morning. I'm like, is that good protein, good carbs? I approve of that. Keep it up, man. Got to stay, got to fuel the mind. So fuel the gut, fuel the mind.
Yeah.
Then you make good decisions in your everyday life. It doesn't necessarily need to be trading, but obviously, it is good to feel right there. I just want to quickly glance. As you guys can see, I have Apple here on my screen. It's so I got those top fills. We're coming back to the bottom. I have a decent average. I'm not super out of the money on the trade. I'm basically flat right now, but I am looking to add to this a little bit. So it shows that this is the bounce level. We're now coming back into the area where it could keep going. And this does line up with the market, the fact that this was a strong up move off the bottom. We're now getting that retest of the area. So I'm sort of wondering, are we now going to pop again for the intraday swing back to the upside? I'm trying to think, how is this going to look going into the end of the day? Are we really going to sell off right now at like 1:30 in the afternoon? Or is this now a great opportunity to take a long for a move back up? I don't know, but I kind of want to add to that long. So I'm going to add a little bit to the Apple long, but I am willing to add more, like if it goes lower, with the same intentions on that one. So yeah, long Apple. I'm looking here at Lucid, which was in the money, but then it kind of flushed to the downside. And I'm not so much nervous with this position because it still isn't below the 1180 mark, but it's not. It's now kind of out of that range. Maybe I have an opportunity to get my money back, but we are kind of flushing there. I'm just going to throw a stop I'm going to throw a stop at
flush.
the low there. And yeah, see what happens. Wait, flush, is that my Amazon fill? Everything. No. I hold Amazon this whole time, and then I cover it all. Did I make money on it? I think I made money. Yeah, I bid a 101.06, like basically 50 period. Yeah, it's funny. You're like, woo, flush. And I'm like, and right away, I'm just now out of the shorts, and now I'm in longs.
Oh, my God.
But yeah, SoFi, Lucid are basically uncorrelated to the market. It's more so the Apple long that I want to build into right now. So we'll see what happens with this Apple long. Amazon, I kind of want to add back to that short. So I'm going to try to get that short on any pops that we get.
All right, so GNS retracing into my entry. I have a stop right at my my entry point for the remaining, I want to say 30% or 40% that I'm holding at the moment. 3 scalps, and if this one breaks, if it goes into 79, I'm out of this one. It's kind of hovering right at around that area, but it really hasn't decided which way it's going to go. So let's see what this one does. But the bigger story right now is that market rejection off VWAP. We have that big green candle, retraces up there. We get that VWAP retracement, but then we have that very clear rejection off that level, at least for the moment, right back down through that 40-50 level into 40-48s. I'm going to be really keeping an eye to see if we make a new low here. The new low will be below this candle, which will be that 40-43.25. So if we break that, then we're well on our way probably to breaking that 40-40 low that we made. What time did we make that 40-40 low? That was around 6:30 this morning. So, you know, take that with a grain of salt. Obviously, people are going to have that earmarked on their charts, but, you know, I mean, obviously done on less volume. So where are we at here? So now we are stopped out of the remaining portion on our GNS trade. It ends up being a very profitable trade, and we get out break even for the remaining 40%. So let's cancel this profit taker that we have sitting here. Wow, it breaks, it pops, it stops me out, then it like retraces all the way back. That's so annoying. All right, so this Amazon trade, initially when we went long here, 101.27s, we had a small position. So the reason I did that is so I can give myself opportunities to add. So I've added a little bit here. I was looking for that 101 defend, but if this market's going to continue to head down, I need to be looking at the better level. And in this case, it's a 50-period moving average. I'm looking for a 182, 185 bounce, and that is the 50 period on the 3-minute chart. It's really held up this entire time. Have a look at that. It really has respected this moving average all day. I mean, save and except for this one little candle here at 11:54. When it broke it, it's really respected it. And ever since then, it's been bounce off 50 period, bounce, and here we go again. We're looking for another possible bounce. But if we continue to make lower lows on this market, that 50 period is eventually going to have to give way. And no matter how many nice moving averages we have there, it will not help us. So there, we put in a dip trade here around that 50 period. Let's see if it gets filled. Otherwise, we'll see. We'll see what happens with this one. But now, my average, there we go, I get filled, is 101.18s on this one. So getting a little nervous. The only reason I can take this kind of risk on it is because I'm very green on it from that earlier move. But, you know, I don't really want to give back everything, and this market is just not cooperating. And Amazon looks like it is headed to the downside, guys. I don't know. Luca's probably printing the hell out of those shorts.
Yeah, man. It's kind of funny because I'm like, well, no, you know, it's kind of funny because I initially covered it all, but I didn't mean to do that. And I'm like, hey, let me short like a pop if we get a pop. But we're not getting a pop, so I was like, okay, I just got to punch here. So yeah, I'm in now at 94s. It's basically if we do pop back, I'm gonna continue to recycle this level. I feel like this was the pop and drop that I was going for. It's unfortunate that I covered it all, but it's not a big deal. I missed maybe, what is it, like 10 cents? But yeah, if we're gonna pop now over this level, and I know Sharif's just talking about, I'm gonna give the flip side kind of approach to this. 1, 2, 3, 4, finally breaks, and then if we get back there, I just feel like that's gonna reject, and then we go back down. And this is assuming that the market wants to go lower. So we'll see what happens there. I did add to SoFi, so kind of took some off, added it back, waiting for now a pop back to the upside. I feel like that's a solid level, the below VWAP longs there. And Apple, I'm just adding into the flush here as well with the same intention to cover over the 50 period. So the way that the 50 period is like trailing it down, I am basically longing below the 50 period, covering above the 50 period. That's the plan with that one. And target on Amazon is just in front of VWAP. So If we can get like, if this wants to flush into like the 70s, I'll start covering. There is a bidder at 80s actually over here, so let me just like cover some over there. Okay, that's great. And then yeah, going for like 70s and 60s on that one, that would be awesome if that one wants to continue. Lucid is just dead, man. Lucid is dead. I was trying to get out at the top, but I'm just going to take it. We did get a little bit of a pop into like the 94 area, and I was like, okay, let me try to get out at like 96, 97, closer to break even. Didn't. No problem. I basically took the win as it paid me, and then now taking the L. So still up on the name, can't complain, but not as much. You know, eventually you lose, and for myself, it's, okay, I'm taking the L, and I'm just going to walk away from this trade. The level now is done because it showed that it's done, so yeah, let's just let that one go. Amazon is slow to flush here. I'm just kind of waiting for 80 to flush and then see. Maybe I'll just take a little bit more over there. And yeah, we'll see if this wants to flush. And then I think, you know what, for myself, I'm going to, yeah, I should be scalping way more. I should be scalping way more. Let's go back. Let's go to AMC, something I didn't pull up. Somebody before was telling me AMC 5 and now saying AMC finally broke 5. So the thing is, I was thinking of maybe the long off 5, but this was like, sorry, let me just remove that line. This is like well before, like I was looking at it like over here, and I'm like, I don't know, like is it really gonna pop and go to VWAP? Like I doubt it, I don't really see that happening. And it's pretty lackluster, man. It's not really moving too much. And even though it is down a lot on the day, when you see things that are down, you can look in the morning in the pre-market to see, is there like a big seller? Is there a reserve seller? And obviously hindsight is 20/20, but that level did test. That level did test in the morning, so 34.35s, and then we dropped, and then we popped, and we could not break 5.35. Then we actually faded back down. So that was a really good opportunity because it gave you 30 cents, 20, 30 cents, $5 stock. I mean, that's a great trade in my books. But yeah, at this point now, I would not be going for longs or shorts. I would just be chilling. Jeff Ross saying liking Tesla short finally. Yeah, it's I mean it's going without me. Yeah, it's going without me. So it's whatever, you know. Tesla, it's at 170. There's a little bit of size there at maybe 1,000 lots, give or take. It's gonna fill for sure. I'm actually gonna try to get long at like 69. Let's see where this goes. 69.81. I'm gonna bid. Okay, so here I am long, and I'm basically going for back over 170, and I'm offering out 170. 170 14s. So if this can now break back above 170, it'll probably fill 170 15s. So I'm going for that quick little scalp trade. If we go back down right now and then keep going lower, I'm just going to instantly punch out of that. This is a scalp trade for myself. I'm not going for the long. I'm basically long. Give me a little bit of a pop and fill me on the offer. Hopefully nobody comes in here. I just don't see any size on the book or anybody slamming it down. It's so we'll see where this one wants to go. Yeah, if this puts me out of the money, then I'll jump out of that one. Apple's slow, just kind of channeling at this bottom area. I want to add just a little bit more here, long Apple. So yeah, I like the position that I have on Apple, adding a little bit more to that one to see where that one wants to go. And all eyes on Tesla for the continuation bounce. This should not break 169.59. If it breaks that area, then I should just be out of the trade. So yeah, let's see. There's some people offering. Let's see if those offers want to fill very smoothly and pop, or if they kind of hold. At this point, it is kind of holding. So yeah, maybe I should just. Yeah, let me just. I'll just get out of that trade.
Number 89. Just kidding, guys. What a couple of games yesterday, though. Like a lot of things went wrong for San Francisco. You can maybe think that they didn't really get a fair shake out of that game with a lot of the injuries that they had, but. I kind of felt Dallas was not built with them too the week prior, with a lot of injuries in the secondary, and then some injuries to our offensive line as well. But wow, man, I'm going to be super interested to see what happens between the Chiefs and the Eagles, because that is going to be one hell of a game, I think. You don't have the same type of quarterback, but there's a very similar. Jalen Hurts can just do so much with his legs. He can throw. And now you got Patrick Mahomes, which is obviously proven what he can do, but you know he's hobbling a little bit, but he'll have 2 weeks to recover. So hopefully we can see. Joe Mark saying Eagles' defensive line is stacked. Yeah, it is. Corey Waters saying Chiefs win. Copy paste profit go Chiefs. Yeah, we'll see, guys. I mean, I'm sort of indifferent here, even though I hate Philly, but you know you got to appreciate talent where you see it. And I definitely see some talent on Philly there. All right, let's talk about this market that's continuing to print to the downside. 40.45 is where we just kind of touched at it right now. We made a lower low earlier at 40.43. Could we print another lower low here? It doesn't spell good news for the Amazon long that we have. I thought I had a good average price averaging in now at 101 on the dot. 20 pennies out of the money though. So this one is looking like it's going to be a tough trade, but kind of, it's not really holding the 50 period on the 3 minute, but it's hovering around it. Here's what I'm looking at. So if this market finds a bottom here, I think we'll swing up on Amazon, but it is a tough trade to be had. It's more of a mistake on my part for going long these big tech names in the face of a red ES and a red NQ, but trying to find trades to go on here. Anyway, let's have a look, see what else is moving up. HSCS now finding a bit of a reprieve. This one kind of was like dead a little bit earlier. Oh, what happened to my BBBY trade here? Did I get long? I'm long 25 shares. Okay, so I did not mean to get long there, so I'm going to get out of that trade. That's funny. Ended up being a nice little trade there on BBBY, but definitely not intended. Let's go to HSCS. I think that is a NASDAQ stock. Yes, it is. Looks like we kind of created a bit of a double bottom here, and it looks like we're moving to the high side on this one. So this will be interesting to see what kind of trade can be had. Up 141.35%. This one's, yeah, it looks good, to be honest. I just don't know if I should be punching in here. Now we're at 143 or so. Let's go ahead and punch long. Oh, you only live once. There we go. We get a nice little move up when we punch here. Where are we long? We're long 13s. Okay, so not the greatest in. Where are we going to take some out? So let's start taking some out. 13s. We'll take some above 18s. I took a really big position here, guys. So let's start scalping out some around here. Let's see if we get that continuation. Otherwise, we're going to be in big boy trouble. All right, Amazon flushed aggressively, but now it is flying back to the high side. Not really. It's not flying back to the high side. It went all the way down to 70s and it popped back all the way to 85s. It recovered better than some of these other big tech names, but this market is still downward bound. Doesn't look good for me, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I want to just quickly comment on something that I'm looking at right now. So I'm obviously going for the Apple long, and then I want it to go up. However, it is going down. And then sometimes, so when I see these even dollars coming into play, this is a little bounce play. It's like a different trade from the one that I'm already in. So as a trader, I need to actually separate in my mind. Like first I'm going for, this one type of strategy, mean reversion. Then it's actually coming into a level which then creates a whole other trade, but I'm already in a trade. And so I have to do a really good job at not letting the trade that I'm in, which is a loser, affect me taking the next trade setup that I see to then scalp. And so what you're seeing here is like long now. It goes down into 143, and I'm like, well, here I am in a loser. I'm holding this, and I got to play 143 bounce for the quick little scalp. So it's painful when you're already in a trade, and then you have to kind of take another trade on the name. I don't know if anybody feels the same way. If you do, let me know in the chat. But that's how I feel, and I'm like, I have to do it though. So here we go. So long 11s, basically long average 143.05 for this little bit of a bounce play. So long and then taking the 15-cent win, quick rip to the upside. So I am holding a little bit more. I didn't off this whole position. I'm holding a little bit more for 30s if we can get back up there. I just feel like if we do get a little bit of a pop, which we are kind of getting right now, I'm going to try to get that out at like 29s or 28. So maybe that wants to actually fill me right here. And maybe just, actually, let me just get that out right now because, the last thing I want is for this to reverse on me very quickly. Okay, perfect. So that's what I was looking for. So anyways, moral of the story, if you're in a trade and then another trade sets up and it's still a part of your playbook and you're in an intraday swing, but then you see a scalp opportunity, try to keep a clear head and take the trade as long as it's a part of your book. Because, that's kind of what it means to be a trader. You're going to have multiple setups. So that's basically what I was looking at the 143. So now, let's see if we want to actually go back to the upside. I mean, my average changes as I recycle these shares over and over again. But let's see if this can actually get back to the upside. The market is still in that bounce area. So, that 40.50 to 40.45, wick off bottom 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 times. If we rip to the north side, this Apple long is going to be an absolute banger. Amazon looked like it could have popped potentially, but it did not break the moving average there, but it is still creating that sort of wick off bottoms. And Sharif makes a really good point on that, saying that it is at the bottom of the range, and I am short, but I'm looking to cover into the flush into the bottom of the range. So maybe it'll give one more flush to the downside, maybe. If it breaks back to the north side, I just feel like this could be at 101 in like 2 seconds. So I am watching that very closely for the rest of that position. I don't have any stops out. I am trying to bid just below 70s to see if I can get that. I thought I had bids out from before, but I guess I didn't. So let's see if this wants to actually flush into like the mid 60s. Give me that fill and I'll be fully out of that position. SoFi is the only other long that I have on board that I thought had potential, but it's now back here. I think safe to say I'm just going to throw a stop out at 650-ish area. If it goes there, then I'll just be fully out of the trade and have to just accept the fact that it is a loser. I just keep canceling my orders by accident, and then I'm like, oh man, I got to make sure my stops are not getting canceled, because that's the last thing that you want not to be canceled there. So yeah, Amazon short working, Apple long working for me now. Let's see if they want to continue to work. And somebody's saying Reliable Rudy. What's going on, Reliable Rudy? Hey, Luca, can you? That's a great name.
Yeah.
Can you? I love when people use like so it's like Rudy R.
Yeah.
Reliable Rudy.
Yeah, for sure.
Like Lucky Luciano,
Mad
Lucky
Mike.
Luca. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Luca, can you take a look at Boyle 750 a level question mark? Sure, I'll give you another opinion on that one. Boyle, is this on the Amex? I feel like it is. So let's have a look here. And yeah, for that Apple trade, it should not keep going lower. So I am kind of watching that on the back burner there. 750, is this a level? Well, the first thing I want to look at is the daily, because I don't know exactly what Boyle is, but I know somebody, people in the chat are always talking about that. It's missing some
ProShares,
data.
an ETF.
Yeah, it's an ETF, right?
Fund
Yeah.
seeks daily investment results before fees that correspond to the daily performance of the Bloomberg Natural Gas Subindex.
Okay, so natural gas.
Cold.
Okay, yeah. So this is natural gas. So the thing with ETFs.
Lieutenant Luca, someone wrote
Lieutenant
there.
Luca, I like that.
I like that.
The thing with ETFs is they're not as, I don't use levels, and especially I don't use hard levels on ETFs the way that I use them on equities. They just tend to, it's just a general area, and it's more based on the price of natural gas. So even though you might see a level on, XOM, and you're like, okay, I'm going to play off this level, it is equity, so it is valid, but you do want oil to be lining up in your favor. And if you're trading something like USO on the Amex, which is an oil name, you want to use an area, but you really want to be watching the price of oil, so the futures price of oil. And so with this, if you're trading natural gas, you want to just be looking at natural gas, the futures, and then say, where is the futures price? Then, pull up Boyle and use it as a proxy. But understand that 750 isn't really going to be a specific hard level the way that it would be on equity. So I think the first thing that I see is the fact that it bounced once, twice, 3 times, which was at around the 750 level. But keep in mind that lined up with VWAP at the time. Then it actually already gave you the up move. Now it's coming back down. And so the thing is if you're going for a long on something and it bounces off a key level and then it gives you that move, when it comes back down, it could be a good level, but it's sort of the same thing as SoFi, where SoFi, whoops, sorry about that. So for example, my SoFi long that I wanted this long, I wanted it over here. Then it gave the move. Now I'm getting it, but it's not giving that next move up. And so just like the first thing I kind of see with this one is, if that's the general area, like it was a VWAP area, now at this point, not really an area. So yeah, rule of thumb, if it is ETFs, you want to look at what it's actually tracking, and then you want to base your trades on what it's actually tracking, and then use areas on the ETF, and understand the goal of the ETF is to track natural gas. It will not track it tick for tick, but they try to do a really good job at tracking it on a percentage basis. Not so much, I think more so intraday, and then obviously it's going to follow it, but you're going to have the gaps, whereas futures will have overnight trading sessions. So yeah, for the most part, I don't really see a trade on it. I don't see 750 as a level. I would be watching natural gas more and then using general areas and taking them with a grain of salt and then structuring trades based on that.
All right, guys, long 2013 HSCS, we wait. We get 218 out. We get 222 out. Now we're sitting here at 229 waiting for that out. So that one continues and creates a new recent high. That break of 218 was the recent high. Now we're looking at days high 2027, volatile one flushing right back in to my entry point though, but I still think that this one is upwardly bound, so let's continue to watch that. A bit of a reprieve here on Amazon. We don't get any fills, so frustrating in front of 101. It retraces up to 97s, but we were sitting at, I think, 99s, or where was I sitting, 98s? 99s, and I don't get filled on that 99 pop. This one is going to be the bane of my existence. This one is so frustrating. Back to SCS, flushing back now, down again near my entry point. But I don't want to be shaken out of this one because this one has looked good to the high side. Let me just have it up on the 3-minute chart here because I do want to see it from a more macro picture. Yeah, we're definitely broke through that trend line here. I had a trend line drawn on this bad boy, and it ripped right through it. And so now I'm thinking, okay, this trend line is going to act as an area of support, previous resistance. So don't get shaken out. Wait for that high to break. The high of day is at 2045. Again, I'm long 13s. So, that would be a nice little win on this small capper here in an oversized position. I'm waiting at 29s. Let's see what this one does. Amazon still not complying, back down into the mid 80s. We had a couple of ads in the high 70s there to fix up the cost basis, but this one, although it is relatively strong, the market's relatively poopy, almost down 1%, now 40 points on the day, it not giving us that opportunity to kind of get out of Dodge. Fat Finger says, to hell with all that noise. We waiting on the Sesame Street Sharif and Luca Cookie Monster. Oh, we're going to get it done. I just don't have an ETA for you. But when we say we're going to get it done, it means we're going to get it done. Like, you can bank on that. We're not going to dodge out of that one. We're just waiting for some administrative stuff from the office here to tell us when and where these costumes are coming from. And we will gladly oblige. Guys, we're back at 97s here on Amazon. I'm waiting to get filled at 99s, but that 101 break was tough to begin with, and I feel it's going to be more tough again this time. Going back to HSCS, flying to the high side. This one is printing big boy. Sean with the... wow, this one flies right back down, Luca. Look at that, man. This one is volatile central.
That's the over.
We get that 32 break. It comes all the way back down into 21s. I got to start taking out bigger positions because I have a monster position on this. Okay, let's get out here. We take a half there. This is an absolutely monstrous win on HSCS. Let's go ahead and put this out through, I want to say 34s. Let's sit here at 38s and see if we get filled right back down into 22s. We'll have to monitor that. Did I get any outs there on Amazon? No, but we're still hanging out in the high 90s, so I do like that. Let's go 101 break. We'll get some out there. We go 98s now coming in, 99s. We have to cross. We don't cross, of course. I got to wait. There we go. We get the fill. We're probably going to reject off that 101 level if my intuition is right. Let's go ahead and de-risk a little bit over here. So now we're very positive on Amazon, very positive on HSCS. Basically, I can close out both trades now and be very positive on the day, but the greedy side of me says, let it run, baby. Let it run. Where are we long? We're long 13s on HSCS. How much time do we have left? 6 minutes. Okay, so 6 minutes. We'll see what is going on there. Do I have any resting orders on Amazon? No, I don't. Let's go ahead. How many shares do I have on Amazon? So let's go ahead and take some outs, maybe through 09, so we'll sit there on the 09 bid and we'll see what this one does. But HSC is kind of making me super nervous because I feel like this one can flush absolutely right through my entry point. How many shares am I holding on this one? I'm gonna have to de-risk a little bit more over here. So we take another little out. It's not the greatest out there is, but it's a de-risk and it's a profit taking, so I will not complain about it. I've got some more profit takers sitting there. Oh, come on, man. The profit taker on Amazon 09s, it goes up to 09s but doesn't cross. We don't get the fill. Now we're printing 05s on Amazon. So this one, very, very nice move up here on these ones, but the market not really giving you that move up. I mean, because it's just the fact that this one is relatively strong. That's the only reason. The market is very much near the lows. But give me some green candles here. If we can get maybe another retracement into VWAP, I think Amazon will absolutely go fire to the high side, Luca.
Yeah, it's just quickly to touch upon HSCS, CS, sorry. We were looking at that from before, and somebody was asking about it, how it was like barcoding. And the thing is if it's barcoding, right, you almost want to take along because you're like, oh, it's barcoding, maybe this is support. But with these smaller caps, it's not going to move until it, it could clear out a side and then it could really move in the direction. And so when I was looking at this, I'm not going to take a trade on it, but my kind of general thoughts on it is, if we make a high a day right here randomly, the chance that we reverse are very high. But if we make a low, we can actually reverse back to the high side. And that's kind of what it did. It sort of sold off, then made a little bit of a low, and then out of nowhere, you get the little bit of a volume spike back to the upside. And then, Sharif kind of caught that live where it makes the high and then quickly reverses itself. Something to watch is high a day, so that 250 level over under. if at this point we run and we get to 250, you know, it could break 250, run stops, do a lot of volume, and then quickly reverse. So anytime that you're trading these kind of small caps, just understand that, you know, the moves can be very, very quick. So something that day traders look for from a risk management perspective is where are swipes going to take place. So if something is going to swipe, maybe you want to use stop orders. If something is going to swipe and you're in position, maybe you want to have resting orders. So know when and when not to use these kind of setups. I think it's just kind of great added value to touch upon that, and then you basically work that into your own trading strategy. For myself, you know, on the show, when I'm trading these things and I want Apple to get out of this, you know, if it goes to 144.70, yeah, I'm going to have an offer out because maybe I'm not going to notice if it gets there. But for the most part, do I think Apple is going to come and swipe me right now to the downside? You know, no, I don't believe that it will. If news comes out and then something happens, then yeah. Or if the market falls and breaks, you know, 40, 30 and just tanks to the downside, you know, obviously Apple's going with it and everything else is. But do I think Apple is going to swipe? No. Do I think GNS is going to swipe? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's why when you guys look at my GNS chart from my earlier trading today, I did not take another trade on it, but I was trying to short this pop, and it looks very messy, but the reason is because I think swipes are coming, and they did. And so it's like I'm shorting, and then it goes down, it swipes up, and I stop myself out. It's shorting, I cover a little bit, it goes up, it swipes me out. I get back in, it swipes me out, and then it rips to the north side. So for me, I'm down on the name. I lost on this kind of trade, this one trade that I was taking. But all these swipes, I saved myself. If I decided to scale into the short the way that I scale into large caps at these levels, I normally don't have the size right. There's a lot of tape teleportation. With Amazon and Apple, I'm like, okay, this probably can go like 20 cents. Then I have to panic. Whereas GNS, I go, I don't know, if I'm short here, is this thing going to be at like 680 in 5 seconds without me being able to react? So that's why the wider range areas, you know, your size is your risk on these things. If you expect swipes, good to use stop orders and kind of manage that. Do be saying, did you swipe? Did you swipe though? Yeah, I got swiped, and then I don't know if you're kind of making fun of me there, but yeah, I got swiped. And that was the end of that, taking the L. Apple popping back to the upside here. I'm going to take a little bit more off of this one. If it wants to send this order for me, great. Yeah, just taking at the 50 period. And then if we actually pop, I do think that we can get to the 60s. That would be great. The market, it all is dependent on the market. And this setup looks
Amazon
super clean, man.
going,
super clean.
bro.
I mean, yeah, Amazon, I'm not shorting that thing anymore. I covered that. And I know you were saying Amazon back at 101.
Yeah.
And I was like, say less, Sharif. I am out of this trade. So thank you so much for that one.
Absolutely.
Saving me the money on that one, that's for sure.
All right, guys, we have 20 seconds left on the show.
Oh, wow.
Amazon is flying to the high side. The market, still below 40, 50, but Amazon doing well. Pumped about this one. I'm all out of this one. And it's been a good day, only negative on Microsoft and BBBY. Everything else positive. Amazon, Vana, GNS, HSCC, HSCS, Meta.
So far going
but
back to the upside
Microsoft, no go for me on that, and no go on BBBY. Small trade on BBBY, bigger loss on Microsoft, though, to be fair. So Amazon still heading to the high side. We are done for the moment. Luca, I'm Sharif. That's Luca. This has been the Midday Show. You've got the closing show coming up, and I believe Brendo is at the big desk waiting.
Ciao, guys.
Hey guys, welcome back in. Yeah, 2 hours left on a pretty red Monday, coming off of what was a positive week right across the board for U.S. stocks. We're back to the downside, giving back a little bit, but remember, it was a huge week last week. So worth a mention that individual names putting in, Tesla